Welcome to our beginner-friendly course where you'll learn HTML, CSS, and JavaScript to create awesome and responsive websites through fun projects. Our course teaches you how to make websites from the ground up using the latest tools like HTML5, CSS3, and vanilla JavaScript. We'll guide you step by step so you'll understand each part and won't just copy-paste code. You don't need any prior knowledge of HTML, CSS, or JavaScript to start. We explain everything clearly, making it suitable for both people who are new to coding and those wanting to refresh their skills. Learning should be enjoyable, so we've designed cool and interactive projects for you to work on. You can pick projects based on what interests you the most. We offer separate sections for each topic so you can focus on what you want to learn most. For example, if you're interested in JavaScript, you can jump straight to those lessons. To help you practice, we've added a useful resource called 100jsprojects.com. Here, you'll find the code and live demos of all the projects we cover, allowing you to compare your code with the finished one. Ready to start your web development journey? So let's get started.
Welcome back to another project. In this project, we are going to create a heart tray animation. As you can see from the final version of the project, when we move our mouse inside the browser, we are creating some hearts inside the browser with different colors and also different sizes. In this project, we are going to use the keyframe queries to create an animation that has some hue effect and also some changing inside the opacity and sizes of the heart. And also, we are going to use JavaScript to detect the position of the mouse inside the browser, the X and the Y position. And we are going to use this position to set the heart in exact position of the mouse. So in the next section, we are going to start with the HTML part of this project. So see you in the next section. All right, welcome back. Let's start our project. First, we open the Visual Studio Code. Here we close the Get Started tab, and in the File menu, we click on the Open folder. I would like to create the project in my desktop, but you can create it anywhere you like in your computer. So here we click on the desktop, and we click on the New Folder button to create a new folder. We name the folder Heart Trail Animation, which is the name of our project. Trail Animation. We press Enter and we click here on the Select Folder to select the folder. We close the Get Started tab again, and here on the left, we right click and we click on the new file. We name the file index.html and we press Enter. Now we have our index.html file here on the right side, but it is completely empty. We can use an exclamation mark to create an HTML5 boilerplate. So we write an exclamation mark, and here we click on the first auto suggestion. We can use Alt-C to turn on the word wrap so we can see all the codes clearly. We can open the browser inside the Visual Studio Code using the Live Preview extension. We just need to right click here and we click on the Live Preview, Show Preview. Now we can see the browser on the right side, which is completely empty, but with the title Document. Let's close the Explorer section by dragging this line to the left so we have more space on the right side. And let's change the title to the name of our project, which is Heart Trail Animation. Now we can see the heart trail animation on the tab. And then inside the body tag, we just have a span that we are going to add a background color, the background image to this span using CSS. That was it for the HTML part of our project. In the next section, we're going to use CSS to style and add the heart image to the background of this span, and we're going to style it using CSS. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have finished with the HTML part of our project. In this section, we're going to start styling our project using CSS. First, we need to create a CSS file. Here, we can use Ctrl-Shift-E to open the Explorer section, and in the Explorer section, we right-click and we click on the new file. We name the file style.css and we press enter. Now we have our style.css file here, which is empty, but we can't use it yet because we must add a link to this CSS file within the HTML code. So we go back to the index.html file, and just after the title tag, we add a link tag. We just write link and we click on the third auto suggestion, the one with the CSS. Now we have a link tag with the relationship between the HTML file and the external style sheet, which is style.css. The href attribute defines the destination of the link, and as both files, the index.html and style.css are located at the same directory, we just need to have style.css for the URL. Now we can use CSS in our project. So we just save the file using Ctrl+S, and we close this Explorer section to have more space on the right side. And the only things we need to do is to add some background image to this span tag and style it. So we go to style.css, and first we start from the body section and remove the default margin of our project. So we just remove the margin so we can style the components inside the body section easily, and we set the height of the body to be 100% of the viewport height, which means 100% of the screen size. Then we change the background color to be black. So we have now a completely black website with nothing inside, but we're going to add some background image to this span tag inside the body section to have an image. So inside the span, we add a background. We use the background property to add a background image. So for the image or the icon, we want to use the heart icon. For having icon in our browser, we can use a website called Icon Finder. So we go to the desktop and we click on the Google Chrome, and here in the search bar, we search Icon Finder. And in the search result, we can see a website with the URL iconfinder.com. We click on this website and we close this. And here inside the tab section, we search for heart. And in the search result, we have too many hearts, different shapes, but some of them are free and some of them are paid. Inside this tab, we can choose the free one, so we can get all the free icons. The icon I would like to choose is this one. We just need to click on it, and here on the picture, we right click and we click on the copy image address. And we go back to the Visual Studio Code, and here we add a URL function, and inside a double quote, instead of double quote, we paste the link. We can't see the image yet because the span tag doesn't have any width or height. So we change the width to 100 pixels and height to be 100 pixels as well. Then we position it to the middle so we can see the icon. So we position it absolute first so we can see it here a little bit. And in order to put this image inside exactly that place with the width and height of 100 pixels, we can use background size cover to increase the size of the image as large as possible to fill the container, and we can see it now properly. All right, let's bring this heart to the center just for our styling. And so we just say left 50% and top 50%. This one actually brings the edge of the icon to the center from the top and the left. In order to bring exactly the middle to the center, we need to use transform property and its translate function, and we set the X and Y to minus 50%. Now we have the heart exactly in the middle of our website. That was it for the CSS part of our project. In the next section, we are going to use JavaScript to firstly detect the movement of the mouse inside the browser, and we get the position of the mouse, X and Y. And also, we're going to create this heart in different size and different colors when we are moving the mouse in the different area of the browser. So see you in the next section for the JavaScript part of our project. All right, in the last section, we have finished styling our project using CSS. In this section, we're going to start adding functionality to our project using JavaScript. First, we need to create a JavaScript file. So here we click and we use Ctrl-Shift-E to open the Explorer section. In the Explorer section on the left side, we right-click and we click on the new file. Here we name the file index.js and we press enter. And before using JavaScript in our project, same as the CSS file, we must add a link to the JavaScript file within the HTML code. So we go back to index.html and just at the end of the body section, we add a script tag. We just write sc and we click on the second auto suggestion, the one with the src. The src attribute is similar to href attribute here and defines the destination of the link. And as both files are located at the same directory, we just need to write index.js for the URL. Now we can use JavaScript in our project. So we close this Explorer section and we go to index.js. First things we need to bring to JavaScript is the body element. And as the body element just is a tag with a class, with no class or with no ID, we can use query selector method to return this element inside the JavaScript. So we just write const to create a constant and we name the constant body element and we target the document and we use query selector method to return the body. And as it doesn't have any class or ID, we just need to have body here. We can use Alt-C to turn on the word wrap so we can see the code completely on the in 2 lines. So now we can add a add event listener method to this body section and attach an event handler to detect the mouse moving inside the browser. So here we just write body element dot add event listener, and the add event listener method has the first parameter inside the add event listener method is the event that is going to trigger a function. So this event, the event we want to use is mouse move, which means when the mouse moves, we're going to trigger a function. So let's test it. We just say console log, and for example, we just say moved or mouse move, whatever. We open the console section here with clicking on open DevTools pane. As you can see, we clear the console by using this icon. And when we go to the browser and move the mouse there, we can see them. We are seeing move many times because each pixel is going to be one trigger for the function. So this is working. We just need to get the X and Y position of the mouse when we are moving it. So we can get it using, we just get the event here. And if we console log event dot, for example, offset X, and we open the console, and if we move, we can see the position of the mouse in the X offset. So when we go up to the left, we see a smaller number, but in the right side, we see a bigger number. And also, if we can get the y-axis as well. The upper is lower, and in the bottom, we are getting the bigger number. So we are getting the both numbers, x and y offset. So we just save them inside a constant, and we just say x position equal to event dot offset x. We copy this and we change this to y. And next, we want to create a span like this. So we have a span here in the body, but we are going to create exactly the same span using create element method. And we just write a constant and we just say span element. This is a new one. So we just say each time the mouse moves here, just create a span. And we just say dot create element. And the element we want to create is a span. So if we cannot see it yet because we have to append this span inside the body section, which is here. So for the body element, we append a child, and the child we want to append is this span element. So when we go now inside this, let's remove this. Inside this browser, we can see this span inside the body section. We have to open this inside a browser, and we open the DevTools using Ctrl-Shift-C. As you can see, now we're having a lot of span inside the body. As we are moving, we are creating a span inside the body. All right, but we want to position this span as well. So we go back to Visual Studio Code, And before appending, we position this span from the left and top by using this X and Y position. So we just say span dot style it, because we are styling them, because we are doing the same things inside the styled CSS. We're positioning them left and top. So we're actually styling them. So we just say dot style dot left, and we want it to be left X position. And because this X position is just a number, we need to add pixels at the end. So now we can see this one in the left when we are moving our mouse there. But let's add the top position as well. We copy this and change this left to top. And instead of X, we add Y. So now we see the heart creating when we are moving. And the reason you see double heart is because we need to add something called pointer events. We change the pointer events to none, and we're going to fix this. So now we're only creating the heart exactly on the mouse position. But this is actually creating infinite number or thousands of millions of heart each time we are moving. But we want to remove this heart after a few seconds, and also we want to create an animation and bring this heart to up, and also change its color as well. So we go back to styled CSS and we add an animation inside the span. So for creating animation, we need to use the keyframe query, and we just name this animation animate. And the keyframe queries you can create different position. We just say 0%, set the transform translate X as the same as the top, minus 50% in the both sides, because 0% we want to have the same things, and the opacity to be 100% as well. It means we don't have opacity 100 means no opacity. And then we're going to copy this, and instead of 0 we have 100%, and instead of having 50% top, we just make this one a big number, for example 5,000, to bring this heart outside the browser at the top, and also change the opacity to 0 to make it invisible over time. So we add this animation here inside the span using animation property, and the animation we want to use is animate, which we have created here, and the animation duration we choose 6 seconds and linear. As you can see, now the heart is going up, and after a while we see too many hearts inside and gets a little bit messy. So we can remove the heart after a few seconds. We just use a set timeout method inside the JavaScript at the end to remove the span. So we just say set timeout. The set timeout method actually sets a timer and trigger a function after the timer expires. We can set the timer here. We just say, for example, 3 seconds, and we want to remove the span element when after 3 seconds, we want to remove the span element. So we create it here, but after 3 seconds, we remove it. So it's not going to be messy like that. And also we want to create different size of the heart instead of just having one heart. So it's going to be a little bit more beautiful. So for changing the size of the heart, we can create a random number here. For example, we create a constant and we just say size, and we use the math.random function to create a random number, and we use this random number to change the width and height of the span. We set the height and width to be 100 pixels at the beginning, but we can randomly change them here. So we just say span element dot style, because we want to style them, and we've changed the width to be this size. This random number is between 0 and 1, so it's very small. We want it to be between 0 and 100. So we can add 100 here. So it's going to be between, this size is going to be between 0 and 100. And we just say something like above, size plus pixel. So we change the width, and we can change the height as well by just copying the upper code and change the width to height. Now we are creating different size of a heart. We can get rid of the middle heart, which we have created, by removing this span. So we're just creating the heart by moving the mouse And also another cool things we can do is to change the color of the heart by using a function called hue rotate inside the filter property. So we just need to go to stylus CSS, and inside the animation, first we just set the filter hue rotate to 0. It means nothing, no change. But until it reaches to its 100%, we want to change the hue rotate to, for example, 720 degree. So now we can see that first the heart starts from the like a red color, and it changes, goes to green, and finally blue and red. We can test, as you can see, when we go to the right and the top, we can see a scroll bar. We can remove the scroll bar by using just overflow hidden inside the body section, so we can hide the scroll bar easily by just using overflow hidden. So let's see this inside our browser. As you can see, the spans are creating inside the body section, and they are removing just by using the set timeout method. It's created after 3 seconds. We don't have any span. This concept can be used for creating very cool animations, and also some like a congratulation or some things in your website that you want some beautiful things comes from the top or bottom. So I hope you enjoyed this project and learned many things. I'll see you in the next project. All right, welcome to another project. In this project, we are going to create an auto text effect animation. As you can see from the final version of our project, we have a typing effect here, which shows the careers of the person. We are going to create these typing effects using JavaScript, and as you can see, the careers change after each other. For example, the first one is YouTuber, then we have web developer, freelancer, and finally we have an instructor. An instructor has N instead of having A, and we're going to learn the ternary operator to create such a conditional statements. So see you in the next section for the HTML part of our project. All right, let's start our project. First, we open the Visual Studio Code. We close the Get Started tab, and here we click on File and Open Folder. I would like to create the project as usual in my desktop, but you can create it anywhere you like in your computer. So we click here, and we click on New Folder button to create a new folder. We name the folder Auto Text Effect Animation, and we press Enter. And here we click on Select Folder, and we close the Get Started tab again here. Now we can create our HTML file. So on the left side in the Explorer section, we right-click and we click on New File. We name the file index.html. So we write index.html and we press Enter. Now we have our index.html file here on the right side, which is completely empty, but we can use an exclamation mark to create an HTML5 boilerplate. So we write an exclamation mark and we press and choose the first auto suggestion. Here you can see the HTML5 boilerplate. We can use Alt-C to turn on the word wrap to see all the code. We open the browser here inside the Visual Studio Code using the Live Preview extension that we have installed. So we right click and we click on Live Preview, Show Preview. Here on the right side, we can see our browser, which is completely empty, but with the title document. Let's change the title to be the name of our project, which is Auto Text Effect Animation. We close the Explorer section by dragging this line to have more space, and we can see all the codes. In the body section, we just have a container. I mean a div with a class of container, and inside this div, we just have a h1 that's saying I am a YouTuber. So later, using JavaScript, we're going to add some auto text effect that will change this YouTuber to other carriers like web developers or freelancer. So for now, we just hard-coded the h1 here. So we can, in the next section, we can use CSS to style our page. So see you in the next section for the styling our project. All right, in the last section, we have finished with the HTML part of our project. In this section, we're going to start adding some styling to our project using CSS. So first, we need to create a CSS file. So in the left side, we open the Explorer section using Ctrl-Shift-E, or we can open it here in the View menu, Explorer. And here in the left side, we right-click and we click on New File, or just we click here. And we name the file style.css, and we press Enter. Before starting our project using CSS, we must include a link to the CSS file within the HTML code. So we go back to the index.html, and just under the title tag here, we add a link tag. We just write link, and we click on the third auto suggestion, the one with the CSS. As you can see, now we have a link tag with a relationship between the HTML file and the external style sheet, which is a style.css file. And as both files, the index.html and the style.css, are located at the same directory, we just need to write a style.css for the URL. And href attribute defines the destination of the link or the URL. All right. Now we can use CSS in our project. We save the file and we close the Explorer section, and we go to style.css to start styling our project. We open the browser and increase the size a little bit more, and we start with the body section. We remove the margin, the default margin of the body, which is the space around the body section, by using margin 0. As you can see, we don't have any margin anymore. And we change the display to flex, so we can bring the this title to the center horizontally using justify content center. So we write justify content, and we choose center for this property. Now we can see our text in the center horizontally. And for bringing it to the center vertically, we just need first to set the height of the body to be 100% of the viewport height, which means the 100% of the screen size. And we set the align items to be center. Now we can see our text in the center, both horizontally and vertically. Let's change the background color to be, for example, salmon color. And let's change the font of this text. And if I would like to bring some fonts from Google font, so we go to the desktop, we click on Google Chrome or any browser you would like to use. And here we search for Google font. And in the search result, we click on fonts.google.com. Here you can see many text fonts. You can write here, for example, I am a YouTuber, to compare the fonts with the text you want to have. I have actually decided to have the font permanent marker for our project, but you can choose any font you like for your own project. So we click here and we select this style, and here on the right, we click here on the imports, and we copy the code in the middle of the style tag. So we copy it and we go to the VS Code, and just at the top before the body, we paste the code using Ctrl-V. We can use Alt-C to turn on the word wrap to see all the code. And now we can go back to the browser, and just under this code, we have font family, permanent marker, and a cursive marker backup. So we copy this, we go back to the Visual Studio Code, and just under this, we paste that. Now we can see the font has been changed to the permanent marker. I think that's it for our CSS styling. In the next section, we are going to use JavaScript to change this YouTuber to other careers, and also add some auto text effect that shows typing as well. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have finished styling our project using CSS. In this section, we're going to start adding functionality to our project using JavaScript. So first, we need to create a JavaScript file. So we open the Explorer using Ctrl-Shift-E, and on the left side, we right-click and we click on New File. We name the file index.js. Sometimes the the code files goes to the right side, which has the browser, you can bring them just by dragging the tab and bring it here. So now we can see the browser in real time. Before using the JavaScript for our project, we must add a link to the JavaScript file within the HTML code. So we switch to the index.html file, and just under this div and at the end of the body tag, we just add a script tag. We just write SC, and we click on the second auto suggestion, the one with the SRC. Now we have a script tag, and the SRC attribute defines the destination of the link. As both files, I mean the index.html and the index.js are located at the same directory, we just need to write here index.js for the URL. All right, now we can use JavaScript for our project. So we go to the index.js. We close this Explorer section by dragging this line. First, we need to get the container of the project, I mean the div with the class of container, because we want to manipulate it inside this div. So for returning a div with a class, we just need to use query selector method. So we just write here constant, and we name the constant container element, and we write document.query selector, and inside a set of parentheses, we write the selector for that class, which is .container. We can use Alt-C to turn on the word wrap, and we can see the code clearly in that way. All right. The things we want to do is just manipulate this container. We just, for example, use container.element, and we change the inner HTML, for example, to an empty string or whatever you want to write, and you can see it here. So before doing that, because we want to add some HTML tag, so we add a backtick, and we just open the backtick, and we go back to the index.html, and we cut this h1 tag, and we go to index.js, and we paste it in the middle of the backticks. So we can see the same things we had now as before, but we want this YouTuber to be dynamic. We want to have more careers, so we make an array here. So we create a constant, and we set the array name to career or careers. We just create an array, and the first element would be the same one we had, YouTuber. We just make it capitalized. And the second career would be, for example, web developer. The third one would be freelancer. And the last one, just say, for example, instructor. All right. So in order to see the different careers here, we can delete this. And instead of this, we have some variable, and we target this carriers, and we just say, for example, the first element we get YouTube, the second element we get developer. We just need to change the index inside the array. 3, we get the instructor. All right. We set it to 0. So instead of having this hard-coded, we can create a variable. We just say carrier index, and we set it to 0 as default, and we just, instead of this, we just write carrier index. All right. And so we just need to have bring this inside a function. So we create a function, and we name the function update text, and we cut this one and paste it inside this function. We can call this function once to have the text, and also we need another variable to have the index for the character of the each element, because we want to add the typing effect. So we just say character index, and we set it to 0. And instead of writing carriers and carriers index to get the full element, we just add a slice method here. A slice method actually returns parts of a string. And if you want to get only, for example, the first character, you just write 0 and 1. So you get the first character. Or you want to get the first 2 characters, you just write 0 and 2. So we need to make this number, the second number, dynamic too, and we just use the character index. So instead of that, we use character index. So now the index is 0, but we're going to increment it using ++, and we're going to have a set timeout to call this function more than one time until after a delay. So for the delay, we just say 400 milliseconds, and we don't need a function because it's just one line of function. We just write down update text is enough. So now you can see that when we refresh the page, the YouTube starts typing to the end, but we don't get the next element yet. So we need to add a condition here. We just say if this character index reach to its end, which is this element length. So we just say carriers array, which is here, and we get the current index, the carrier index. So inside this, we just say carrier index. So now, and we just say dot length. So when this character index incremented and reach to the end, we can activate this statement, and we just need to write here increase the carrier index. So we just say carrier index ++. So we increase it one time. So when YouTube finish, goes to the next one. But we need to reset the character index as well. So it comes to the first for the next element. So we get YouTube. Sorry, we should set it to 0, not increment. Yeah. Now we get YouTube. After that, we get web developer, and we have freelancer, and finally we have instructor. But after instructor, it stops. And the reason we don't get the last letter is we should put this character index ++ at the top, not after this. So we cut this and bring it to the top. So now we get all the elements correctly. So here the YouTuber we should add a R here. So we have freelancer, instructor, and after instructor it stops working. In order to reset it again, we need to reset the carrier index to 0 as well. So we add a condition here. We just say when the carrier index reach to its end, which is the number of this array. So it's carriers dot length. So in this case, just set the carrier's index to 0. So now we have YouTuber, web developer, freelancer, and finally we have instructor, but we have a here instead of having an. For instructor, we need to have a n instead of a, because we should say I am an instructor. So in this case, we need to change this hard-coded a here. So we have I am a. Instead of a, we create a variable. And we just say if this the element, which is a carriers, and the element we can get by just saying carrier index. If this one, the first character of this one, then we can use a slice again, and we get just the first character. We just say if this one is equal to I for instructor, so we just say use n, and otherwise just use a. So now we have I am a YouTuber, I am a web developer, I am a freelancer, and finally we have I am an instructor. Yeah, that was a quick project, but it had too many things that you could learn. I hope you enjoyed and learned many things. If you have any question, please let me know in the Q&A section. But see you in the next project. Welcome back to another project. In this project, we're going to create a mini calendar. As you can see from the final version of the project, we have a page of calendar that's showing the current date of our computer. Here, if you open the calendar of my computer, you can see that it's December 2021, Thursday, and the date is 2nd. We're going to use JavaScript to dynamically get the information of the computer and change this page according to that information. So we're always getting the current date in our page. In the next section, we're going to start with the HTML part of our project. So see you in the next section. All right, let's start our project. First, we open the Visual Studio Code, and here we close the Get Started tab. In the File menu, we click on the Open folder, and here we decide which place we want to create a folder. I would like to create it inside my desktop, but you can create it anywhere you like in your computer. So here we click on the desktop, and here we click on the New Folder button to create a new folder. We name the folder Mini Calendar, which is the name of our project. We press Enter, and here we click on the Select Folder button to select the folder. We close the Get Started tab again, and here on the left side, in the Explorer section, we right-click and we click on the New File to create our HTML file. We name the file index.html, and we press Enter. Now on the right side, we have our HTML file, which is completely empty, but easily we can create an HTML5 boilerplate using an exclamation mark. So we write an exclamation mark and we click on the first auto suggestion. We can open the browser inside the Visual Studio Code by using the Live Preview extension. We just need to right click and we click on the Live Preview, Show Preview. We can close the Explorer section now by dragging this line to the left to have more space on the right side. And here actually we can use Alt-C to turn on the word wrap so we can see all the codes. On the right side now we have our browser, which is completely empty, but with the title document. Let's change the title to our page's name, our project's name, which is Mini Calendar. And in the body section, we add a container to cover all the calendar, and we call it calendar container. We press Enter to accept the auto suggestion. So now we have a div with a class of calendar container. Then we have 4 paragraphs. The first one is for the month name. Then we have the day name and day number and the year. So the first one is the month name. So we just add a paragraph with a class of month name and also with the ID of month name. And inside this paragraph, we just write April, for example. So we can use CSS to style it before creating these months dynamically using JavaScript. So this is just a hard-coded name, April. The time now I'm recording this video is December 2021, and it's the 1st of December. So we just add another paragraph with a class of day name, for example, the Wednesday or Friday or whatever, with the ID of day name. And inside is, for example, Friday. And then we have another paragraph saying day number, for example, 1st, 2nd, 3rd. So we just say day number for the class and for the ID, the day name as well. And inside we just say, for example, 20. And the last thing is the year. So we just have a class of year and the ID of year. And inside we just say 2020. It's actually 2021 now, but just having a template to be able to install it in the next section. Yeah, that was it for the HTML part of our project. We just hard-coded some data, fake data. So in the next section, we're going to use CSS to style this calendar. And in the following section, we are going to use JavaScript to dynamically create this data based on the real calendar. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have finished with the HTML part of our project. In this section, we're going to start styling our project using CSS. First, we need to create a CSS file. And here we open the Explorer section using Ctrl-Shift-E. And on the left side, in the Explorer section, we right-click and we click on the new file. We name the file style.css and we press Enter. Before using CSS in our project, we must add a link to the CSS file within the HTML file. We go back to the index.html and just under the title tag, we add a link tag. We just write link and we click on the 3rd auto suggestion, the one with the CSS. Now we have a link tag with the relationship between the HTML file and the external style sheet, and the href, which means the URL of the file, is style.css because both files, the index.html and the style.css, are located at the same directory. Now we can use CSS in our project. We save this file using Ctrl+S. We close the Explorer section to have more space on the right side. And we go to Started CSS and we start with the body section. We write down body and we open a set of curly braces. We just write, first we remove the margin, the default margin around the body section, the space around the body section using margin 0. Then we have to bring them to the center. First we bring them to the center horizontally using display flex, then justify content center. Then we can bring them to the center vertically using we should set the height to be 100% of the viewport height, which means the 100% of the screen size horizontally. And then we set the align items center to bring them to the center vertically. Let's change the font of our project using font family, and we set it to be cursive. All right. Next things we need to do is to change the background color of our body. We just change the background color to slate blue, and yeah, that's it for the body section. Let's style the container, the calendar container. We copy this and we paste it here by dot at the beginning because it's a class. We change the background color to be white. We can see it now. And we change the width to be 300 pixels. We bring all the inline items to the center using text align center. And we add a border radius to round the border. So we just write border radius. We set it to be 10 pixels. And we can add some box shadow. The first value in the box shadow is the position of the horizontal shadow. We set it to be 0. The next one is the position of the vertical shadow. We set it to be 4 pixels. You can see it here. Then we have the below radius. We set it to be 8 pixels. And finally, we have the color. And we can use RGBA function to set the color. So for the red, green, and blue, we set 0 for black colors. And we set alpha to be 0.3, which means 30% transparency or opacity. All right, that was it for the calendar container. We can use Alt-C to turn on the word wrap so we can see all the codes. Then after that, we install this month's name, which is this April. We copy this, we paste it here with a dot, and first we remove the margin. Then we add some background color to be, for example, orange, red. Then, as you can see, the border radius is gone from the previous container because this one is overlapping its parents, but we can use overflow hidden here to remove the extra overlapping of the children. Now we can see the border to be rounded. Let's change the color to be white, the text color. Then we add some padding around the text of the element. We set it to be 10 pixels, and we want to make it a little bit bigger. So we change the font size to be 30 pixels, and we want it to be bold. So we change the font weight to be bold. All right, that looks fine. Let's move on to this section, the Friday, or they call it day name. So we copy this. We go back to the installer CSS. We paste it here. We change the font size and make the size of the font bigger, and we set it to be 20 pixels. We change the font weight to 300, or even we don't need it because it's already 300 as a default. So I think it's fine. We just change the color to be a little bit lighter. So we change the color to dark gray. It looks better. After that, we go to this number, the day number. We copy this, and here we target it using dot. Day number is we just change the font size first to be 80 pixels. And as you can see, it has a lot of margin. So we change the margin to be 0. And the color is already black. We don't need to change it. And also we set this one to be bold as well. We just set font weight to be bold. That was it for the day number. And then we go to the next one, which is year. So we target it here. The year, we add a margin to the top and bottom, 20 pixels and 0 for left and right. We change the font size to be 20 pixels. And also we change the color to be dark gray. And also font weight to be 500. That looks fine. Now we can check this in the browser as well by using this hamburger icon and clicking on the open in browser. And this is just like a static website. It always shows April, Friday, 2020. But in the next section, we're going to use JavaScript to dynamically get this information from the real date of our computer. So, and then every day it's going to change and shows a new value. So see in the next section for the JavaScript part of our project. All right, in the last section, we have finished styling our project using CSS. In this project, we're going to start adding functionality to our project using JavaScript. First, we need to create a JavaScript file. And here, we open the Explorer section first using Ctrl-Shift-D. And on the left side, in the Explorer section, we right-click and we click on the new file. We name the file index.js and we press Enter. We bring the file here on the left side so we can see the browser on the right side. And before adding functionality to our projects using JavaScript, we must add a link to the JavaScript file within the HTML file. So we go back to the index.html and just at the end of the body section, we add a script tag. We just write SC and we click on the second auto suggestion, the one with the src. As both files, I mean the index.html and the index.js are located at the same directory, we just need to have index.js for the URL. Now we can use JavaScript in our project. First, we save this file using Ctrl-S. We close the Explorer section to have more space on the right side. And inside JavaScript, we bring these items, the month's name, the day name, the day number, and also the year. So we have these elements here. They have the ID as well. For example, if we want to bring this part, we just need to bring this element. And we can bring this element because it has the ID attribute. We can use the getElementById method. So here we create a constant and we set it, just say month's name, and we equal it to document.getElementById, and the ID is month's name. We can use Alt-C to turn on the word wrap so we can see all the code. We close this one a little bit. And the next things we want to bring is this day name. So we just say const day name document.getElementById, and we just say day name. Next is the day number, and the ID is here, day number. We create a constant, we call it day number or day num. We just say document.getElementById, and we set it to be day number. The next one is the year, so we just say const year. We can add element at the end, so it will be more visible and readable. All right. So we just say document.getElementById, and the ID is year. All right. We already brought all the elements we need to manipulate inside the JavaScript, and then we need to get the data from the system using a date function. We just need to create a constant. We call it date, and we can get the date data of the computer using new date. Now, if we console log this date and we open the DevTools here, open DevTools pane from this hamburger menu, and we go to the console section, we see that we got the information of my computer. I'm in Australia, so the time is Australian Eastern Standard Time, and it's Tuesday, December 2nd, 2021. But we want this, we get this specific information from these data, and we replace these items by these data. So, for example, if you want to get the date, the day number, we can use data.getDate. And we need to open a parenthesis because it's a function, and we are getting 2 because it's the 2nd of December. And for getting months, we can replace this date to months. We are getting 11 because it's December. Shouldn't be 11 actually. I think it's a start from zeros, and 11 is like the last month is 11. So January will be 0. All right, and then we can get the year, for example, using getFullYear method. Now we are getting 2021. All right, let's save this information inside some constant separately, and first we just say const, or we can easily replace these things. So for month's name, this one, we can just copy this and we change the inner text of this. And for example, if you say whatever we write down here, we see in there, but we want this to be dynamic. So we just need to get first the months. We just say const months is equal to date dot get months, which is 11. We already saw. And then we just say date dot to local string, because we want to get the months like a string. And then the language we want is English or any language you want to have. And after that, we want this months to be long. As soon as we change this one, we see that December, which is the current months here when I'm recording this video. The next things we want to change is this like a weekday name, day name. So here we have day name element. We change this inside it using inner text, and we just get the date dot to local string, and the language would be English. And after that, we set the weekday to be long. We are getting Thursday now, which is the correct day name. Next thing is this number, day number. The correct one is 2. So we can this is the like a day number element. We change it here dot inner text, and this is very simple. We just need to have date dot get date. We are getting second. The last thing is the year. That is simple too. So we just say the year element from here dot inner text equal to date dot get full year, and we open a set of parentheses because it's a function. Now we are getting 2021, which is the current year, and this is the correct date that I'm recording this video. And if we come back tomorrow, we get third, and so on. And this is always be dynamic, and we can use kind of this calendar for our website, or we can create some beautiful different calendars projects later by getting the idea of this project. That was it for our project. I hope you enjoyed and learned many things. See you in the next project. Welcome back to another project. In this project, we're going to create a button ripple effect. As you can see from the final version of the project, we have a button, and if we hover over the button from any direction, we see a ripple that starts from that position. For example, if we go from this side, we can see that the ripple starts from that side. We're going to use JavaScript to get the position of the mouse when we enter from any direction of the button, and also we are going to use CSS to create such a beautiful rippling effect. In the next section, we're going to start with the HTML part of the project. So see you in the next section. All right, let's start our project. First, we open the Visual Studio Code, and here we close the Get Started tab. In the File menu, we click on the Open folder. I would like to create the project in my desktop, but you can create it anywhere you like in your computer. So here we click on the desktop, and here we click on the New Folder button to create a new folder. We name the folder Button Ripple Effect, which is the name of our project. We press enter, and here we click on the Select folder to select the folder. We close the Get Started tab again, and here on the left in the Explorer section, we create an HTML file. We right click and we click on the new file. We name the file index.html and we press enter. Now on the right side, we have our index.html file, which is completely empty, but we can use an exclamation mark to create an HTML5 boilerplate. So we write an exclamation mark, and here we click on the first auto suggestion. In order to see the browser inside the Visual Studio Code, we can right click and we click on Live Preview, Show Preview, which enables us to see our website in real time when we are changing our code. Now on the right side, we see our website, which has the title document. Let's change the title to our page's name, which is Button Ripple Effect. And let's close this Explorer section to have more space on the right side. And in the body section, we just have a button to be in the middle of the screen later. and we can add the ripple effect using JavaScript and CSS to this button. We use an anchor tag for this button, and the class we want to add is btn, and the href would be a hashtag, which means that we're not going to anywhere by clicking on the button, and we have a span in the middle, and we just write button. The reason we are adding span is because we want to later add effects on the button, and in order to see the text inside the button, when we're hovering over the button and we are adding the effect, we want to bring up this span using z-index. Later, we're going to see it and you're going to understand it clearly. But for now, we just write it like this. And in the next section, we're going to use CSS to style this button and bring it to the center, and add the hovering effect and also the ripple effect. So see the next section for the CSS part of our project. All right, in the last section, we have finished with the HTML part of our project. In this section, we are going to style our project using CSS. First, we need to create a CSS file. We just open the Explorer section using Ctrl-Shift-E, and on the left side in the Explorer section, we right-click and we click on the new file. We name the file style.css and we press enter. Before using CSS in our project, we need to add a link to the CSS file within the HTML code. So we go back to the index.html, and just after the title tag, we add a link tag. We just write link and we click on the third auto suggestion, the one with the CSS. Now we have a link tag with the relationship between the HTML file and the external style sheet, which is the style.css. The href attribute defines the destination of the link, and as both files, the index.html and the style.css, are located at the same directory, we just need to have the style.css for the URL. And now we can use CSS in our project. We just close the Explorer section on the left side by dragging this bar to the left, and we save this file using Ctrl-S, and we go to style.css, and we start with the body section of our project. We just write body, we open a set of curly braces. First, we remove the margin, the default margin around the body of the body element using margin 0. Then we want to bring this button to the center. First, we bring it to the center horizontally using display flex and justify content center. Then for bring it to the center vertically, we can set the height to be 100% of the viewport height, which means all the screen size from top to bottom. Then we can use align item center to bring it to the center vertically. Let's add a background color. We just say background color, and we set it to Alice blue or Alice blue, which is a creamy color. Then we change the font of this button using font family, and we set it to be sans serif. After body section, let's start styling the button. The button had the class of btn, so we just need to target this class using .btn. We just change the background color first to see it properly. We just set it to be pink. We change the padding. We add some padding to the top and bottom, 20 pixels, and left and right, 40 pixels. So we have a very big button, so we can see the ripples later easily. Let's change the border. We make the border rounded using border radius, and we set it to be 5 pixels. And let's add some box shadow to the button. The first value in the box shadow is the position of the horizontal shadow. We set it to be 0. The next one is the position of the vertical shadow. We set it to be 4 pixels. We can see it at the bottom. Then we add the below radius using, we set it to be 8 pixels. The shadow, the color of the shadow is blue. We want it to be black. We can use RGBA function to set the color. We use 0 for red, 0 for green, and 0 for blue for the red color. And we just set the 0.3 for the alpha value, which means 30% transparency or opacity. Now we have a beautiful button. Here, let's remove this line under the button text using text decoration none. And let's change the color of the text to black. Then that's fine for the button for now. And the next things is to add the hover effect and add something inside that has a ripple effect. So in order to add this, we can use the before pseudo element to add this content. We have to set the content to empty first for the before and after pseudo elements. And then we need to position this absolute. We want to position it absolute. So in order to have this one absolute, we need to use its parents to be relative. So we position this relative, and we cannot see it yet. Let's add some color to it, which we set the color to orange red, but still we cannot see it. We add the width to, for example, 20 pixels and height to 20 pixels as well. So we can see this one here, and we want to bring it to the center. So we set the left to 50% and top to 50% as well. And in order to bring it exactly to the center, we can use, exactly, because we brought the edge of this element to the center, not the middle of it. So we can use transform translate, and we set the X and Y to minus 50%. So it came to the center exactly. Let's add some border radius. Let's set it to be 50%, so it becomes like a circle, and that's fine for it. And we want, when we hover over the button, this circle, the size of this circle increases. So in order to target the hovering effect, we can just say btn hover. So when someone hovered over the button, and we want to target this before pseudo elements, and we set the width to be, for example, 300 pixels and height to 300 pixels as well. So when we hover over them, we can see a big circle, but it's bigger than the button. So we can use here overflow hidden for a button to remove the extra hovering. So we just say overflow hidden. So now we're getting this one. And in order to see that ripple effect, we can use a transition to make it a little bit more smooth. And the transition should be on both width and height. So for the width, we add 0.5 second. And for the height, so we add a comma here. For height, we add 0.5 second as well. So now when we hover over the button, we can see this hovering effect. So let's remove this width and height. So we set it to 0, so we don't see it. But anywhere we enter the button, we see this hovering effect from the center, because we set the left and top to be in the center. Later, using JavaScript, we're going to target the mouse position, and we center this circle from the position of the mouse. Let's bring this button to the top. As you remember, we added span for the button text. So we can target this here. We just say btn, and we target that span, and we change the z index to 1. But before doing that, we need to change the position to relative, and we change the z index to 1. The normal default z index is 0, but when you set it to 1, it comes over all the elements. So now we see the button over everything else. That was it for the CSS part of the project. In the next section, we're going to add the functionality to our project using JavaScript, and we are going to start this rippling effect exactly from the place that the mouse enter into the button. So see you in the next section for the JavaScript part of our project. All right, in the last section, we have finished with the CSS part of our project. In this section, we are going to start adding functionality to our project using JavaScript. First, we need to create a JavaScript file. We just need to first open the Explorer section using Ctrl-Shift-E. And on the left side, we right-click and we click on the new file. We name the file index.js and we press enter. Now we have our index.js here, but before using the JavaScript in our project, we must add a link to this index.js file within the HTML code. So we switch to index.html, And just at the end of the body section, we add a script tag. We just write SC and we click on the second auto suggestion, the one with the SRC. The SRC attribute defines the destination of the link, and as both files are located at the same directory, we just need to write the index.js for the URL. Now we can use the JavaScript in our project. Let's close this Explorer section first. And then the only things we need here is this button element. We need to return it inside the JavaScript. And the button has the class of btn. So in order to return an element with a class, we just need to use query selector method. So we just write here btn element equal to document.query selector, and the element we want to return is button. So we just write .btn here. And we need to add an add event listener method to this button to track the mouse event when we moving the mouse inside the button. So we just say btn element.add event listener, and the event we want to listen is mouse over. And when the mouse over happens, we want to trigger a function. And here inside this parenthesis, we can get the event, which is the position of, we can get the position of X, Y, and anything inside related to this mouse over event. Let's console log the event.pageX. So when we open the console log, when we go inside this button, we can see a number inside the console. When we move it, we can see different numbers. In the left, we have a smaller, in the right, we have a bigger numbers, but this X is from this point to here, all right? And we have also the Y, we can get the Y as well. So this is the position from the top to this place. But in order to get the position exactly inside the button, for example, here will be 0 and increases until here for the X, and from the top to bottom, we need to subtract this amount from the position of the button from the top. So in order to get this one, we can use btn element dot for the Y, for example, we can use offset top. Now, when we go here, we can get the position from the top of the button. As you can see, it starts from 0 to goes to the button here. So here at the top, it's almost 0. It shows -1. And from the button is like a 57. For the X, we need to subtract this number from the offset left instead of offset top. So here should be 1 or near 1. There you see -1. And this way would be 125. So in this case, we can set this value here, left and top. Instead of center, we just get this point, any point that the mouse is entering. But unfortunately, you cannot have access to the before pseudo class, pseudo elements inside JavaScript, because the before and after pseudo elements are not part of the DOM. But the things we can do is just add a variable here, and we change the variable inside the JavaScript. So here, inside this before element, we just add a variable, and we call it, for example, X position. And for the top one, we just say, for example, Y position. And we can change this variable inside JavaScript using setProperty method. So here, first, let's save these numbers. For example, we save this one. We call it X, and we copy this. We change this Y to this one Y, and we change the variable that we have created here. In this way, we just write down that style because we want to change the style, and we change the set property. And the property we want to change is X positions. Inside a double quote, we just write down X position, and we set this to be equal to this X plus pixels, because this is just a number. We wanted this left and top are based on pixel or percentage. So we do the same things for the Y as well. So we just use the style and set property. And this one is y position. And the value is we're getting from here, y plus pixels. So now if we enter from any side of the button, we can see the ripples, it starts from that point. So the center of the circle starts from here and increases its size from top, this way, that way, anywhere. Yeah, let's check this inside the browser as well. So we open this inside the browser. You can see it here. All right. That was it for our project. I hope you enjoyed and learned many things. That was a kind of a cool button that you can use for your own website. So see you on the next project. Welcome to another project. In this project, we're going to create a random image feed. As you can see from the final version of the project, we have 6 images. And when we refresh the page, we see new random images each time. Also, we have a button at the bottom of the page. So when we click on this button, we can see new images adding to the website. We are going to use a website called Lorem Pixum to get the images. So see you in the next section for the HTML part of our project. All right, let's start our project. First, we open the Visual Studio Code. Here we close the Get Started tab, and in the File menu, we click on the folder, we click on the Open folder. I would like to create the project in my desktop, but you can create it anywhere you like in your computer. So we click on Desktop, and here we click on the New Folder button to create a new folder. We name the file, for example, Random Photos, which is the name of our project. And here we select the folder. We close the Get Started tab again. And here on the left side, in the Explorer section, we create an HTML file. So we right click and we click on New File. We name the file index.html. And we press Enter. Now on the right side, we have our index.html file, which is completely empty, but we can use an exclamation mark to have an HTML5 boilerplate. So we write an exclamation mark and we click on the first auto suggestion. We can use Alt-C to turn on the word wrap so we can see the code clearly. In order to see the title and the browser inside the Visual Studio Code, we can use the Live Preview extension. So we right click and we click on Live Preview and Show Preview. Here on the right side, we have our browser, which is completely empty, but with the title document. Let's change the title. Let's first actually close this Explorer section by dragging this line to the left. And we change the title to Random Photos. So we can see the random photos in the title section in the bar. Let's decrease the size of the browser. And in the body section, let's add a container which covers all our image in our page. We just say container, or just let's make it more specific by saying just image container, image-container. And here we click on the auto suggestion to have a div with a class of image container. For the images, I would like to use a website called Lorem Pixum to get some random images. So we go to our desktop and we click on the Google Chrome. Here we search for Lorem Pixum and we press enter. Yeah, I missed the S. So in the first result, we have a website called pixum.photos, and the name of the website is Lorem Pixum. So we click on this website. If you read the tutorial, it's very easy to use. You can have this link to have a photo with a size of 200 to 300. If you copy this and we go to a new tab and we paste this link and we press enter, we get a photo. And if you paste it again and we get another photo. If you want the photo to be square and only be, for example, 200 to 200, we can use this link. So we copy this and test it. We get a square image each time we paste this one on the browser. All right. Sometimes the browser catch the photo and show you the repetitive image. In order to avoid this, we can add some query at the end and just say random 1, random 2, and so on. So we always get as the same as a different image. So we need these kind of tags in our HTML. So we copy these 2 tags and we go back to our Visual Studio Code So we paste the link and we can see two different images now here. But we don't want the image to be this size. We just want it to be 300 to 300. So we delete the 200 section. As you can see, now we have two images. Let's add another one. So we copy this using Alt-Shift arrow down. We change this 2 to 3. So we get 3 images. And after this container, we add a button. We add a button with a class of btn. And inside the button, we want to just write down load more. So here we choose the auto suggestion. So we get a button with a class of btn, which is saying load more at the end. We are going to use this button to load more images from the website using JavaScript. And also in the next section, we're going to use CSS to style our project. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have finished with the HTML part of our project. In this section, we're going to style our project using CSS. First, we need to create a CSS file. So we open the Explorer section using Ctrl-Shift-E, and on the left side, we right-click and we click on New File. We name the file style.css and we press Enter. Before styling our project using CSS, we need to add a link to the CSS file within the HTML code. So we go back to the index.html file, and just under the title tag, we add a link tag. We just write link and we click on the third auto suggestion, the one with the CSS. Now we have a link tag with the relationship between the HTML file and the external style sheet. The href attribute defines the destination of the link, and as both files, I mean the index.html and style.css, are located at the same directory, we just need to write a style.css for the URL. Now we can use CSS in our project. So we save this file and we close this Explorer section by dragging this line to the left. So we open this one a little bit and we go to the style.css section. First, we start with the body section. So we write body. We open a set of curly braces. First, we remove this margin, the default margin, using margin 0. Then we can use display flex to bring the items to the center. Horizontally, we just write display flex. And as you can see, the button came to the right side. We can use flex direction column to bring back the item to the end of the screen. Then we can use align item center to bring the items to the center horizontally. As you can see, the button came in the middle, but still we have the images on the left side. We can decrease the size of the image to fix this problem, or just have this div with the class of image container. So we just say image container, and we can use text align center to bring all the images in the center. As you can see, when we increase the size of the browser, we have 2 images, and when we decrease, we have 1 image. So it's already responsive, and we just need to target the image and just make it more beautiful. Let's change the background color of the body using background color. We just choose the color. I would like to choose a color called brown. Brown color looks fine. Then we change the image. Just say image container img. We target this img tag inside the class with the img container. So we can add a margin. Just say 20 pixels. Maybe it's too much. Just 10 pixels is fine. Yeah. Just change the border radius. We add a border. We round the border of the images using border radius. We add a 10 pixels border. Let's add some box shadow, and we add some shadow effect around the elements. So if the first value of the box shadow element, box shadow property, is the position of the horizontal shadow, we set it to be 0, and then we have the vertical position of the vertical shadow. We set it to be 4 pixels. You can see the dark here. We set 8 pixels for the blur, and the last value is the color of the box shadow. We use RGBA function, and we set 0, 0, and 0 for the red, green, and blue values, which gives us the black color. And then we have alpha, we set it to be 0.3, which is 30% transparency. Let's add some background color. We just say light gray. We cannot see the background color because the width and the height of the image is not defined yet. So we just say width to be 300 pixels and height to be 300 pixels as well. So this background color helps when the image is not loaded. It's kind of preloader for the image as well. Especially when we have too many images, we can see the background color. All right. Let's install the button here. So we target the class of btn. So we just say .btn. We just say background color to be, for example, slate blue. We remove the border none. And then we add some padding. We just say 10 pixels for the top and bottom padding and 20 pixels for the left and right. Let's add some margin. So we just say 20 pixels margin. You see the button here. Let's change the color of the text to be white. Then let's add some border. We round the border of the button using border radius, just 5 pixels. And we can add some box shadow as well. So we just say box shadow, 0%, 0 for the horizontal shadow, position of the horizontal shadow, 4 pixels for the position of the vertical shadow, 8 pixels for the blur, and we use the black color and 30% transparency. All right. Let's change the cursor to be pointer. So when we hover over the button, we can see a pointing hand. Then also let's use the hover pseudo class. So we change the opacity of the button when we hover over it. So we just say 90% opacity. So you see a little bit change. All right, that's it for the CSS part of our project. In the next section, we are going to make these images to come dynamically. And when we click on the button, we can see more images loading inside our website. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have finished styling our project using CSS. In this section, we are going to add functionality to our project using JavaScript. We're going to add some add event listener to this button. When we click on this button, we can see new images coming from the Lauren Pixon website, and we can keep loading images on and on. So first, we need to create a JavaScript file. So we open the Explorer section using Ctrl-Shift-E, and on the left side, we right-click and we click on New File. We name the file index.js and we press Enter. Before using JavaScript in our project, we need to add a link to the JavaScript file within the HTML code. So we go back to the index.html, and just at the end of the body tag, we add a script tag. We just add SC and we click on the second auto suggestion. SRC defines the destination of the link. So as we have index.html and the index.js in the same directory, we just need to write index.js for the URL. Now we can use JavaScript in our project. The first things we need to do is to bring this div with the class of image container and return it inside the JavaScript inside a constant, so we can add new images using a create element method. Because we have class here, we need to return the element using a query selector method. So we go to the index.js, we create a constant and we call it image container element. And we just write document.query selector to return the element. And the CSS selector is .image container, as the same as here. We can use Alt-C to turn on the word wrap so we can see all the code. And also we can close this Explorer section so we can see the code clearly and we have more space for our browser. The other things we need to bring is this button, so we can add some event listener to the button. The button has a class of btn, so it's the same as above. We just create a constant and we just say btn element, and we add the document.query selector, and inside a set of parentheses, we add .btn for the class CSS selector. All right. So we add the event listener to this button first. We just say btn element dot add event listener. The event we want to add is click. So when someone click on the button, we want to trigger a function. We just add the function here. In order to see that it's working, we can use log, console log, and then we just say clicked. So we open the console using this hamburger icon, and we click on the Open DevTools pane. So in the console section, now if we click on the button, we can see clicked each time we click. So we create a function here. We just say add new images. And the things this function does is add more images to our container. So in order to create an image element, we just need to use the create element method. So we just say new image, new img element. We just say document.create element. And the elements we want to create is img, and the sources for the new the img, because the img has a source attribute. So the source will be, so we just say new image element dot src equal to, it would be the same source, but we want to change this to a random number. So we copy this, we copy the first link and we put it here, but we put it inside a set of backtick. So we can do this number randomly. So instead of 1, we just create a variable using $sign and open a set of curly braces, and we just create a random number. We're using math.random, and the number, we want to create the number between, for example, 0 and 2000. So we multiply it to 2000. But this number is now actually, because this is a random number between 0 and 1, so this number is not like a rounded. In order to create to round the number, we need to wrap this inside the math.floor. So in this case, the number would be between 0 and 2000. So now we create the image and we set this src. Now we can add it to inside the container. We just say container, image container element that we got here, dot append child. So we're gonna append the child, which is this new image, and we write down new image here to append it as a child. So the things we do here, when we click on the button, we call this function add new images. So now we have 3 images. When we click on the load more, we see one more image coming each time we click. In order to see more images, we can add, instead of adding only one image, we can put this one inside a loop, a for loop. So we just create a for loop. Let me do it again. So you just write for, and we click on for loop or auto suggestion. And now we have index, which is from 0, and it should be until the number of images we want. So we just say image number, and we set this image number before calling the function. We just say let image number to be, for example, 10. So in this case, we're going to create 10 images. And inside this, instead of this constant, we put our function. So we Ctrl X the function and we paste it here. So now each time we click on the load more, we get 10 more images. It's not working now. Let me check. The reason it's not working because we set this variable as a let, and this variable is not accessible outside this function. We just need to delete this let. Now when we click on the load more, we get 10 new images each time. So let's increase the number of images we have at the beginning to, for example, 6. So we just copy this 3 more times using Alt, Shift, and down arrow. One more time. We just change this to 4, 5, and 6. So let's open this in the browser using this hamburger sign and click on Open in Browser. So when the image is loaded, when the let me increase the size. So when the page is loaded at the beginning, we have 6 images, and when we click on the load more, we can see each time more images are loading. And we never get a repetitive image because we are creating a random number between 0 and 2000. Actually, it's possible to get a repetitive image, but it's less likely. Yeah, that was it for our project. I hope you enjoyed and learned new things. See you in the next project. Welcome back to another project. In this project, we are going to create a dark mode toggle. As you can see from the final version of the project, we have a toggle button here. And as we switch it on, we go to dark mode. And if we switch back, we go back to the light mode. Also, we see a very beautiful animation, a sliding mode. We are going to learn keyframe CSS query to create such a beautiful animations. Also, we're going to use JavaScript to change the background color when we're switching on and off. Also, we are going to save these modes inside the local storage of the browser. So in the dark mode, when we refresh the page, you can see still the browser is in dark mode. And if we switch it back to light mode and refresh the page, we still have the light mode. So the user can see always the same mode when they come back to our website later. In the next section, we're going to start with the HTML part of our project. So see you in the next section. All right, let's start our project. First, we open the Visual Studio Code. We close the Get Started tab, and in the File menu, we click on Open Folder. I would like to create the project in my desktop, but you can create it anywhere you like in your computer. So here we click on Desktop, and here we click on the New Folder button to create a new folder. We name the folder Dark Mode Toggle, which is the name of our project. We press Enter, and we click here to select the folder. We close the Get Started tab again, and on the left side in the Explorer section, we right-click and we click on New File to create an HTML file. We name the file index.html, and we press Enter. As you can see now, on the right side, we have our index.html file. We can use an exclamation mark to have an HTML5 boilerplate. So we write an exclamation mark, and we choose the first auto-suggestion. We can use Alt-Z to turn on the word wrap so we can see the codes clearly. In order to see the browser inside the Visual Studio Code, we can use the Live Preview extension. So we right-click here, and we click on Live Preview, Show Preview. Now we have the browser on the right side with the title Document. We can close this Explorer section so we can have more space for coding and seeing the browser. Let's change the title to be the same as the name of our folder, which is Dark Mode Toggle. You can see it here as well inside the title bar. Then in the body section, we set input with a type of checkbox. We don't need any name for it. The ID will be dark mode, and we have a class of input as well. So we can style it inside the CSS using this class. After this, we have a label for this input, and because the ID is dark mode, so it should be for dark mode. Then this label has a class of label as well. And inside this label, we have a div with a class of circle. Actually, this circle is an empty circle, so we're going to design it later using CSS. So when we click on the button, we see a circle is moving to the right and vice versa. That's it for the HTML part. In the next section, we're going to start styling our toggle button using CSS. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have finished the HTML part of our project. We added an input with a class of checkbox, as you can see in the browser. We added a label, and inside the label, we added a div with a class of circle. In this section, we're going to start using CSS for styling our project. First, we need to create a CSS file. So here, we open the Explorer section using Ctrl-Shift-E, or you can use View and click on the Explorer. I use just the shortcut, Ctrl-Shift-E. So on the left side, in the Explorer section, we right-click and we click on New File to create a CSS file. We name the file style.css and we press Enter. before using CSS in our project, we need to add a link to the CSS file within the HTML code. So we go back to the index.html, and just under the title tag and at the end of the head tag, we add a link tag. We just write link, and we click on the third auto suggestion, the one with the CSS. Now we can use CSS in our project as we have a link tag with the relationship between the HTML code and the external style sheet, which is style.css. And the href attribute defines the destination of the link, and as index.html and style.css are located at the same directory, we just need to have style.css without any path. So we save the file and we go back to the style.css to start styling our project. First, we style this label with a class of label, so we can see it and starting doing something. So we just say label. Because it's a class, we need to add a dot here, and we open a set of curly braces. We just give it a width of 80 pixels and height of 40 pixels. We cannot see it yet because the color is white. So let's change its background color to light gray. And can't see it yet. Yeah, everything looks fine. Let's check this label. And this is label 2. Yeah, let's position this one absolute. So because we put it inside this inside body, in order to give it to width and height, we need to have a absolute positioning. So now we can see the label here, and let's change the border. Let's add some border to it to make it round. So we add border radius, just say half of this 40 pixels. So we get a completely round on the corners. So we get 20 pixels. You can see. Let's make this checkbox invisible by just targeting targeting this class of inputs. So here we target the class of input and we just say visibility hidden. Here we choose the second auto suggestion. And let's bring this one to the middle by styling the body section. So we just write body. We remove the margin in the body. Default margin, we just say margin 0. We connect them to the top, and we just change the display to flex. And then by changing the display to flex, we can bring it to the center horizontally using justify content center. And we can set the height to be 100% of the viewport height, and using align item center to bring it to the middle horizontally. Vertically. So everything looks fine. Let's do this with a class of circle. Let's style it. We just say circle. We just give it a width of 34 pixels. Let's change the background color to see it. We just say red. And we give it a height of 34 pixels as well. We can see it here. And let's make it rounded by using border radius 50%. And we set it to top to be 3 pixels, but we should set the position to be absolute. Now, the reason we choose the width and height to be 34 pixels is because we have 40 pixels for the height of the label. If we subtract 40 minus 34, we have 6 pixels left, and we have 3 pixels at the top and 3 pixels at the bottom. So we keep the circles exactly in the middle. We also need to bring it from the left 3 pixels. So we now have the circle exactly in the middle. Now we can change the color to white. So we have a beautiful toggle now. All right. Now we want to change the color when we click on it. First, we change the cursor to be pointer. So when we hover over the label, we see a pointing hand. And we say, if this input we have is checked. So when it's checked, we want to change the color of the label. Firstly, we just say if something happened, then change the label to be, for example, has a background color of salmon color, or yeah. So when we click on it, we see the changing in the color of the salmon. The next thing is I want this circle to move to the right side when we click on the label. So we need to add an animation to the circle when this one happens. So in order to add an animation, we just need to add a keyframe. So we just say keyframe, and we name the animation, for example, just a toggle on, or going from the left side to the right side, just say 0%, and we change the transform translate x to when it's 0%, we just say 0, and we copy this and we change this one when it's 100% to be at the end, which is the, as you can see here, we have 80 pixels. We have 80 pixels, but this one has 34 pixels, and we want this to be 3 pixels in this side as well. So we just set 40 pixels here, which is enough. So we turn on Alt-C to see all the code, and we just set this one for the coming back as well, for the off, toggle off. So when we click back, it comes back. And this should be opposite. This one should be 40 pixels, and this one should be 0. So let's add the animation, but adding the condition here, we just say input checked, and the label, inside the label, we have a circle. So we just say darkle.circle. And this circle should have the animation, which is the toggle on. When we toggle on, and the animation duration is 0.4 seconds, and it should be linear and toward forwards. Now we click, we see that this one is moving toward the right side. The reason we use forward, if we delete forward, you see when we click, it goes to the end and comes back to the original place. But when we use forwards, when we click, the circles goes and it stays at the end. But we want this animation when we click in this position, when we click, we want this circle to go back. So we just add the animation in the circle. This is a slide off, the toggle off. Yeah, toggle off, 0.4 second, and linear, and also forward. So we have now the cool animation. The next things we're going to do is to add JavaScript. So when we click on this mode, we see a dark mode in the body section, and also we want to save this mode inside the local storage of the browser. So when someone comes to our browser one time and turn on the dark mode, each time he comes back to the website, see our website in dark mode. So see you in the next. All right, in the last section, we have finished with the styling our project using CSS. We made a cool animation for our toggle bar. And in this section, we're going to add functionality to our project using JavaScript. We're going to change the background color of the body to the dark mode when we toggle on, and we change it back to the white or daytime mode when we toggle off. Also, we're gonna save this mode inside the local storage. So when a user comes to our website several times, always see the same dark mode in our website. So first we need to create a JavaScript file. So on the left side in the Explorer section, we right click and we click on new file to create a JavaScript file. We name the file index.js. We bring this in this window, and as you may know, before using JavaScript, we need to add a link to the JavaScript file within the HTML code. So we go back to the index.html, and just at the end of the body tag, we add a script tag. So we write SC and we click on the second auto suggestion, the one with the src. As both files, index.html and index.js are located at the same directory, we just need to write index.js for the URL. Now we can use JavaScript in our project. First things we need to bring to our JavaScript file is this input. So we want to know this input is checked or not. So it has a class of input, and for returning an element with a class, we can use a query selector method. So here inside the JavaScript file, we create a constant and we just say input element, and inside document, we add a query selector method, and inside a set of parentheses, we just write that input. So we get the input. We can use Alt-C to turn on the word wrap so we can see the code clearly. If we console log now the input element, we just say input element, and we open the console using this hamburger icon and open DevTools pane. And inside console, we get the input, which is checkbox. If we check if this input is in the check mode or not, we can just add dot checked. And as you can see, as default, it's false. If you refresh the page, we see that always it's false. All right. When it's in the false mode, we want this body to be in the white mode, and when it's true, we want it to be dark. So we add a function here. We just say function and update, for example, body, and we just say if the inputs dot checked is true, so this is true, then we want to change the body elements. We haven't imported the body in our JavaScript yet. Because the body is only a tag, which we can use query selector as well. We just say const body element. We add a document dot query selector, and inside a set of parentheses, we just write body. All right. So we set the body. We change the body, the background color of the body, by using a style method and dot just say background, and we set it to be, if it's checked, we want it to be black, and if not, we want this body element dot the style dot background to be white. All right. So now the check is false. But if we change this input, we just say input dot checked equal to true. So and we call this function. We just say update body. You see the background color of our body became black. And if we change this true to false, we get the white color. And also, we can add an event listener, the change event listener to this toggle mode. So when we toggle on, we update the body based on this checking status. So here we bring this toggle. The toggle class is this one, the labeled, the input. Yeah, we already return the input. So we add a event listener to the input. Just the input element dot add event listener. The event we want to check is just the input, and we're gonna trigger a function when the input change from false to true or true to false. The only things we need to do is just update the body. We call this function here. So when we turn on, you see we go to the dark mode, and when we turn it off, we go to the day mode or light mode. All right. So let's add some transition to the body so we can see this one more beautiful. So we just say transition 0.4 seconds. So when we turn on, we see a transition in the color. The next things I would like to do is to add this turn on and turn off mode to the local storage and save this true or false. So when we turn on, when someone comes to our website for the second time, based on his previous setting, he see our website. So we just need to update we make a function, we call it update local storage. We just need to save, we just use local storage dot set item method, and the item we want to save, we just call it mode, and we need to save this input dot check as a string, because in local storage you cannot save the Boolean things like true or false. So we just use JSON dot stringify method. I don't know what happened. JSON should be capitalized dot stringify method, and the things we want to stringify is this input element dot checked. So here we write input element dot checked. So if inside the web developer tools and inside the application, and we go to the local storage and we choose our website. So when we click on this one, so we need to call this function too. So inside the add event listener, after updating the body, we need to update the local storage too. So when we click on this button, we see that we have a key here with the name of mode, and the value is true. When we turn it off, it becomes false. So when we put it in true, and when we refresh the page, this one stays true, but we have to call it at the top. Instead of just saying input element that check false, we need to call the local storage. So we just say local storage dot get item instead of set item, and the item we want to get is mode. All right, true. But this one is in the is a string. We want to change it back to the Boolean, so we need to use JSON dot parse to return the JSON from first we use the stringify to return it to string. Now we need to use parse to bring it back. So now, as you can see, the mode is false. We can turn it on to true, and someone comes to our website again and refresh the page, it still see our website in the dark mode, as you can see here. Let's style this button in a better way. So instead of using salmon color, let's use the white color in the dark mode, and let's change the circle, the color of circle, the background color of circle to black in the dark mode. So now we see a more beautiful button in the dark mode and in the light mode. That was it for our project. I hope you enjoyed and learned many things. See you in the next project. Welcome to another project. In this project, we are going to create a testimonial slider. As you can see from the final version of the project, we have a testimonial box, and also we have an image which is being positioned at the top center of the box, and also is styled to be circle. Also, we have a code here and with author name. We're going to create and generate these codes using an AI code generator, and also we're going to get these profile images from Unsplash websites. Furthermore, we're going to change these images and codes, for example, every 10 seconds using JavaScript. So see you in the next section for the HTML part of our project. All right, let's start our project. First, we open the Visual Studio Code. Here we close the Get Started tab, and in the File menu, we click on Open Folder. I would like to create the project in my desktop, but you can create it anywhere you like in your computer. So we click on Desktop. Here we click on the New Folder button to create a new folder. We name the folder Testimonial Slider, and we press Enter. Here we click on Select Folder to select the folder, and we close the Get Started tab again, and on the left side, in the Explorer section, we create an HTML file. We right-click, we click on New File, and we name the file index.html. And we press Enter. Now on the right side, we have our index.html file, which is completely empty. But we can use an exclamation mark to have an HTML5 boilerplate. So we write an exclamation mark and we click on the first auto suggestion. In order to see the browser inside the Visual Studio Code, we can use the Live Preview extension, which we have installed previously. So we right click here and we click on Live Preview, Show Preview. Now on the right side, we see our browser, which is completely empty, but with the title document. We can change the document here. Let's close this Explorer section so we have more space inside the index.html and also the browser. And let's change the title to be Testimonial Slider, which is the name of our project. And we can see a testimonial slider in the tab inside the browser. Then in the body section, let's add a container which has the testimonial inside it. So we call it testimonial. We can call it testimonial actually container. So now we created a div with a class of testimonial container, and inside this div, we add an image tag, so we can have a profile image. In order to have a profile image, we can use a website called Unsplash. So we go to the desktop and we click on Google Chrome and we search here for Unsplash. And in the search results, we click on unsplash.com. Here in the search bar, we search for example, user. And here we see some profile pictures. For example, this man, we click on that. In order to get the URL of the image, we just need to right click and we click on copy image address. We go back to our browser, to our Visual Studio Code, and inside the src attribute, which defines the destination of the link, we paste our image link. You can see it on the browser. And in the alt section, we just write user image. All right. After the image, we have a paragraph which covers the testimonial text, and we just add a class of text here. In order to have some testimonial, like fake testimonial from the internet, we can search for a website inside the browser called, I think, a testimonial generator. In the search result, the first result in the Google search result is testimonial-generator.com. So we click on this, and this is a AI-based generator. So here we just write the name of the service or product we want to create the testimonial. For example, we just say Apple and generate. Yeah, we see the testimonial. This is very short. We can click again to get another one, or click again. I want to get one with 2 line. Yeah, just try another time. Yeah, that's fine. We just copy this text and we go back to the Visual Studio Code and we paste it inside the paragraph tag. If you scroll down in the browser, you can see the testimonial here inside the browser. After this, we add a h4 tag with a class of username to add the name of the person who wrote the testimonial code. We just need to copy this and we go back to the Visual Studio Code and we paste it here. Yeah. That was it for HTML part. In the next section, we're going to use CSS to style our testimonial box and the slider. And after that, we're going to use JavaScript to actually automatically change the testimonial slider every 10 seconds. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have finished with the HTML part of our project. In this section, we're going to add a CSS to our project and style it so we can have a beautiful testimonial slider. First, we need to create a CSS file. So in the left section, we open the Explorer section using Ctrl-Shift-E, and we right-click here in the Explorer section, and we click on New File. We name the file style.css, and we press Enter. Before styling our project using CSS, we need to add a link to the CSS file within the HTML code. So we go back to the index.html, and just under the title tag, we add a link tag. We just write link, and we click on the third auto-suggestion, the one with the CSS. We can close the Explorer section now to have more space for our browser and the code section. Let's save this file using Ctrl-S, and we go to the style.css to start styling our project. First, let's decrease the size of this image so we can easily style the rest of the page. So we target the image from its tag. Now we have an image here, so we can target the tag. We just write img. We change the width to be 100 pixels, and height to 100 pixels. So we have a square picture. Now we can easily see our website, all the testimonial and the names section. So we can easily now style our project. So first we start with the body section. The first things we need to do to remove the space around the body element using margin 0. As you can see now, we don't have any margin. Then we use display flex to be able to bring the items to the center horizontally. And we just use justify content center to bring the items to the center horizontally. But as we have another div here with the class of testimonial container, and the size of this div is the same size of the body, so we cannot see any change in our browser. So let's style that container. So testimonial container, and we change the width to be, for example, 500 pixels. You can see now, and we change the height to be 300 pixels. So now, and let's change the background color so we can easily see this section. So we change the color to a slate blue, and we just now you can see that this section is exactly in the middle. The same amount of margin is this way and that way. So the next things we want to do to bring this section to the middle vertically by setting the height to be 100% of the viewport height, and we change the align items to be center. Yeah. Let's change the font of the website using font family property. We set it to be cursive, so we have more beautiful text. That was it for the body section. Now we can start and continue to style our testimonial container. Let's add some box shadow and add some border, rounded border to the container. So we just changed the border to be rounded by border radius 10 pixels. And we add some shadow effect to the container using box shadow. The first value in box shadow effect is the position of the horizontal shadow. We set it to be 0. And the second value is the position of the vertical shadow, and we set it to be 4 pixels. You can see it here. This third value is actually the radius of the shadow. So we just set it to be 8 pixels. We can see a little bit of the shade around the box, but this is a little bit dark and doesn't look like a shadow much. We need to decrease the transparency level of the color. We can use RGBA function to set the color. So we just write RGBA. The value is red, green, blue, and alpha. We set 0 for red, green, and blue to achieve the black colors, and we used 0.3 for alpha value, which gives us 30% transparency. We can use Alt-C to turn on the word wrap so we can see all the codes clearly. Yeah. Let's set the mean width to be, for example, 300 pixels, so we don't get a smaller size than this one, or just maybe 400. It would be better. Yeah. And the next things I would like to do is to add some margin to the box, padding, so we have some space around the text. So we just say padding, top and bottom padding, we set it to be, for example, 40 pixels. And we set the left and right to be 20 pixels. And let's add some margin, just 5 pixels. When we decrease the size, we still have some margin near for the smaller screen devices. And let's change the color to be white so we can see the text clearly. And the next things I would like to do to bring this image to the center top of the container. So in the image, first we make the image rounded, by using border radius 50%. Then we set the position to be absolute so we can bring it top. But now we need to position this absolute in relative to the testimonial container. So we just change the position of this to be relative. So we want it to be in the middle, in the center. We just set the left to be 50%, but this one brings the edge of the image to the center. As you can see here is the center. We can use the transform property. We use the translate x minus 50% to bring the image to the center horizontally. And let's bring this one to the top. So we set the top to be minus, as you can see, we have the height of the image to be 100 pixels. If we set the top to be minus 50 pixels, which is the half of the image, we bring it exactly in the middle and in the top section. Yeah. Now we have too much height for our container. Let's decrease this one to 200, and let's bring this one a little bit down by changing the padding. This is the top, this is the left and right. So let's increase this one to 70 and decrease the height to 100 pixels. Yeah, this one looks fine. Let's decrease the size of this name. So we target this h4 tag, which has the class of username. So at the bottom, we just add username with a dot, and we change the font size to be 12 pixels. Yeah, let's try 13. And let's change the font width to be a little bit thinner. For example, we choose 100. So that looks good for me. Yeah, that was it for the CSS part of our project. In the next section, we're going to use JavaScript to add functionality to our project. We're going to change the testimonials each, for example, 10 seconds automatically, and we see the next testimonial as a slider. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have finished styling our project using CSS. In this section, we're going to add functionality to our project using JavaScript. First, we need to create a JavaScript file. So here, we use Ctrl-Shift-E to open the Explorer section. And here on the left side, in the Explorer section, we right-click and we click on New File. We name the file index.js. and we press enter. Before using JavaScript in our project, we need to add a link to the JavaScript file within the HTML code. First, we close this section, the Explorer section. We don't need it yet. We don't need it anymore. So we close it by dragging this line to the left. We go back to the index.html, and at the end of the body tag, we add a script tag. We just write SC, and we click on the second auto suggestion, the one with the SRC. SRC attribute defines the destination of the link, and as both files, I mean the index.html and index.js are located at the same directory, we just need to write index.js for the URL. Now we can use JavaScript in our project. So we go to index.js, and first we need to create an array, including all the testimonials. So we call the array, we just make a constant, and we call it testimonials. And we open an array here, and inside array, we create an object. The first one would be the name of the person. So first we need to copy the first one because we have already the information of the first testimonial. So we copy this name. We come here to the index.js and we paste it here. We should put it inside a set of double quote or single quote. We add a comma and we go next. We add the photo URL here. Just say photo URL, which is this one here. We copy this, including the double quote, and we just put it here. We can use Alt-C to turn on the word wrap so we can see all the code. We close this a little bit, and we use comma again. We go to the next line. The next one is the text or the testimonial text. So here, we copy the text from here to here, and we put it inside a double quote. You just need to bring the text to this and fix it. All right, looks fine. Next, you can go to the next testimonial. We can copy this and we put it here again, but we can change the name and other things. So we go back to the testimonial generator website and we generate more testimonials. We click on generate. Now we have another one. We just copy this. We go back to the Visual Studio Code in index.js. In the second one, we paste it inside the text. And for the picture, we just search for more users. We choose the orientation to be a square. So we get a square pictures. So we can choose this one. We right click and copy image address. We go back to the Visual Studio Code, and here we replace the photo URL of the previous one. Yeah. And the name also, it was here. We forgot to copy. So we copy the name. We go back to the Visual Studio Code and we paste the name for the second one. So let's do another one. So we copy this again. We paste it just under it. We go to the testimonial generator website. We generate another testimonial. Let's get a big one like this. So we copy this. We go back to the Visual Studio Code and we paste it here. We copy the name as well and we paste it here. And we get another picture, maybe this one. So we right click and click on copy image address, and we go back to the Visual Studio Code and we paste it here. I think 3 is enough to see the slider, but you can add any number of testimonials you like. It's up to you. So we already made the array with the 3 objects. So now we create a function to update the testimonials. So we say function update testimonial. So we can get the name. First, we define index. We just say IDX index is 0, and we destruct the name photo URL and text. We get it inside a set of curly braces. So we just say name photo URL, and also we get the text. So we equal this to testimonials. The testimonials with the S. Oh, we should add S here because it's more than one. All right. So we have testimonials, and we want the one with the index IDX, which is 0 now. And we want to change the photo, the text, and the name using JavaScript. So we get the 3 of them, the 3 elements. I mean the paragraph, the image tag, and also the H4 tag. So here we can return an element using query selector method. So first element is the image. So it's the image element is equal to document.querySelector. The element we want to get is image, so we write here img. The next one is the text. So just the text element is equal to document.querySelector. The text is a paragraph, but it has a class of text. So we just need to write .text instead of just writing paragraph because it's more specific and it's easier to read later. Next, we have the name. So we call it username element. Just a document.querySelector. So the username has the class of username. So we just write here .username. All right. So in order to change the text or the image, we can use the properties like for the changing the image, we just change the src to be this photo URL. For the text element, we just change the inner text to be text element. Then we have username element dot inner text, which is this one text. Oh, sorry, this one is text. The username element is name. Yeah. So when we call this function at the top, so we don't see any change because here we have the same information of the first element of the array. But we can increase the number of the IDX, and we just say we use the setTimeout method to call a function when the timer is expired. The setTimeout method firstly sets a timer and calls a function. So we just say this is the function that will be triggered when the timer finishes, and the second parameter is the timer in milliseconds. So we just say every, for example, 2000 milliseconds, which is 2 seconds. And the things we want to call is this function. So now you can see here, every 2 seconds, we get a new testimonials. But if you refresh, it comes from the beginning. But when it goes to the end, it stops. But we want this to be reset. So we can add a condition here. We just say if IDX is equal to testimonials.length, which is 3. If the ITX is equal to this one, you just set the ITX to 0 again. So you can see an infinite number of changing inside the testimonial slider. Mostly this is too fast. Mostly they do it 10 seconds. That makes more sense. Yeah, that was it for our project. I hope you enjoyed and learned many things. And see you in the next project. Welcome to another project. In this project, we are going to create a real-time character counter. As you can see from the final version of the project, we have a container here with a text area, and we have the total characters, which is 0 now, and the remaining 50. As we start writing, you can see that the total characters is increasing, and also the remaining is decreasing. And when we reach to the 50 characters, we can see that we cannot add more text inside this text area. It doesn't allow me to write any more text. And also the remaining is set to be 0. In this project, we're going to use JavaScript to calculate the number of text inside this text area in real time, and also dynamically change the total characters and remaining using JavaScript. In the next section, we're going to start with the HTML part of the project. So see you in the next section. All right, let's start our project. First, we open the Visual Studio Code, and here we close the Get Started tab. In the File menu, we click on the Open folder. I would like to create the project in my desktop, but you can create it anywhere you like in your computer. So here we click on the desktop, we click on the New Folder button to create a new folder, and we name the file Real-Time Character Counter. Real-Time Character Counter is the name of our project. We enter to save the name, and we click on the Select Folder button to select the folder. We close the Get Started tab again, and on the left side in the Explorer section, we right-click and we click on the New File to create an HTML file. We name the file index.html. Now on the right side, we have our HTML file, which is completely empty, but we can use an exclamation point to create an HTML5 boilerplate. We just write an exclamation point and we can press tab or we click on the first auto suggestion to have our HTML5 boilerplate. We can see the browser inside the Visual Studio Code in real time using Live Preview extension, and we just need to right click and we click on Live Preview, Show Preview, but you have to install Live Preview extension previously. So we click on this section. Now we have our browser on the right side, which is completely empty, but with the title document. Let's close the Explorer section to have more space on the right side. And let's change the title of the page to the name of the page, which is real-time character counter. So we just say real-time character counter. Then in the body section, we have a container that is the main container and the box that we're going to have our counter. So we call it just container. It's a div with a class of container. And inside this div, we have an h2 tag, just the name of our project, which is real-time character counter. After the h2 tag, we have a text area, so we can write our text here. So add a text area tag. The text area, we just remove the name. We don't need it. We just add an ID of text area. And also we add a class of text area. We don't need columns and rows. We're going to style it later using CSS. And also we have a placeholder saying, please write your text here. We can write our text here. And then we want to limit the number of characters that we're going to write here to, for example, 50 characters. We just need to use max length, for example, 50. You can change this one according to your website or project later. So if you write something, as soon as we get to the 50 characters, we cannot write anymore. It's going to limit us. Now I'm typing, but we cannot see anything adding inside the text area. After this, we have the counter area. We have the total counter and also the remaining. So we create a div here with a class of counter container. And inside this div, we have a paragraph saying inside total characters. And inside we have a span because we want to change this section using JavaScript later dynamically when we are typing. So this span has a class of total counter and also an ID of total counter, so we can easily get them inside the JavaScript. Just for now, we just write a number inside the span. We just say, for example, 30 or something, and then we're going to change this number dynamically using JavaScript. Let's copy this using Alt-Shift-Arrow down, and we change this total characters to remaining. And also here, these two totals, we just change it to remaining. And just change this number to, for example, 20. Also, later we're going to use JavaScript to dynamically calculate the remaining and also the total characters. In the next section, we're going to start styling our project using CSS. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have finished with the HTML part of our project. In this section, we are going to start styling our project using CSS. First, we need to create a CSS file. So here we open the Explorer section using Ctrl-Shift-E. And on the left side, in the Explorer section, we right-click and we click on the new file. We name the file style.css and we press enter. Now we have our style.css file, which is completely empty, but we can't use it yet because we must add a link to the CSS file within the HTML code. So we go back to index.html, and just after the title tag and at the end of the head tag, we add a link tag. We just write link and we click on the third auto suggestion, the one with the CSS. Now we have a link tag with the relationship between the HTML file and the external style sheet. The href attribute defines the destination of the link, and as both files, the index.html and the style.css are located at the same directory, we just need to have a style.css for the URL. Now we save the file using Ctrl+S, we close the Explorer section, and we start styling from the body tag. So we go to style.css and we add body here. We open a set of curly braces. First, we remove the space around the body element using margin 0. Then we bring these items to the center horizontally using display flex and justify content center. Next, we bring them to the center vertically using height 100% of the viewport height. It means that the height of the body is similar to the height of the screen. Then we can use align item center to bring everything to the center vertically. Let's change the background color of the body, and we set it to be, for example, salmon color. And then we change the font of the project using font family property, and we set it to be cursive. It's just my preference. You can use any font family you like for your own project. The next things we want to style is this container that covers everything. This div with the class of container, as it is a class, we have to use dots at the beginning of the name of the class as the CSS selector. We change the background color to light pink. We can use Alt-C to turn on the word wrap so we can see all the codes clearly. Then let's change the width to be 400 pixels. Then we add some padding to push everything to the inside. And we set the padding to be, for example, 20 pixels. Let's use display flex to be able, actually we don't need display flex. Let's add some margin. So when we decrease the size, I want to add some space around the element. So we just say margin 5 pixels. And let's add some borders around the container using border radius. And we set it to be, for example, 10 pixels. And let's add some box shadow so we can see this container more clear. So we use box shadow property. The first value inside the box shadow property is the position of the horizontal shadow, and we set it to be 0. The next value is the position of the vertical shadow, and we use 4 pixels for it. You can see it here. Then we have the border radius, which is 8 pixels. Sorry, not border radius, the blur radius. Yeah, blur radius to be 8 pixels. And then the color is black, is fine, but I want to add some transparency to this color. So we use RGBA function to set the color. RGBA stands for red, green, blue, and alpha. We set 0 for red, 0 for green, and 0 for blue, which gives us the black color. Then we use 0.3 for the alpha value, which means 30% transparency, or you can say opacity. All right, now we have a beautiful box shadow. Let's size this text area, style it. So the text area has the class of text area as well. So we can target it using dot text area selector. We open a set of curly braces. First, we prevent the resizing. Now we can use our mouse to resize the text area, but we can just set it to be none. So now we cannot resize it, but we size it ourselves. We set it to be 100% the width. Then we have the height to be, for example, 100 pixels. Let's increase the size of the text using font size, for example, 18 pixels. We can change the font of this text using font family, and we set it to be sans serif as an example. Let's push this text a little bit inside using padding. So we just say padding 10 pixels. As you can see, the paddings affected the size of the text area. In order to prevent this one, we can use box sizing, border box, which removes the padding and borders when we are sizing a text area or input inside CSS. All right, let's add some border. So we set the border to be solid, 2 pixels width, and change the color to dark gray. Yeah, everything looks fine now. Let's install this part, the contour section. We set the div that cover this area, contour container. So we target that using dot contour container. First, we change the display to flex to bring them next to each other. But I want this part to be in the left side and this one on the right side. So we can use justify content, a space between, to achieve this goal. Then we want to change the, we push the button, push these texts to the right and this one to the left a little bit. We can use a padding. We want the padding top and bottom to be 0, but left and right just 5 pixels. All right, that looks fine. Now let's style this paragraph and these numbers. I want this number to be blue and this one to be red. So first we target the paragraph, this paragraph. So we target contour container and its paragraph, and we just change the font size to be 18 pixels, and we change the color to be gray. Let's target the color of 30 and 20. These span has the class, different classes. The first one is total contour. The second one is remaining contour. So we target them here using dot total contour. We set the color to be white, but I want to use the blue, but the state blue. And for this one, I want to use the orange-red color. So we target this using remaining contour, and we set the color to be orange-red. That looks okay for now. And in the next section, we're going to use JavaScript to dynamically calculate this total character and the remaining character as well. So when we are writing here, this number is going to go up and this one goes down from its target, which is here, the max length, which is 50 for now. So see you in the next section for the JavaScript part of our project. All right, in the last section, we have finished with the CSS part of our project. In this section, we are going to start adding functionality to our project using JavaScript. First, we need to create a JavaScript file. So we open the Explorer section using Ctrl-Shift-E, and on the left side, in the Explorer section, we right-click and we click on the new file. We name the file index.js and we press Enter. Before using JavaScript in our project, we must add a link to the JavaScript file within the HTML code. So we go back to index.html, and at the end of the body section, we add a script tag. We just write SC and we click on the second auto suggestion, the one with the src. As both files, index.html and index.js are located at the same directory, for the src, we just need to have index.js. Now we can use JavaScript in our project. First, we close the Explorer section on the left side to have more space on the right side. We save this file using Ctrl-S, and we also save the style.css using Ctrl-S, and we go to index.js to start adding functionality to our project. The things we want to do is to track the text which is being written inside this text area, and we count the characters of this text and put it here. And also we get the information from the max length of the text area from here. Inside the text area tag, we get this max length and minus that one from the total characters. So first we need to get this text area. So the text area has the ID of text area as well. So we can get this element using getElementById method inside the JavaScript file. We just make a constant here and we call it text area or text area element equal to document.getElementById, and the ID is text area from here, this. And then the things we want to do is to add an event listener to this text area element, and we track the writing inside this section. First, we use Alt-C to turn on the word wrap so we can see all the codes on the left side. We close this a little bit, and we add the add event listener method to this element. The add event listener method has two parameters. The first parameter is the event handler. So the event handler we want to use is key up, which means whatever we press here and we remove the key, we trigger this function that we are going to create here. So this function is going to be triggered once this event handler happens. So let's console log something. We just say key is pressed. We open the console section here using Open DevTools pane inside the console. Now, if you write something inside this text area, we see that the console log is showing something. I wrote 4 characters and we got 4 key is pressed. All right. The things we want to do, instead of console logging, we want to change the total character here and calculate the amount of character from here. So we just create a function. We just say update counter, and we create a function under this. We just say update counter, and we need to get the length of the things we write here, and we can do it by just saying text area element dot value. So we get the value and we calculate the length of it. So we want to put this one inside this instead of the 30. So we need to get this element as well. So the element is here, the total characters, and the element is this span. And the span has the ID of total counter. So we bring this element using getElementById method. So we just create a constant and we call it total character or total counter element, and we equal it to document.getElementById, and we just write total counter. And here we just equal this to total counter element dot inner text and equal it to this. So when we write something here, for example, I'm writing hello, we have to get the total characters here, for example, 5, but we are getting a wrong one because here, instead of value, we write area value max, which is the problem of the autocorrection. All right. And also we try again. So we are not getting yet. Should be some problem. We check total counter, and here is this one is typo, total counter. Let's try again. We just write hello. Now we can see the change inside the total characters, which is 5. And if we continue writing, we're getting the real-time character counter until we get to the point which is 50, which is the max length of the text area. Next things we want to do is to show the remaining characters when we are writing inside the text area. The remaining area has the ID of remaining counter. So we copy this and we go to the JavaScript and we write const. We create a constant. We call it remaining counter element, and we call it to document.getElementById, and here we paste the ID. And we also wanted to get this max length. So in order to get that one, we need to we just say text area.element.get attribute, and the attribute we want to get is this one, max length. So inside a double quote, we just say max length, and we want to equal this to this remaining elements. So we copy this, we put it here, and we just say dot inner text equal to this one. Equal to this one. If you start writing, the remaining is 50, but we want to minus this from the total characters, which is this one we are getting here. So minus this. So when we start writing, we see that this one is 3, this one is 47. And if we keep continue, this one goes bigger and this one gets smaller until we get to the 50 and the remaining is 0. And the other things I would like to do is when someone comes to the website, I want to set the total character to 0 and the remaining to 50. So the best things is just call this function once here. We just say update counter, When we do that one, when someone comes, first the function is triggered, and we get the total characters calculated, which is 0, and the remaining is 50. So now we can even remove this 30 and 20 from the spans. And also, if you want to change the max length, you can change it here. For example, you put it 150. So now the remaining is 150, and you can write 150 characters. Yeah, that was it for our project. I hope you enjoyed and learned many things. See you in the next project. Welcome back to another project. In this project, we are going to create a digital clock. As you can see from the final version of the project, we have a background image in the website, we have a title, and also we can see the current time in a digital form. If you check the computer time, as you can see, the time is exactly the same and it's showing here. In this project, we are going to use JavaScript to dynamically get the current time from the computer and set it inside this beautifully designed website. In the next section, we are going to start with the HTML part of our project. So see you in the next section. All right, let's start our project. First, we open the Visual Studio Code. Here we close the Get Started tab. In the File menu, we click on the Open folder. I would like to create the project in my desktop, so I click on the desktop, and here we click on the New Folder button to create a new folder. We name the folder Digital Clock, which is the name of our project. Here we click on the Select Folder button to select a folder. We close the Get Started tab again, and on the left side, in the Explorer section, we right-click and we click on the new file. We name the file index.html and we press enter. As you can see, now we have our index.html file on the right side, but it's completely empty. But we can easily make an HTML5 boilerplate using an exclamation mark. So we write an exclamation mark and we click on the first auto suggestion. In order to see the browser inside the Visual Studio Code, we can use the Live Preview extension. We just need to right-click inside the index.html file and click on the Live Preview, Show Preview. As you can see, now we have the browser on the right side, which is completely empty because we haven't added anything inside the body section yet, but with the title document. We can change the title here to our pages, to our project's name, which is Digital Clock. We can see the digital clock on the tab of the browser. Let's close this Explorer section to have more space on the right side. We just need to drag this line to the left. Let's decrease the size of the browser and let's start coding inside the body section. First, we just add a H2 tag to have some heading, and we just write digital clock. And after the H2 tag, we add a div with a class of clock. We just write dot clock, and inside the div, we have our hours, minutes, seconds, and also the AM and PM section. So first, we add a div here, with just an empty div. And inside this div, we add a span, and the ID, the first span, the ID will be hour. And we just write 00 for just hard-coded, because we can style this later using CSS before using JavaScript for dynamically get these numbers from the computer. We have another span with a class of text, and here we just say hours. We just need to copy this div 3 more times using Alt-Shift-Arrow down, and this one would be minutes, and here minutes. Then we have the next one, seconds. Here as well, second. And finally, here, this one is, we don't need anything inside it. And also we delete this span because this is just for the AM and PM. We can just write down AM hard-coded for now for styling the project in the next section. That was it for the HTML part of the project. In the next section, we're going to start styling our project using CSS. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have finished with the HTML part of our project. In this section, we're going to start styling our project using CSS. First, we need to create a CSS file. So we open the Explorer section using Ctrl-Shift-E, and on the left side, in the Explorer section, we right-click and we click on the new file. We name the file style.css, and we press enter. Before styling our project using CSS, we must add a link to the CSS file within the HTML code. So we go back to index.html, and just under the title tag here, we add a link tag. We just write link, and we click on the third auto suggestion, the one with the CSS. Now we have a link tag with the relationship between the HTML file and the external style sheet, and the href attribute here defines the destination of the link. As both files are located at the same directory, we just need to have a style.css for the URL. Now we can close the Explorer section again, and we go to style.css to start styling our project. First, we start with the body section. We just need to remove the default margin and bring everything to the center using display flex. So we just write body, and we open a set of curly braces. We remove the default margin using margin 0. Then for bringing everything to the center horizontally, we can just write display flex, and as everything went next to each other, we can use flex direction column to bring them back as a column, and also we can use align item center to bring everything to the center horizontally. In order to bring them to the center vertically as well, first we need to set the height of the body to the height of the screens by using height 100% of the viewport height. Then we use justify content center to bring everything to the center vertically. The next things we need to do is just, I would like to add a background image to our project. So we just write background, and we can use the URL function to add an external background URL. So we go to the desktop and we click on the Google Chrome or any browser you would like to use. And in the search of the Google, we search for Unsplash. The website we were going to use is unsplash.com. We click here. And here in the search result, in the search bar, we search for example, nature. We change the orientation to landscape, and we just choose one of these images. Yeah, anything is fine. This one would be okay, or this one. So here on the picture, we right click and we click on the copy image address. And we go back to the Visual Studio Code and we add a double quote set. And inside this set of double quote, we paste the link. Now we can see the image in the background. Let's use Alt-C to turn on the word wrap so we can see all the codes. And we go to the next section for styling. Firstly, this headline, the digital clock. The digital clock had the tag of H2, so we target that. We just first we make all the letters capitalized using text transform, capitalize, or uppercase to make everything capitalized. And then we increase the letter spacing and the space between the characters of this text using letter spacing, and we just set it to be 4 pixels. Let's change the font size to be 14 pixels, a little bit smaller, and we choose text align center to bring it to the center. It's already in the center, but when we change the other section, we want it exactly to be in the center, so we use text align center. The next things we are going to style is this section. First, we style this class, the div that contains everything. So we target that we just say dot clock because it's a class. We just use dot. We change the display to flex. So everything is now next to each other. And the next thing is this div. So all these divs, we're going to target this div. So we just write clock and we target the div. We add some margin, for example, 5 pixels to make everything a little bit separated from each other. Then we go to the next section and we target the span, all the spans. So we just write here dot clock span. We change the width to be 100 pixels, and we change the height to be 80 pixels. Then we change the background color to be a slate blue. You can see the change. And we change the opacity to be 80% because we want it a little bit lighter. And then we change the color of the text to be white. Then for bringing everything to the center, we can use display flex. As soon as we did this display flex, we saw the effects of the width and height. So, and then we use justify content center to bring everything to the center horizontally, and align items center to bring everything to the center vertically. We change the font size to be 50 pixels to make them a little bit bigger, and we add some text shadow to have some text shadow. So we just say text shadow. The first parameter inside the text shadow is the position of the horizontal shadow. So we set it to be 2 pixels. Then we have the position of the vertical shadow. We set it to be 2 pixels as well. Then we have the blur radius, 4 pixels. And now the color is white. We want the color to be black. So we use RGBA function. We set 0, 0, and 0 for red, green, and blue, which gives us the black color. And also 0.3 for the alpha value, which means 30% transparency or opacity. So let's change we forgot to change the font family. We set the font family to sans serif, so the text looks better now. And we're going to decrease the size of them later, but we're just designing these upper zeros and AM. All right, so next we're going to target this spam, which is here, and the class is text. So we target them here. We just say dot clock dot text. We set the height to be 30 pixels. We set the font size. We make them a little bit smaller, not a little bit, 10 pixels. And we make them uppercase using text transform, uppercase. And we increase the space between the letters using letter spacing. And we set it to be just 2 pixels. And also let's change the color of the background of them differently. So we just say background and we set it to be dark blue instead of slate blue. Okay. And also we add some opacity, 80%. Yeah, this picture, if the background image, we add background size cover, we're going to see all the image betterly. Yeah. Now we can see the effects of the opacity on our website. And let's change the color of this to white as well. So H2, we change the color to white to be more visible. Now, after this, we're going to target this AM and make it a little bit smaller, and we bring it to the down section. In order to change the position of this AM, we can position this one absolute, but in order to be relative to other things, so we need to change the position of this div to be relative. And here we target that AM. We just say dot clock, and the AM has the ID of AM PM, so we need to have hashtag here, AM PM. We open a set of curly braces, and we set it first. We bring it down. We just say bottom 0, and no, we change the position to absolute. So we bring that in the bottom. We change the width to be 60 pixels and height to be 30 pixels, like the one we did for this section. And also the font size, it's a little bit big, so we make it to be 20 pixels. And also we want to have a different color for this section, so we change the background to be green, for example. Yeah, the color is okay too, white, and yeah, everything looks fine for the styling. In the next section, we're going to use JavaScript to dynamically change these numbers, and we get the current real time from our computer. So see you in the next section for the JavaScript part of our project. All right, in the last section, we have finished with the CSS part of our project. In this section, we're going to start using JavaScript in our project. First, we need to create a JavaScript file. So here we open the Explorer section using Ctrl-Shift-E. And on the left side, in the Explorer section, we right-click and we click on the new file. We name the file index.js and we press enter. Before using JavaScript in our project, we must add a link to the JavaScript file within the HTML code. So we go back to index.html, and just at the end of the body section, here, we add a script tag. We just write SC, and we click on the second auto-suggestion, the one with the src. As both files, index.html and index.js, are located at the same directory, we just need to write index.js for the URL. We save the file using Ctrl-S, and we close this Explorer section by dragging this line to the left to have more space on the right side. And let's use overflow hidden in the body section of the CSS to remove these scroll bars to have a more beautiful website. So we just write overflow hidden. So now, by decreasing the size, we don't see any overflow. We save this file as well using Ctrl-S, and we go to index.js. 4 things we need to have inside our JavaScript, the 4 elements we need to manipulate. As this section, the hour, minutes, seconds, and also this AM, because we want to change it dynamically using JavaScript. So the 4 things we have inside the index.js has 4 IDs, hour, minutes, seconds, and AM, PM. We can return an element with an ID using getElementById method. So we go to index.js and we create a constant and we call it our element, and we equal it to document.getElementById, and the ID is our. We can use Alt-Z to turn on the word wrap so we can see the code completely. And next we have the minutes. We just write minutes or minute element, and we equal it to document.getElementById, and the ID is here, minutes. Next we have seconds. We just copy this and we change this minutes to seconds, and this one second element. And finally we get this AM, and we create a constant. We call it AM PM element, and we equal it to document.getElementById, and the ID is AM PM. All right. Now we have all the elements. We can change them dynamically. First, we create a function to get the data from our computer. So we call the function clock or update clock. And first, we get the hour from the computer using the date constructor. So we just need to create a variable because we want to change it later as well. So we equal it to new space date, and we want to get the hours. Sorry, the let is hour, so we had to put h. So we have our new date, and we want to get the hours, so we use get hours method. For the minutes, we just write m equal to new date, and we get minutes, use get minutes method. Next, we have the second, and we just say new date dot get seconds. And finally, we just set the AM PM variable. This one we cannot get it from the computer, but we can make a logic to create it. First, we set it to be AM as a default, and we're going to check it later. For example, here we just say if the hour is greater than 12. First, we set the hour to be hour minus 12, because after 12 we have 13, for example, and the new hour will be 13 minus 12, which is 1, and then we change the AM PM to PM. So after 12, for example, 1 in the afternoon, the H would be 1, and the AM PM would be PM as well. All right. And also the other things is let's see the result. So we use inner text method to change the text inside this hour element, which is here. So we just say our element dot inner text, and we set it to be equal to h. And we call this we need to call this function every second. First we call it here. We just say update clock 1 time, and we can see that hour here, but for the seconds, we need to call it every second. So let's first finish this part. So the minutes element inner text would be M. Now my computer is 8:30 a.m. I'm recording now the video in the 8:30. So the next one is second element dot inner text is equal to S, and then we have the AM PM element equal dot inner text to AM PM, which we defined here. All right, so everything is okay now because the time is 8:31:35 second. If you refresh it, each time we get the new second as well. But we can call this function every second using set timeout method. We just write set timeout method actually set a timer that executes a function after the timer expires. So the first parameter inside the set timeout method is a function, and the second parameter is the timer, and we set it to be 1 second, which is 1000 milliseconds. And every 1 second we want to call this function. Not every, just after 1 second we call it again. So first the code runs until here to call the function first, and then as soon as reach to the set timeout, after 1 second, call the function again. And then the code goes from here again to here, and after 1 second, call the function again. It's going to be an infinite loop. So we call the update clock function here. So now you can see every second this function is being called, and we are getting a real-time seconds here. The next things we need to do is just, as I mentioned before here, now we don't have 0 here. Usually the digital clocks have 0, 8, or it doesn't have a single digits. So in order to achieve this one, here we create a statement, the conditional statement. We just say h is equal to, and if the h is less than 10, you see, now it's true because it's 8. Just if this one happens, you just write 0 plus h. Otherwise, just use the h. Now, because the 8 is less than 10, we are getting 0, 8. But after that, we don't get any 0 at the beginning. We just get the 8 after 10. For the seconds, we write this one for the M and S as well. So we copy this 2 more times using Alt-Shift-Arrow down, and we change this H to M. I can highlight all of them using Ctrl D. So we just need to highlight the first one and use Ctrl D to go to the next one. And now we just use S as well. So now we did all the parts. Let's check the project inside the browser as well. So we open it inside the browser. As you can see now, we have correctly showing the time. Let's decrease the size, and you can see it's responsive too. Yeah, that was it for our project. I hope you enjoyed and learned many things. See you for the next project. Welcome back to another project. In this project, we are going to create a double landing page. As you can see from the final version of the project, we have 2 products in one landing page, Apple and Samsung. And when we hover over one product, we see that the size of this landing side is bigger than the other side. And if you go to the other side, we see the opposites. We have a bigger width for this side and a smaller width to the other side. And also we have a button that has a beautiful transition and animation. And also we're going to style this project, add some background image to make it more beautiful. In this project, we're going to use JavaScript to add and remove some classes that changes the styling of each site. So we can see this hovering effect in our project. In the next section, we're going to start with the HTML part of our project. So see you in the next section. All right, let's start our project. First, we open the Visual Studio Code. Here we close the Get Started tab, and in the File menu, we click on the Open folder. I would like to create a project as usual in my desktop, but you can create it anywhere you like in your computer. So here we click on the desktop, and we click here on the New Folder button to create a new folder. We name the file Double Landing Page. which is the name of our project. We press enter, and here we click on the select folder button to start the project inside the folder. Here we close the Get Started tab again, and on the left side in the Explorer section, we create an HTML file. So we right click here and we click on the new file, and we name the file index.html. Here on the right side, now we can see our index.html file. We can use an exclamation mark to create an HTML5 boilerplate. So we write an exclamation mark and we click on the first auto suggestion. We can use Alt-C to turn on the word wrap so we can see the code. We can see the browser inside the Visual Studio Code using the live preview extension that we have installed. We just need to right click and we click on Not Live Preview, Show Preview. Here on the right side, now we can see the browser, which is completely empty, but with the title document. Let's change the title to be the name of our project, which is Double Landing Page. All right. Let's start with the HTML tags inside the body section. First, we need a container to cover everything. We just need to add a div with the class of container. And inside this div, let's close this Explorer so we have more space on the right side. Then inside this container, we have, because we have a double landing page, we have the left side, which is related to the Apple product, and the right side, which is related to the Samsung product. So we should have two divs, one left, one right. So we add a div here with the class of split and also with the class of left. And inside this div, we're going to have a h1 tag just saying Apple, as you can see here. Then we have a button with the class of btn, and inside the button, we just write down buy now. Now, if we accept the auto suggestion, we get the button with the class of btn, which has the buy now inside the button. Let's create another div similar to this one for the Samsung. So we just have a div with a class of split and right instead of left. And inside this, we have h1 tag saying Samsung. Then we have button with a class of btn, and inside would be buy now. So now we have the Apple and Samsung. In the next section, we're going to use CSS to style our project and bring this Apple to the left and the Samsung to the right side, and we're going to add some background image for each of them. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have finished with the HTML part of our project. In this section, we are going to start styling our project using CSS. First, we need to create a CSS file. So here we use Ctrl-Shift-E to open the Explorer section on the left side, and we right click here and we click on the new file. We name the file style.css and we press enter. We just bring the file in this tab so we can have the browser on the right side. We close the Explorer section. Before using CSS in our project, we need to add a link to this file within the HTML code. So we go back to the index.html, and just under the title tag, we add a link tag. We just write link and we choose the third auto suggestion, the one with the CSS. Now we have a link tag with the relationship between the HTML file and the external style sheet. The href attribute defines the destination of the link, and as both files are located at the same directory, we just need to write style.css here. Now we can use CSS in our project. So we save this file using Ctrl-S and we go to style.css. The first place we want to style is a body section. So we just write body here. We open a set of curly braces, and inside this set of curly braces, we remove the default margin and remove the space around the body element. So we just write margin 0. Now we can see that we don't have any margin. Then we can use display flex to bring the items to the center horizontally. We just write display flex. And now we can use justify content center to bring the items to the center horizontally. For bringing the items to the center vertically, we need to first set the height of the body to be 100% of the viewport height. Then we use just align items center to bring the items to the center vertically. So we just write height 100% of the viewport height, and then we use align item center to bring them to the center vertically. Let's use a text align center as well to bring everything and even the inline content to the center. Let's change the font of this Apple and Samsung to impact using font family property. So we just write font family and we choose impact, this one. Now we can see a different font. We use Alt-C to turn on the word wrap so we can see all the code clearly. That was it for the body section. Let's start styling the other parts. Let's style these two split sections, and we just set the width of this two div to 50% and the height to be 100%. So we just write dot split and we change the width to be 50%, height to be 100%. Yeah, that's it for the split section. Let's bring this Apple to the left side and the Samsung to the right side. We just need to target this left and right. So here we just say split dot left. So we set the first we change the position to be absolute, and then we just say left 0 for the Apple, and for the right side, the dot split dot right. We just set the position to be absolute, and we just set the right to be 0. Now we have these two here. Let's set the background color so we can see them better, so we can easier style them. So we just set this background color to pink. As you can see, we have some space at the top. So here in the split section, we just need to write top 0 to bring them all to the top. Let's change the background color of this Samsung section as well. Just say light blue. All right. Let's style this Apple and Samsung, the head one section here. At the top, we just write H1, and we change the font size to be 100 pixels. So we have a bigger one. It looks bigger here in this browser, but if you open the browser inside the Google Chrome, we don't feel too much big. And also let's style these buttons and make them bigger as well. We target the buttons using this class btn. So just under this H1, we just target the btn, and just first we change the background color to be black, change the text color to be white. Now we see. Let's add some padding. We just say 20 pixels top and bottom, and 40 pixels left and right. Let's increase the size of this button, the text in the button. We just say font size, and we set it to be 25 pixels. Let's add some border color. So we just say border. We increase the size of the border to 4 pixels, and we make it solid. So we have a nice white border. Let's change the cursor to be pointer. So when we hover over the buttons, we see a pointing hand. So let's add some hovering effect as well. We can use hover CSS pseudo class to change the color of the buttons when we hover over them. So we just write btn hover, and we change the background color now to white and the color to be black, just the opposite. And also let's add some transitions so we don't see the colors to be changed suddenly. So we just say transition, and just 1 second transition, but not to everything, just to the black background color. So we just write here background color. Now we see a transition in the buttons. Let's style this H1 a little bit more. We just change the color to be, for example, this Alice blue. And also let's add some shadow in the back using backdrop filter. And we just change the brightness to be 50% like this. We can see it inside the browser. That looks very good. Let's increase the size. Let's increase the distance between the letters. using letter spacing, we just add 4 pixels. That looks better. And let's add some background image to each product. So in the browser here, in the new tab, we search, for example, we just say iPhone, the newest one. Now I'm recording. It's November 2021. We just say iPhone 13. That's the latest product. We just search for the image. We change the tool and the size to be large. And we just choose the apple.com, this one. We go to the website. And here just we right click and we click on copy image address. And we go back to the Visual Studio Code, and inside the left one, which is Apple, we just add a background image and we add a URL function. Inside this, we add a double quote, and inside this double quote, we paste the link using Ctrl V. Now we can see it in the background, but if you check now, we cannot see the pictures completely. We have to change the background size. So we just change the background size to be cover. This one actually is increase the size of the image, or scale the size of the image as large as possible to fill all the container. So if we go now, we can see that we can see the image completely. Let's add another image for the Samsung one. I think the latest Samsung is Samsung S21, probably, or whatever it is. Just we add Samsung S21. We search for images. We change the tool and size to be large, and we just choose one of them, like this one, or we just go to the Samsung website. I think cannot see any Samsung.com, so we just choose this one. We just click on it, and here we just right click and copy the image address. We go back to the Visual Studio Code and we do the same things here. We just add a background image, we add a URL, and inside, instead of double quote, we paste the link. And then we just change the background size to be cover. All right, let's check it inside this here. That's looks fine. When you change the background size to cover, if you change the zoom level of the browser, you see the image is always in the same size. The next things we want to do is to use JavaScript to increase the size of the each site, for example, Apple or Samsung. When we hover over them, we want to increase the size of them to 75% and the other one to 25%. So in the next section, we're going to start adding this functionality using JavaScript. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have finished styling the website using CSS. In this section, we're going to use JavaScript to add functionality to our project and increase the size of the width of the section that we are hovering over it. Before starting with the JavaScript, the things I want to show you is in the HTML file, we want to add some classes. For example, we want to add or remove some classes to increase and decrease the size of each site. For example, in the container, we add a class of active left, and inside the style.css at the end, we just say if the active left existed, then just for the left side, change the width to be 75%, as you can see here. And if this active left exists, just change the right side, the width to be 25%. So if you go now to the browser, we can see that the Apple side has the width of 75 and the other side is 25. We can see an extra place here. That's because the Samsung is too long, we see here. We can remove this one. You're just adding overflow hidden here. So now if we check, we never see anything extra in the right side. Exactly, we have 25% here and 75% in this side. We can do the same things by just adding, for example, active right and adding the styling here. We just say if the active right exists, just change the left to be the width to be 25% and the right side, the width to be 75%. So now we can see that the right side is bigger than the left side. All right, so let's do this using JavaScript because we cannot add or remove classes by hand. We just need to do it dynamically using JavaScript. So we remove this class. So we have 50% into the left and 50% to the right. And also before doing that one, I wanted this by now always to be at the same line. So let's remove this line wrapping using white space no wrap in the btn. So we just say white space no wrap. So now we see the buttons always, the text to be in the same line. All right. So let's create the JavaScript file. So we open the Explorer section using Ctrl+Shift+E, and we right click here and we click on the new file. We name the file index.js. And before using JavaScript, we must add a link to the JavaScript file within the HTML code. So we go to index.html, and just at the end of the body tag here, we add a script tag and we click on the second auto suggestion. As both files, I mean the index.html and index.js are located at the same directory, we just need to write index.js here. All right, we save this file, we close this Explorer section, and we go to the JavaScript. The elements we want to use in JavaScript is this element, left, right, and also the container. We want to add an event listener, add event listener to left and right, and we want to add the class active left or active right to this div with the class of container. So we bring this container first. We just say const container element. We can use the query selector method to return that element with the class of container. So we just write here document.query selector, and inside a set of parentheses we write dot container. We use Alt-C to turn on the word wrap so we can see all the code. The next things we want to bring is the left element. We just say document.query selector as above, and inside a set of parentheses and a double quote, we just write dot left. We copy this to make the right one as well. So we just write here right and change this left to right as well. So we add the add event listener method to the left side. The add event listener method has two parameters. The first parameter is the event handler. The event handler we want to use is mouse over. It means when the mouse over or mouse enter, both would be the same. We just say mouse enter, and we add a callback function. So when the mouse over that element, which is the left side, we want to do something. The things we want to do is to add the active left class to the container. So we just say container element dot class list for adding the class, and we use the add method, and the class we want to add is active left. Now when we hover over this section, the width is 75% and the other side is 25%. But when we go the other places, like the other side, this width is the same. So we have to remove this class when we leave the place. So we just add another event listener, which is mouse leave, and we trigger another function, and we just remove this active left. We just say class list dot add, remove, because we want to remove the class. So we just say active left. So if we go to this section, we see that the size is 75. When we go the other side, it goes back to the 50%. Let's do the same things for the right side. So we just say right element dot add event listener. We want to add the mouse enter. We create the callback function, and we just say container elements dot class list, and we add the class active right. So we see it's working, but it's not removing the class. So we need to add another add event listener for removing the class when we leave the place. So we just say mouse leave. We make the function and we just say counter element dot classlist dot remove. The class we want to remove is active right. So when we go to the right side, we see the width is 75% on the right side, and when we go to the left, we see the same thing, the 75% width for the left side. Let's add some transitions so we can see this a little bit more smooth. So we go back to the solid CSS, and just at the end, we add the transition to the left and also to the right. We just say transition on the width, and we want it to take 2 seconds and to be eased out. We can see it now here. We can see it better in the browser, actually, because it's bigger. So when we go to the Samsung section, we see the width to be 75%, and the transition is very smooth. It looks very good. Yeah, that was it for our project. I hope you enjoyed and learned many things. So see you in the next project. Welcome back to another project. In this project, we are going to create a random color generator. As you can see from the final version of the project, we have different colors in the website with different color code. And if you refresh the page, each time we get different colors with different color codes. We are going to create these color codes using JavaScript, and we're going to create them randomly each time for 30 color container. The website also is responsive. If we decrease the size of the website, we can see in the bigger screen, we have 4 columns, and then we have 3, 2, and 1 columns when we are decreasing the size of this screen. So see you in the next section for the HTML part of our project. All right, let's start our project. First, we open the Visual Studio Code, and here we close the Get Started tab. In the File menu, we click on the Open folder. I would like to create the project as usual in my desktop, but you can create it anywhere you like in your computer. So here we click on the desktop, and here we click on the New Folder button to create a new folder. We name the folder Random Color Generator, which is the name of our project. We press enter, and we choose the folder that we have created, and we click on the Select folder. Here we close the Get Started tab again, and here on the left side in the Explorer section, we need to create an HTML file. We just need to right click and we click on the new file. We name the file index.html and we press enter. Now on the right side, we have our index.html file, which is completely empty, but we can use an exclamation mark to create an HTML5 boilerplate. So we just need to write an exclamation mark, and we click on the first auto suggestion. We can see the browser here inside the Visual Studio Code using the Live Preview extension. We just need to right click here and we click on Live Preview, Show Preview. Now we can see the browser on the right side, which is completely empty, but with the title document. Let's close the Explorer section to have more space on the right side. And let's change the title of our website to the name of our website, which is Random Color Generator. We can see the random color generator inside the tab of the browser. Then we start our HTML coding inside the body tag. First, we add a header by using a h1 tag, and this would be the name of our project. We just write random color generator. We can see here. Then we have a div with a class of container to include all the colors that we're going to create later using JavaScript. And inside this container, we have the color container that is just a box that has a color and the title in the middle. So we have a div with a class of color container. And inside this div, we have just a color code. We just add a random color code. It should be 6 characters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. So we just copy this few times for example, 6 times, because we're going to use this data to in the next video, we're going to style the project using this information and divs and the numbers. And later, using JavaScript, we're going to create these divs randomly with different color codes and different background colors and also the title. But we just hard-coded a few numbers and a few divs to be able to style our project in the next section. That was it for the HTML part of our project. In the next section, we're going to start styling our project using CSS. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have finished with the HTML part of our project. In this section, we are going to start styling our project using CSS. First, we need to create a CSS file. So we open the Explorer section using Ctrl-Shift-E, and on the left side, in the Explorer section, we right-click and we click on the new file. We name the file style.css. Before using CSS in our project, we need to add a link to the CSS file within the HTML code. So we go back to the index.html, and just after the title tag, we add a link tag. We just write link and we click on the third auto suggestion, the one with the CSS. Now we have a link tag with the relationship between the HTML code and the external style sheet, which is style.css. The href attribute defines the destination of the link, and as both files, the index.html and style.css are located at the same directory, we just need to have style.css for the URL. Now we can use CSS in our project. We save this HTML file using Ctrl-S, and we close this Explorer section by dragging this line to the left to have more space on the right side. And we go to style.css and we start with the body section. We just write body, we open a set of curly braces. First, we remove the default margin of the body section. We just write margin 0, and we change the font family to be, for example, cursive. And yeah, that's it for the body section. And let's style the H1, bring it to the center. We just say H1, and we use text align center to bring it to the center. Then we need to style this container, the main container that covers all the divs with the class of color container. So here we target the container class using .container, and we change the display to flex to bring them next to each other. But we want them to go to the next line when we decrease the size. So we change the flex wrap to wrap instead of no wrap. So each time the new container goes to the next line when we have a smaller screen. Then we use justify content center to bring the items to the center horizontally. After the container, we start styling the color container itself. Let's change the background color to orange to see it better. Later, we're going to create this background color randomly using JavaScript, but just for now, we keep it to be orange so we can style it better. We set the width to be 300 pixels, and we set the height to be 150 pixels. We change the color of these texts to white, and let's change the display to flex to bring this one to the center. And before that, let's add some margins so we can see the boxes separately. So we just say margin 5 pixels. So now we see the boxes in a different place because we use flex wrap. When we increase the size, we have 2, and depends on the size, we have different number of boxes in one row and different columns number. So let's change the display to flex to bring this text to the center horizontally and vertically using justify content center and align item center. Justify content center brings them to the center horizontally, and align item center bring them to the center vertically. And let's change the font size and increase the size of the text to be 25 pixels. And as we have a very light colors in the background using the generator, maybe we cannot see this text later. So let's add some text shadow to this text to have some shadow effects so we can see them clearly in the lighter colors as well. So we use the text shadow property. And the first value in the text shadow property is the position of the horizontal shadow is set it to be 2 pixels. Then we have the position of the vertical shadow is set it to be 2 pixels as well, and 4 pixels for the blur radius. And we want the shadow to be black with some transparency. So we use RGBA function to set the color. And we set 0 for red, green, and blue, which gives us the black color. And we use 0.5 for 50% transparency. Let's use Alt-C to turn on the word wrap so we can see all the codes clearly. And let's add some border to each box. We just say border. We want it to be solid with black color and also with 2 pixels width. And let's change the border radius to be, for example, 10 pixels. I think this is fine. Yeah, in the next section, we're going to use JavaScript to create these color codes randomly. And also, depending on these color codes, we change the background color of these boxes. So see in the next section for the JavaScript part of our project. All right, in the last section, we have finished with the CSS part of our project. We have styled our project. And in this section, we are going to start adding functionality to our project using JavaScript. We're going to create and generate these color codes randomly using JavaScript. First, we need to create a JavaScript files. Okay, here we open the Explorer section using Ctrl-Shift-E. And on the left side in the Explorer section, we right-click and we click on the new file. We name the file index.js and we press enter. This, as the same as the solid CSS, before using JavaScript in our project, we must add a link to the JavaScript file within the HTML code. So we go back to the index.html, and here at the end of the body tag, we add a script tag. We just write sc and we click on the second auto suggestion, the one with the src. And as both files, I mean the index.html and index.js are located at the same directory, we just need to write index.js for the URL and inside the src attribute, which defines the destination of the link. Let's close this Explorer section again by dragging this line to the left so we have more space on the right side, and we go to index.js to start coding. First, I would like to generate these boxes using a for loop, and we add we create this div with a class of container, color container, and add it to this container. So first we bring this container and return it using query selector. So we create a const and we call it container element, and we equal it to document because we want to create it inside the DOM. And we use query selector method, and because the div has the class of container, we just need to add dot container as the selector inside the parentheses and the double quotes. We can use Alt-C to turn on the word wrap so we can see the code clearly. And then we add a for loop. We just write for, and here we click on the second auto suggestion with the one with the for loop. So it gives us a template, and we have an index which starts from 0 to the array lengths. We want to create 30, for example, boxes and containers. So we just write 30, and we want to increase the number of index each time 1. And here we want to create a div. In order to create an element, we can use the create element method. So we just write here, we want to create a color container element, and we can use the document.createElement method, and the element we want to create is div. And after creating it, we want to add the class of color container. In order to add a class to the element, we can use the class list property and add method. So here we have the color container element. We can use the class list property, and we use add method to add the class, and the class we want to add is color container. And after that, we need to append this new element inside this container. So we just write container element dot append child, and the child we want to append is this color container element. Color container element. As soon as we add it, you can see that we have more elements here. Let's remove this hard-coded one that we have created before. So from here to here, we delete them all. So all the boxes you see is created here, which should be 30 boxes. Let's open this project inside the Google Chrome by using the Open in Browser. And you can see now we have 30 boxes and they are responsive. In a bigger screen, we have 4 boxes in 4 columns. Then we have 3, 2, and 1. So now we go back to the Visual Studio Code. Now we want to add we want to create this color codes using creating a function. First, we create the function. We create a function. We call it random color. The chart set that we have for creating the color palette, it has all the numbers from 0 to 9. So we write it here, and also it has alphabets from A to F. So we just have to write A, B, C, D, E, F. So we want to create the random color codes depending on these chart characters. All right, and the color length, the color code length is, so we just write color code length is equal to 6. Then we start the variable color, or we can use let for variable. We just say color. First we start from empty and we use a for loop again, but this time the for loop will be the length will be the color code length. So we just write color code length. So we're going to loop through the color code length. So we're going to create each character one by one randomly and add it to this color variable. So first we create the random number. So we want to, this is like 10, like 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16. We have 16 characters. So we want to create a number between 0 to 15. So in order to create it, we just create the random number. We just create a constant. We call it random number, and we use the math.random method because we want it to be between 0 and 15. So we just can say multiply this one to this chars, but the length of this char. So we just say chars.length. So now we are creating the random number, but this is the number. Let's log it first so we see what we are doing. And let's call this function as well. So we just say random color. We open the console. As you can see, we are creating 6 random numbers, but as you can see, it's not a rounded one. So we can use the floor method, just a math.floor, to create these numbers like this. Now we have 0, 8, 0, 14, 4, 13. So this one means 0 means the first number is 0, 8 is 1, 8 is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 will be the number for the 8. And then we have 0, which is 0, 14. So we want to add these random characters together to create this color code. So let's change this to color code. And here, let's close this console log. So we want to add this new number to this color. So first the color is empty, and then we want to add the new random characters, which is a chars.substring. So we want to get the string inside it, but which one we want to get? The one that has the index of the random number and also the random number plus 1. What does this mean? If the random number is, for example, 2, so we have it here, and then until the 3, so it means from 2 to 3, we get the number 2. Let's log this the color code. We are getting the color code. So let's console log the color code and see it inside the console. As you can see, the colors code first it starts from empty, and then it became B, B3, B3, 2, and each time one new character added to this one. And if we check that what is the random number, so let's clean the console log and refresh the page. You can see First, we get the character 11, which is the letter B. Then we get the 14, which is the letter E. Then we get 0, which is 0. And then we have 11, which is the character B. 6 is 6, and 14 is E. So each time we refresh the page, we get the new random color. And also, we want to create 30 of these random numbers and put it inside these boxes that we have created. So instead of random calling it here, we create another function which we really generate the colors. And this function is going to loop through all these 30 boxes that we have created. So we just say color container element. Actually, we don't have these 30 still now, so we can get all of them. We just create a constant and we say all the color containers. We add a S here, so we are getting all of them. We use document.query selector all to get all the containers with this class. So we just copy this and put it here. And let's delete this one first, and we console log this. We can see that we get a node with 30 elements, which all the divs with the class of color container. Now we can loop through all of them using for each method, which actually execute a function once for each element of this array. So we just say color element container. We add the S to get all of them, and then we just say for each, and we get each of them. First, we create a function. We trigger this function, and we can get each element of this array here inside this parenthesis. We just call this, we just say color container element without S and put it here. So we are getting each element with this name, and then we create a random color first by using this function. So we create a constant, we call it random, or we just call it new color code, and we get it from this function, random color. So when we actually we are not returning anything, so we have to, instead of console logging, we return the color code. So we just say return color code. So here, if we console log the new color code, we should get 30. First, we should call this generate colors function. When we do it again, color codes is not defined in the line 27. Yeah, color code instead of color. Yeah, as you can see, we are returning each of them. This return should be outside this loop. So we are returning the last color code. So if we now refresh the page, we should get 30 color codes like this, and each time should be different. We clear the console, we refresh the page, and each time we get a new color code. All right, now we are creating the color code here, and we want to first we change the background color of these elements, these boxes, using a style method. We just say color container element dot style dot background color. As you can see, the JavaScript syntax. This one should be style. I don't know. The JavaScript syntax for CSS is a little bit different from the CSS itself. The background color here has a dash, but inside the JavaScript, it's in camel case mode. So we don't have any dash. They're connected, and the second word is capitalized. So the background color should be this color, new color code, but the new color actually starts with the hashtag. So we just add a hashtag at the beginning, and we add this new color code. All right. So now we can see different colors in each box. Each time we refresh the page, we see different background color for any of the boxes. And also we want to get the text inside. So here we just say color container element dot inner text. With this method, we can change the text inside an element. So we add a hashtag again plus new color code. Now we are getting the codes inside as well. And each time we get a different one. Let's check it inside the browser as well. As you can see, each time we refresh, we get the new colors and new color codes. All right, that was it for our project. I hope you enjoyed and learned many things. See you in the next project. Welcome back to another project. In this project, we are going to create a rotating image gallery. As you can see from the final version of the project, we have a rotating gallery that is changing every, for example, 3 seconds. And also we have 2 buttons here. So when we click on the next button, we go to the next image. And when we click on the previous button, we go to the previous image. We are going to use JavaScript to dynamically change the images by using timers and also add event listeners for these buttons. And also we are going to use the transform method of CSS to rotate these images like this. In the next section, we're going to start with the HTML part of our project. So see you in the next section. All right, let's start our project. First, we open the Visual Studio Code. And here we close the Get Started tab. In the File menu, we click on the Open folder. I would like to create the project in my desktop, but you can create it anywhere you like in your computer. So here we click on the desktop, and here we click on the New Folder button to create a new folder. We name the folder, for example, Rotating Image Gallery. And we press Enter to accept the name. And here we click on the Select Folder button to select the folder. We close the Get Started tab again, and here on the left, in the Explorer section, we right-click and we click on the new file. We name the file index.html, and we press Enter. Now we have our index.html file on the right side, which is completely empty, but we can use an exclamation mark to create an HTML5 boilerplate. So we write an exclamation mark, and we click on the first auto suggestion. In order to see the browser inside the Visual Studio Code, we can use the Live Preview extension, and we just need to right-click in the index.html file, and we click on the Live Preview Show Preview. Now we can see the browser on the right side, which is completely empty, but with the title document. Let's close this Explorer section by dragging this line to the left so we have more space on the right side. And let's change the title of the browser to our project's name. The project's name was Rotating Image Gallery. Now, after that, we start coding inside the body section. First, we create a container for the images. So we create a div with the class of image container. We press Enter to accept the auto suggestion. And inside this div, we add 8 images. But we put the images inside a span tag because we want to rotate them using a transform property later inside CSS. For first span, the style would be --i equal to 1. This one is actually, we are defining the variable for each span, and the variable is I, and we set the first one to be 1. In this case, we can rotate each image 45 degrees later using CSS, and each image would be different because they have different variable number and amount. Inside this span, we add an image tag, and the src would be an external image. In this project, I would like to use a website called Lorem Pixum to get the images. So we go back to desktop and we click on the Google Chrome. And here in the search bar, we search Lorem Pixum. In the search result, we see a website called lorempixum.photos. So we click on this website. This is actually a website that gets all its images from unsplash.com website. But in order to get the images, we don't need to have any codes or any API key or sign up. As you can see from here, we can get a specific image by adding id/image. So here we have https pixum.photos/id, and the ID is 237 for this dog picture. Then the 200 and 300 is the height and the width of the image. So we copy this and we go back to Visual Studio Code and we paste it inside the src of the image. Now we can see the dog in our browser, but I want it to be with 300 and 200 opposite. So we have this form of image in our browser. We don't need the alt for this project, and we just need to copy this span and the image inside it 7 more times using Alt Shift arrow down. Just say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And we change the ID of the style of the second one to 2. And also we can change the ID of the image to get another random image. But this image would be always the similar when we refresh the page. So it's a static image. So we change the number, for example, to 23. As you can see, the next one. The third one would be 3 for the style. And we set another random number, for example, 48. We can see here. This one would be 4. This one, we just say, for example, 97. There's no image with this number. We just change it to 23, for example. We already used 23, so 12. And then the next one is 5. The number would be, for example, 59. Then we have 6. 6 is here. And then we have the number, for example, 160. We got this font image. Then we have 7. This one, 370. And this, the last one, 8. And the picture, we just say 478. All right. This is just a random image we got from this website. You can use any website you like and any image you like in your own project. So let's continue for our own projects. And after this div with the class of image container, we have another div with the class of button container because we want to have 2 buttons at the bottom to go to the next and the previous images using these buttons. So we just have a div with a class of btn container. And inside this div, we have 2 buttons. The first one has the class of btn and also an ID of prev for previous. And inside this button, we just write prev. We press enter to accept the auto suggestion. And here we have the button with the class of btn and ID of prev. We copy this button and we just change this to next and this one to next as well. Yeah, that was it for the HTML part of our project. In the next section, we're going to start styling our project using CSS. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have finished with the HTML part of our project. In this section, we are going to start styling our project using CSS. First, we need to create a CSS file. So here in the index.html, we click here and we open the Explorer section using Ctrl-Shift-E. And on the left side in the Explorer section, we right click and we click on the new file. We name the file style.css and we press enter. Before using CSS in our project, we must add a link to the CSS file within the HTML code. So we switch to index.html file, and just after the title tag, we add a link tag. We just write link, and we click on the third auto suggestion, the one with the CSS. Now we have a link tag with the relationship between the HTML file and the external style sheet. The href attribute here defines the destination of the link. And as both files are located at the same directory, we just need to write style.css for the URL. Now we can install our project using CSS. First, we save the file using Ctrl-S. We close this Explorer section to have more space on the left side. And we go to style.css and we start styling from the body section. We just write body. We open a set of curly braces. And first, we remove this default margin and we just write margin 0. Then let's bring the items to the center horizontally by changing the display to flex and use justify. As you can see, when we change the display to flex, the buttons came next to the pictures, but we want the buttons to be after the pictures. So we change the flex direction to column to bring the buttons to the bottom of the page. Now we can use align items center to bring the buttons to the center, and also text align center to bring the pictures to the center. And also we want to bring everything to the center vertically as well. So we need to set the height to be 100% of the viewport height. And then we change the justify content center to bring everything to the center vertically. And also let's change the background color to be black. And let's remove these scroll bars using overflow hidden. All right. Now you can not see the buttons, but when we install the image container and its images, we're going to bring the images next to each other so we can see the buttons later on. So we go to the next section for styling and we install image.container div, which covers all the images of our project. So here we target that div by using dot and we just write image-container and we open a set of curly braces. Let's set the width to be 200 pixels and we set the height to be 200 pixels as well. And let's change the transform style to preserve 3D because we want to have a 3D effects on the images. And we change the transform. We use the transform property and we use the perspective function and we set the perspective to 1000 pixels. Later, I'm going to explain why I choose 1000, but you cannot see it now. But later, we're going to change it and see the effects on the browser. First, we need to install the images and everything first to see the effects of this perspective. So next, we change the rotate Y and we set the angle to be 0 degree. We're going to see the effects as soon as we install the span and the image. Let's install the span first. So we target the image container and we set the span. We position it absolute. And in order to be absolute, depending on its parent here, we should set the image container. We set its position to relative. So the span would be position absolute in relative to image container. Then we set the top and left to 0. And also we set the transform here. We set the rotate Y. If you remember, here for the style of a span, we put a variable and we set different variables, different number. For example, I is 1, 2, 3 to 8. So we're going to change the rotate Y depending on this variable amount. So here we calculate the degree by just using the variable we had here, I, and we multiply this to 45 degree. As you can see, we can see the changes in the pictures. So each picture is rotating 45 degree and it's different from the other picture. For example, the first one is 45 degree, the second one is 90 degree, and so on. And also, if you wanted them to be in a circle, in a sphere form, we need to add translate Z, and we set it to be, for example, 400 pixels. Now, if we open this in a browser, you can see it better. You can see that all the images are around each other. And if we style the image itself, this image here, the image tag, so we target that image tag by just say dot image container, the span, and then the image. First, we position it absolute, and we bring it exactly to the center by setting the left and top to 0. And also, we set the width to 100%. And if you go here, we forgot to do this span here for the width 100%. So we set this one to 100% as well. So now we can see that all images around each other and in a nice way. So in the next section, we're going to use JavaScript to rotate them automatically. But for now, we just first install these buttons. So we target the button container first. So we just say btn-container. And we set the position to be relative because we want to position each button to the left and right, later using position absolute. And we set the width to be 80%. And we set the justify content a space between. So we want them to be one in the left and one in the right side. Then we have each button, we position them absolute. As you can see, now they are on the top of each other, but it's fine. Later, we're going to position them one by one. Actually, we didn't need this justify content because we are using positioning absolute to set the position of the buttons. So we bring this one a little bit down by using button minus 80 pixels. Then we can use the background color to change the color of the button. We set it to be slate blue. We change the color to be white. We remove the border using border none. we add some padding. We set the padding to be 10 pixels up and bottom and 20 pixels left and right. We add some border radius, for example, 5 pixels, and we change the cursor to be pointer. So when we hover over the buttons, we see a pointing hand. All right, let's change the color of the button when we hover over it. So we just say btn hover, and we add a filter. And the filter is brightness, and we want to brighten it 50% more. All right. After this, let's position each button. The left button has an ID of prev, and we set it to be in the left side, 20%. We can see it here. And for the next one, we have next, and we set the right to be 20% as well. Now, if we change the size of the screen, we still see the buttons at the right and left. All right. In the next section, we are using JavaScript to change this gallery automatically, for example, every 3 seconds. And also, we're going to use add event listener method to add an event handler to each button. So when we click on them, we go to the next or the previous image. So see you in the next section for the JavaScript part of our project. All right, in the last section, we have finished styling our project using CSS. In this section, we're going to start adding functionality to our project using JavaScript. First, we need to create a JavaScript file. So here we open the Explorer section using Ctrl-Shift-E. And on the left side, in the Explorer section, we right-click and we click on the new file. We name the file index.js and we press enter. Before using JavaScript in our project, we must add a link to the JavaScript file within the HTML code. So we switch back to index.html, and just at the end of the body section, we add a script tag. We just write sc, and we click on the second auto-suggestion, the one with the src. As both files, index.html and the index.js are located at the same directory, we just need to have index.js for the URL. Now we can use JavaScript in our project. First, we save this file using Ctrl-S. We close this Explorer section, and the elements we need to bring to the JavaScript are 3 things. These 2 buttons and also this container, the image container. The reason we need this image container is we want to change this style inside the image container, this one, the transform perspective 1000 pixels and rotate y 0 degree. Because by changing this number, we're going to change the image. For example, now it's 0. If we change it to 45, we go to the next image. And also, if we change to 90, we go to the second one. So by changing this rotate y function and its amounts from 0 to and step by step 45 degree, we can change the images in the gallery. So we set it first to be 0, and we need to bring this one to the JavaScript. We can use query selector method to return this element, and also we can use getElementById method to return these 2 buttons because they have an ID of prev and next. So inside JavaScript, we create a constant and we set it to be image container element. This is the name of the constant, and then we set it equal to document.query selector, and the CSS selector is .image container. We can use Alt-C to turn on the word wrap to see the code clearly. Then the next element is the left button or the prev. We just call it prev element, and we equal it to document.getElementById, and the ID is prev. We copy this using Alt-Shift-Arrow down. We change this prev to next, and this one too to next. Now we are going to add event listener method to each buttons to track the click on them. And when we click on the next, we want to see the next image. And when we click on the previous button, we want to go back to the previous image. So first we add the add event listener to the previous one. We just say .add event listener, and the first parameter inside the add event listener is an event handler, and the event handler we want to use is click, and the second parameter is a callback function which will be triggered when the event happens. When someone click on the button. So when this one happens, first we want to change that. Let's make a variable for this 0 and 45. So we call it x. We just say let equal x. Sorry, let x first we equal it to 0. And when someone click in the back, we want to change this to x equal x plus 45. So we want to add 45 degree to the x. And after that, we want to update the gallery. So we create a function called update gallery. And here we create a function. We just write function update gallery. We open a set of parentheses and a set of curly braces. And the gallery, the update gallery function, the things it does is change the style of this transform property here, this transform property. So we target that. We just say image container element dot style dot transform, and we equal this to this one is a style is equal to, we want to add this variable. So we add a backtick to be able to add variables, and we just write perspective. And this one is constant. We just set it to be 1000 pixels, and we change the rotate y. Instead of just 0 degree, we just add a function here. Sorry, we add a variable here by using $sign and a set of curly braces, and after that is degree. So this one is x. So when we click on the previews, we can change this one. So we check rotate y perspective. This is wrong perspective. And also we write down here update wrongly. So we delete this extra a here. Now we click on the previews. We can see the previews image. Now let's add some transitions so we can see it more smooth. So we go back to solid CSS, and here we add a transition on transform, and we set it to be 0.7 seconds. Now we see a transition between moving the images. Let's do the same things for the next button as well. So we copy this and we just change this prev to next, and this one instead of plus should be minus. So now we click on next, we see the next image, and here we see the previous one. Let's add some timer. So we have some a slideshow as well. So here inside the gallery, we add a set timeout method. Set timeout method actually set a timer which executes a function after the timer expires. So we just write set timeout. Set timeout has two things. The first is the function that will be executed when the timer finishes, and the second parameter is the timer, and it's in milliseconds. So if we just write 3000, it means 3 seconds. So we want this set timeout, call this function after 3 seconds, and we just want to go to the next one. So we change the x to x minus 45 2, and we call this update gallery. But before doing this one, first time we need to call this function to this loop starts. So we just call a function here. So now after 3 seconds, we see that the gallery is moving. But the problem is when we click on the next or previous button, we're going to call this function more, and we are setting too many set timeout at the same time, so which they are making problem in our project. So before calling this function, we need to reset the set timeout. So we can just create a variable here. We call it set timeout, or we just say timer, and timer will be equal to this set timeout, and we're going to clear timeout, and the timeout we want to clear is this timer. So we copy and paste it here as well, and it should be before calling the function. Now, when we click on the next or the previous, first we reset the set timeout, so it's not gonna interfere its normal work. Let's check it inside the browser. You can see here, refresh the page. Yeah, that was it for our project. I hope you enjoyed and learned many things. See you in the next project. Welcome to another project. In this project, we are going to create an animated search bar. As you can see from the final version of the project, we have a magnifier with a neumorphism design. And when we click on the magnifier, we see a search bar, and a microphone. And also if we click on the magnifier again, the search bar goes back to its original size. In this project, we are using the new morphism design, and we're going to use JavaScript to add and remove classes to have different sizes for our search bar. And also you see an animation in the microphone and the search bar when we close and open the search bar. In the next section, we're going to start with the HTML part of the project. So see you in the next section. All right, let's start our project. First, we open the Visual Studio Code. Here we close the Get Started tab. In the File menu, we click on the Open folder. As usual, I would like to create a project in my desktop, but you can create it anywhere you like in your computer. So here we click on the desktop, and here we click on the New Folder button to create a new folder. We name the folder Animated Search Bar. And we press Enter. Here we click on the Select Folder button to select the folder. We close the Get Started tab again, and on the left side in the Explorer section, we right-click and we click on the new file. We name the file index.html. Now we have our HTML file on the right side, which is completely empty, but we can use an exclamation point and tab to create an HTML5 boilerplate. In order to see the browser inside the Visual Studio Code, we can use the Lifesaver extension. So here we just need to right-click, and if you have installed Lifesaver in your Visual Studio Code, you can see this part in the menu. So Live Preview, Show Preview. We click here, and now we can see the browser on the right side, which is completely empty, but with the title Document. Let's change the title to be the name of our project, which is Animated Search Bar. We can see the change inside the title of the page. Let's close this part. We don't need it now. So we drag this line to the left so we have more space on the right side in the index.html and the browser. Our search bar is going to have a magnifier and also a microphone. So in order to have these icons in our browser and in our website, I would like to use a website called Icon Finder. So we go back, we go to the desktop and we click on the Google Chrome. And here in the search bar, we're going to search for the icon finder. Actually, the icon we are using is similar to this page, the microphone and also the search, the magnifier. So here we search icon finder. And in the search result, the first website, iconfinder.com, we click on this website. And here we search for first magnifier. And here on the left side, we set the free icons so we can see only the free ones. I would like to choose this one, which is very similar to the one in the Google here. So we click on it and we right click on the image and we click on copy image address. We go back to the Visual Studio Code, and in the body section, first we create the div with the class of search bar container, and inside this we have a image tag, and in src we paste the link that we have already copied. So we just use Ctrl+V to paste it so we can see the magnifier on the right side. In the alternative one, we just write down magnifier. We just delete this magnifier. Then after the image, we have an input. We have an input with the class of input. The type is text, and we have a placeholder. We can see the input here. We have a placeholder. Let me save file. We just say search and some dots like this. And after the input, we have another image for the microphone. So we add the image tag and we go back to the iconfinder.com website. And here we search for mic, but for the Google one. So we just say mic Google. And the first one, which is free too, we click on it and we right click and we click on copy image address. We go back to the Visual Studio Code and we paste the link inside the src attribute using Ctrl+V. We can see it here. And in the alt section, we just say mic icon. Let's add some class to the images as well, so we can target them later, or we can do the styling. So we just say class. The first image is we just call magnifier, and for the last one we add a class of mic icon. All right, that was it for the HTML part of the project. In the next section, we're going to start styling our project using CSS. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have finished with the HTML part of our project. We have brought two icons from iconsfinder.com, and we added an input with a placeholder of search. In this section, we're going to add the styling of our project using CSS. First, we need to create a CSS file. So here we open the Explorer section using Ctrl+Shift+E, and in the Explorer section, we right-click and we click on the new file. We name the file style.css and we press enter. Before using CSS in our project, we must add a link to the CSS file within the HTML code. So we go back to the index.html file, and just under the title tag, we add a link tag. We just write link and we click on the third auto suggestion, the one with the CSS. Now we have a link tag with the relationship between the HTML file and the external style sheet. The href attribute defines the destination of the link, and as both files, index.html and style.css, are located at the same directory, we just need to have style.css for the URL. Now we can start styling our project using CSS. We save this file using Ctrl+S, and we close the Explorer section by dragging this line to the left to have more space on the right side, and then we go to style.css. First, I would like to decrease the size of these icons so we have a better view of our project, so we can style them easier after that. So we have two classes. We have two images with two classes, the class of magnifier and also the class of mic icon. So we target these two classes using .magnifier. We just set the width to be 25 pixel. You can see it here, and then we use the .mic icon for this icon to style it, and we just set the width to be 30 pixels. All right, now we can easier style our project. So before doing anything, we just style the body section to bring the items to the center, change the position, and also the background color. First, we remove the space around the body elements, the default margin using margin 0, and we can use display flex to bring the items to the center horizontally using justify content center, and we can use height 100% of the viewport height to set the height of the body to the screen size horizontally, and then we can use align items center to bring the items to the center vertically. Then we change the background color to Alice blue, so we have a little bit of the bluish color similar to white, but a little bit having like a blue color. So in this case, we can have the new morphism design in a better way. In order to have the new morphism design in our project, we need to have a color, we need to have a different color than white, because if you have a white color, you cannot have the shadow at the top, which is white, and you cannot have this design. All right, let's add the container, change the container and add the box shadow and make the new morphism design. So we're gonna target this there with the class of search bar container. So we copy this class, we go to solid CSS and we start styling it. We just need to change the display to flex to bring the items in the same row using align item center. We just change the display to flex first, and then we use align item center to make them completely in the same row. Then we change the background color to be the same as the body, which is Alice blue or Alice blue. Alice blue. Then we have the padding of 5 pixels. And let's add the box shadow first so we can see. So we have 2 shadow for having a neomorphism design. First shadow is the under the container, which is the dark shadow, and we have another shadow on the top of the container, which is the white shadow. So the first one, the position of the horizontal shadow is 6 pixels. The position of the vertical shadow is 6 pixels as well. So we can see this is the vertical shadow. This one is horizontal shadow, 6 pixels. And then we have 10 pixels of blur radius. You can see the shadow now. And also we want the shadow to be transparent. So we use the color black 000 and 20% transparency. All right. We can use Alt-C to turn on the word wrap so we can see the shadow nicer. And let's add some border radius as well. First, we set the width to be 300 pixels. Then we change the height to be 50 pixels. We add a border radius to have a rounded corner. I want it to completely be round in the corners, so we choose the same height, the same border radius as the height, so it's 50 pixels. And let's add another box shadow, which is white and locates on the top left. This one was the bottom right because we had a positive amount of 6 pixel and 6 pixel goes to the right and the bottom. And for the next shadow, which is white, we have a negative amount of 6 pixel, another 6 pixel negative for the top. So we can see the top and left 6 pixel, 10 pixels blur. And we don't want it to be black. We want it to be white. So we use RGBA function to create a white color. The white color is 255, and 255. But this one, we wanted to have 70% transparency. Now we have the neomorphism design for our bar. That's very easy. You just need two shadows. First, for the bottom right, black, and for the top left, white shadow. All right. So let's add some margin, which is a margin 10 pixels. So when we have a smaller screen, so we can have some space to the next here outside the bar. All right. And then let's continue styling the magnifier. So we just change the cursor to be pointer. So when we hover over it, we're going to have a pointing hand. And let's position this absolute to bring it a little bit to the right side. So we position it absolute, and we just say left 20 pixels. But this one actually has a 20 pixels to the screen size. We wanted to have a 20 pixels inside the bar. So we need to change the position of the parent, which is a search bar container, to relative. So the magnifier is here. The parent is search bar container, which is this bar. Let's position this microphone to the right side too. So we just say position absolute, and we want it to be positioned in the right side, 20 pixels. Or just 10 pixels is enough, I believe. Yeah. And let's install this input as well. So we target the input with its class, which is input. So we target it here. We just say input. We change the background color to be transparent, so we don't have any background color. Then we have we remove the border using border none, and we just change the margin to be 10 pixels top and bottom, and 50 pixels left and right. So we position it very nice in the middle, and let's remove this orange outline. We want to create a design similar to Google, so we're removing this outline, but actually it's been recommended to have the outline for the website. If you have the real website you're designing and you want your user use your website, never remove the outline, because it's recommended for people with a disability, and they can use our website as well. But for this only this project, we remove the outline to have a beautiful looking website. All right. And also the color is fine, but I would like to decrease the color of the text. We just set the color. We use RGB function 100, 100, and 100, which is like a dark gray color. Yeah. All right. So now we want to add a functionality to when we click on this magnifier, it expands, and in normal time we want to have a smaller icon. So in order to do that, we need to add some class. We need to add a class to our website. Here, for example, we add a class of active, and when this active is added, we want to have a smaller bar. So we say when the active is there, we want the size of this. We want the size of this search bar, instead of being 300, to be only 50 pixels. So we just say if the active exists, the search bar container, it has the width of 50 pixels. We just need to remove this space here. All right. But when we are actually making a 50 pixels, we still have this search input and also the microphone. So we want to remove the microphone on the search as well. So we just say if the active exists, we want this input to be invisible. We just say visibility none, or we just change the width to be 0. And also for the microphone as well, we just say dot mic icon. We want to change the width to be 0. So later we're going to add a transition to the width of the microphone, and search is going to increase and decrease with the animation as well. So yeah, that was it for the CSS part of our project. In the next section, we're going to add functionality to our project using JavaScript. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have finished with the CSS part of our project. We have added a class named active to our search bar container, which when we add it, we have a circle, and when we remove it, we have a big bar with the search and the microphone. But when we have this class active, we don't have the microphone or the search bar, and the width of the search bar is only 50 pixels. Let's remove this active class, and we're going to use JavaScript to add and remove this class using toggle method, and we're going to add some animation. So we're going to have like a smaller and a bigger bar, and the transition between these two sizes. So first we create a JavaScript file. We open the Explorer section using Ctrl+Shift+E, and in the Explorer section we right click and we click on the new file. We name the file index.js and we press enter. We drag it to this part, and before using the JavaScript in our project, we need to add a link to the JavaScript file within the HTML code. So we go back to the index.html and we scroll down, and here at the end of the body tag, we add a script tag. We just write SC and we click on the second auto suggestion, the one with the src. As both files, the index.html and index.js are located at the same directory, for the src attribute, we need to just have index.js. Now we can use the JavaScript for our project. So we close this Explorer section to have more space for the coding part. We close this browser a little bit more, and we go to index.js to start adding functionality to our project. First, we need to bring this magnifier element, so we need to handle the clicking events of this icon. So in order to bring this element, we need to use the query selector method, because this image has the class of magnifier. So in order to return an element with a class, we can use the query selector method. So here we create a constant and we call it search bar container element, and we equal it to document.querySelector, and the CSS selector was search I'm always making this mistake. So search bar container. All right. Let's use Alt-C to turn on the word wrap, and we add a add event listener method to this element, and the event we want to add is click. So we want to handle the click, and if someone click on this icon, we want to trigger a function, which we need to add here. So the things we want to do is to add and remove the active class. Actually, we don't need to add event listener method to this element. We need to add it to the magnifier, and the magnifier has the class of magnifier. I don't know why I first brought this one. So we need to bring to magnifier. So we just say counts magnifier, and we say magnifier element. We just say document.body selector, and the class is magnifier. So we need to add event listener to this element. So we just say magnifier element that add event listener, because we want to handle the click of this icon, and we want to add or remove the active class to this element, which is the parent search bar container. And we just say search bar container dot class list, and we want to toggle the class of active. So let's try this by clicking on the this magnifier icon. As you can see, we successfully added the active class. And let's add the transition. So we're going to have animations instead of sudden change of the width and removal of the microphone and the search bar. So in the solid CSS, first we add a transition to the search bar container. So for the width, because the width is changing from the 300 pixels to 50 pixels, so we add a transition on width, and we want to have 1.5 second for the transition. Let's try it, and we can see the movement. But the microphone is changing, appearing suddenly. So we want to have a transition to the microphone and the search bar as well. So we go to the microphone and we add a transition on the width as well, because we are changing the width from 30 pixels to 0 pixels. So we say width, and we want to have a little bit less than 1.5. So we just say 0.4 seconds, and you can see that it's appearing with the transition, but I wanted to have a delay. So when the transition of this bar is finishing at the end, I want this one to appear and disappear at the end as well. So we just say transition delay. We add a 1 second delay. So now we see that the microphone disappears after 1 second delay and appears with the delay as well. And let's add the same things to the search as well. So we can copy this and add it to the input section as well. So we try it. Still the width input, so the active, then 0. Oh, we haven't add a width to the input first, so just add the width of 100%. So now we try, and we can see. So this is a little bit fast. We just say 1 second. All right, and for the delay, just add some less delay, so maybe half a second. This one looks better. You can play with these numbers and get the best for your project. That was it for the project. I hope you enjoyed and learned many things. We have practiced neomorphism design, and also transition, and also removing and adding the classes with the JavaScript. And also we have learned how to bring the icons from the iconfinder.com. Also, before I forget, we should add the class of active here as a default. So when someone comes to our website, they can see only a circle, and when they click on the magnifier, they see the real size search bar. I hope you enjoyed the project, and see you in the next project. Welcome back to another project. In this project, we're going to create a loan calculator. As you can see from the final version of the project, we have 3 inputs here. The first one is the loan amount. The second one is the interest rate. And the last one is the amount of months that we would like to pay the loan. For example, if you have $100,000 loan with a 10% interest rate. And if you want to pay this loan for 12 months, we have to pay $9,166.67 per night. So any changes you do, for example, if you change the interest rate to 4% and you press enter, you see the difference here inside the monthly payment. So we're going to firstly, by using HTML, add these inputs. Then we're going to style this project using CSS. And finally, with using JavaScript, we're going to get all these inputs data. And by just adding a formulation, we can calculate the monthly payment and show it inside here in real time. So in the next section, we're going to start with the HTML part of the project. So see you in the next section. All right, let's start our project. I opened the final version of the project as our reference so we can just compare our code with the final version. And let's start firstly, create the HTML part of the project. So let me go to my desktop and I open the Visual Studio Code. You can use any text editor that you prefer. Once you open the Visual Studio Code, we close the Get Started tab, and inside the file, we click on the new folder. Here we choose the folder we want to create the project inside it. I want to create the project inside the desktop as usual. So I click on desktop, and here I create a new folder and I call it the same as the name of the project, which is the loan calculator. All right, now we just press enter and we choose the folder that we have created by clicking on the select folder. Here we close the Get Started tab again, and here on the left side, which we call it Explorer, we create the index.html file with the file we need to create the HTML file. So here we can click here on this button, or we can right click and click on the new file. And we call the file, as I mentioned, index.html. And we press enter. On the right side now we have our index.html file, which is completely empty, but we can have an exclamation mark to create an HTML boilerplate. So we can just add exclamation mark. As you can see, we have a auto suggestion from Emmett. Then if you click on this one, the first auto suggestion, we get the HTML boilerplate. So let me open the browser. I'm using the live server extension. And if you click here on Go Live at the bottom, the browser is going to be opened by our HTML file. As you can see, index.html is open here, and the title is document, as we mentioned here. So let me bring the VS Code on the left side and the browser on the right side so you can see the changes in real time. And the title is now document. Let's change the title to the name of the project, which is loan calculator. So we just say loan calculator. All right. So now we can see the title is different, loan calculator. After that, as you can see from the final version, we have a title and we have 3 inputs, and finally we have monthly payments. Okay. And all of them are inside a container. So we want to have a div first that contains all these things inside it. So inside the body tag, we add a div as a container. We use that div. Then we have a h1 tag, which we want to say loan calculator here. So we just say loan calculator. All right. So you can see the h1 tag here. We are going to style it later using CSS, but for now we're just having the HTML. The next one, we have 3 inputs, and also we have a paragraph here. Okay. So after this h1 tag, we have a paragraph. It just says loan amount. And after that, we just have a $sign. Okay. And inside this paragraph, we have an input. So we just add an input, and the type of the input is number. So I just choose input clone number. We get the auto suggestion. If you click on the auto suggestion, it's going to populate the input with the type of number. The reason we choose number, because we want to only allow the user have number inside this input, nothing else. So if you don't mention type number, they can even put the string or alphabet. Okay, so it doesn't have a name, this input, but the ID is unique here because we want to later detect which input is using. So we have to put the ID for each of the inputs. So the first input, the ID would be, for example, loan dash amount. So let me write loan dash amount. Okay, and we also have a minimum and maximum amount. So the minimum for this one would be 1, and we also have a maximum we just say, for example, $500,000, for example. You can choose anything you like. And also we have a value. So we want to have a default value. For example, in the final version, the default value is 10,000 for the loan amount, for the interest rate is 10, and for the months to pay is 12. So here we just choose a value here. Okay. And the value for this one is, for example, we just say $10,000 because we want the just initial value between 10,000. The other inputs are very similar to the first one. So we can just copy this paragraph using Alt-Shift-Arrow down 2 times, and we're going to fill the other inputs and change them here. So the title for the next input would be, for example, interest rate. So we just say interest rate, and we just add the percentage here. The mean value for this is different. We just set it to be 0, and also we want the maximum to be 100%. So just it's no interest rate is 100%, but just in case we just put like this. And the value for this one, we just say 10% interest rate. All right. And also for changing the value, as you can see, when we change this one, 1 by 1 goes up. We don't want this interest rate to be changed 1 by 1. The step will be 1. We can change the step here. And the step for this one, we just want to set it to be 0.1. So this is going to be changed like this. Okay. And finally, the last input is just months to pay. So let me write down here, months to pay. And so the type is number. Also, we didn't change the ID for this one. I forgot to change it. So be sure to change this one to interest rate. So interest dash rate. And for this one, the ID is months. So this one should be months to pay. And the ID is months dash to dash pay. Okay, these are the unique IDs that we can track later, the inputs they changed in the inputs. And also the minimum and maximum for the months to pay. For example, the minimum we just say 6 months, and the maximum, for example, 48 months. And the value for this input, for example, we set it to be 12. Okay, so we've done with the input parts, and the last part is just a paragraph here saying monthly payment. So here we just add a paragraph and we just say monthly payment. Okay, and we add a colon here. So that was it for the HTML part of the projects. So in the next section, we're going to use CSS to style the projects. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have completed the HTML part of the project. In this section, we're going to style the projects using CSS. As you can see from the final version, the container is in the middle of the screen, and also the input is occupying the whole space of the container. So we just need to bring them in the center and also style them with CSS. So first thing first, we need to create the CSS file. So we can open the Explorer section using Ctrl-Shift-E, and here we just create a file, and we just name the file style.css, and we press enter. In order to use the CSS file, we need to go to the index.html, and we add a link to this CSS file. So we go to index.html. Just after the title, we add a link tag. We just write link, and in the auto suggestions, we click on the one with the CSS. So this is going to make a link between the HTML and the CSS file. As you can see, the relationship is the style sheet, and the destination of the file is style.css because they are both on the same directory. So we don't need to add anything else. We just need to add the name of the style.css. Now we can use the style.css inside our project. So we close the Explorer section so we have more space. And also we want to add more things here, for example, classes and other things. Because we want to target these elements, for example, this paragraph or input, we need to know we need to add a class to them to target them inside the style.css. So for each of the inputs, I'm going to add a class with the name of input. So I'm going to add them together using the dual cursor. So I just keep the Alt and choose the other input as well. And we just can write class for all of them. And we press enter, and inside the class, we just put we just say inputs. So we can now target this input, all of them, using this class. And also for this div, I want to have a class, and we just call it container. Okay. And also for the this monthly payment paragraph, I want to just add a class and I call it payment. All right. So now we can just target them easily inside the style.css. So inside the style.css, first thing first, we're going to style the body section. So we just write here body, and we open a set of curly braces. The first thing I want to do, I want to remove the space between the text, this container, and the wall of the browser. So we can simply do that using just adding the padding 0 and also margin 0. So this is going to remove the space around it. So we can simply style them now. And then we want to add the height and display flex. So we want to change the display to flex because we want to bring the container to the center. So we need to change the display from block to flex. And also we have to set the height for it because we want to bring them to the center vertically. So we need to have a height of 100%. So the CSS knows that bringing to the center is just bringing in the middle of the 100% of the height. So we set the height to be 100% of the viewport height. So whatever view we have, we set the 100% of it. And now we can bring this container to the center. First thing, we want to bring it horizontally using justify content center. As you can see, it came to the center horizontally. For bring it to the center vertically, we can use align items center. So this is possible because we have used the height 100% viewport height. Otherwise, we couldn't reach that. And also, I wanted to change the font family to Courier New, Courier Monospace. So this is kind of a cool font. So that's it for the body section. Now we want to target this div that is containing all of them. So this is a div with a class of container. So we can simply target that using dot container. All right. And we add a set of curly braces. So the things we want to do, we want to change the background color to be similar to the final version, which is kind of green color. And we just need to say background or background color. We just change it to dark cyan, this color. And I want the text to be white. These texts, I want them to be white to be easier to be read. So we just change the color to be Alice blue, which is kind of white, but it's not completely white. And we add a padding. We want to add a space around the text. So add a padding, 20 pixels. And also I want these borders to be rounded. So we can simply achieve that using border radius 10 pixels. Okay. So now we have completed the container. Let's install this inputs. So we know that the inputs, they have the class of input. So we can target them using dot input. Okay. And I want to change the width to be 100% firstly. So they're going to cover all the space. And also we can change the font size to make the size of the font bigger, and I'll set it to be 20 pixels. And also we want to change the height. So we want to have a bigger height, and it's set to be 30 pixels. Okay, that looks fine. Let's just install this paragraph here. We have added a class with the name of payments here. So we can target that using dot payment. And the things I want to do is just change the font weight to be 600 to make it a little bit thicker like this. And also make it a little bit larger using font size to be 20 pixels. Okay, I think it looks fine. So that was it for the CSS part of the project. In the next section, we're going to add functionality and calculate the loan using JavaScript. So see you in the next section for the JavaScript part of the project. All right, in the last section, we have completed the CSS part of the project. In this section, we are going to add more functionality to the website using JavaScript. So we want to calculate, firstly, the interest of the loan. And also after that, we want to calculate the monthly payment. And we want to replace this one with the one is calculated. And we just say monthly payment, for example, $1,000 per month or what? Similar to this one. The first things we need to do is just get these numbers from these forms, and we track the changes here. So the first step is to create the JS file, the JavaScript file. So we need to open the Explorer section using Ctrl-Shift-E, and here on the left side, we can create a new file, and we call it index.js. Similar to the one we have done for the CSS, we need to add a link to the HTML file for the JavaScript file as well. So here, but the JavaScript file, the link should be at the end. The CSS is at the beginning, but the JavaScript is at the end. The reason is we want the page is completely loaded, and then we get the data and bring it to the JavaScript and calculate it inside the JavaScript. Otherwise, we don't have access to the website anymore. So you should always put the link of the JavaScript at the end of the body section. In order to do that, we need to just add a script tag. We just write SC and we can get this auto suggestion saying script ;src. So the src, which is the destination of the link, as the both files are located at the same directory, is just index.js. Now we can use the JavaScript file inside the project. So we can close this section. And the things we want to do is track the changes inside the input. Okay, we can bring all of them inside the JavaScript. The other way that is easier is to add an unchanged event listener inside the input section that is going to call a function inside this file. So we have 3 inputs. So let me choose all of them by using Alt, keeping the Alt and clicking. So we need to add an unchanged event listener. The unchanged event listener. So let me. I was typing here as well. So let me choose it again. So here, here, and here. Okay. So I write down unchanged, and I get this suggestion unchanged. I click. I press enter. This unchanged is going to trigger a function. So we need to put the function. So we just call the function calculate loan, for example. Anything you can put. Just we open and close a parenthesis. The reason we put the parenthesis, we want to call the function. If you don't put the parenthesis, it's not going to call the function. Okay. So we need to now create this function inside the index.js file. All right. So we go to index.js and we create the function here. So we just create a function. We can click here on the function statement in the auto suggestion. The name of the function is calculate loan, and it doesn't have any parameters. So each time we just change this form, we're going to call this function. Let's try it. For example, we console log. We just say change, and let's open the let's use Ctrl+Shift+C to open the console here. So we click here on the console, and each time we change the input, we just have to call the function, which is console logging change. You see, each of them is calling the function because all these inputs, they have the unchanged on that. All right. So instead of console logging here, we're going to, so let me delete this console log. So we're going to get the value of these inputs. We want to get the values, and we want to calculate the interest and monthly payment from these values. So for example, we want to get the first value. For example, we want to get this loan amount value. The things we need to do is just say loan amount value. This is just the name, and this name is equal to document. We want to target the document. Document is all the website. So we just use get element by ID, which is a method from JavaScript that is going to get the ID. For example, the ID of the first input is loan amount. So we can copy this one and just inside a parenthesis and a double quote, we can put the loan amount. And we can target inside this using the value. So because we want to get the value of that. All right. So now if we, let me fix this. If we console log now the loan amount value, and here, if you open the console, using F12, for example, let me bring it down. So now the console is open here. We open the console here. Now, if you change this loan amount, for example, it's now 10,000. If you make it 10,001, you can see the 10,001 here. So we are getting this amount and console logging it by just calling it here. Okay. Any amount we write down here, for example, 300, we see here. Okay. Similar to the one we have done for the loan amount value, we can do for the interest rate, months to pay, and other things as well. So let's do it here. Let's delete the console log, and we just get the interest rate value. This is similar. We just target the document, and we use the get element by ID method. And this is inside. It should be the ID of that input. The ID of the input of this second input is interest dash rate. So we can copy it and paste it here. And we can target the value here. We're just saying dot value. let's do it for the months to pay as well. So we just say months to pay value. And this is going to be equal to document.getElementById. And inside the parentheses, we just put the ID of the next input, which is months-to-pay. And we put it inside a double quote. And we target the value like this. Now we have the value of all the inputs. Now we can calculate the interest. In order to calculate the interest, let me just make another constant, and we call it interest. So interest is equal to, this is the way we calculate interest. We just have to have loan amount value, and this is going to be multiplied by the interest value, the interest rate value, multiplied by 0.01, which is converting the interest rate to percent, because this is just in 10. But by multiplying to 0.01, we're going to convert it to percent. Then all of them is going to be over or divided by months to pay value. Okay, now we have the amount of interest. Now we can calculate the monthly payment. So the monthly payment, we just write down monthly payment is going to be equal to, we add a parenthesis, we just say loan amount value over months to pay value plus the interest that we have calculated here. So we just say interest. Okay, this is the way we calculate the monthly payment. So this is not related to JavaScript. This is just a formulation the accountant used to calculate the monthly payment. But the way we calculate and write down the formulation is like this inside the JavaScript. Now we want to put this amount inside here. Okay, so first thing first, we need to get this. We have it here, a paragraph saying monthly payment, but it doesn't have an ID. We can target it by the class, but the simpler way is to add an ID here, and we just call it payment. And inside the index.js, we can change the HTML inside this paragraph by just saying, we just target the document. We get that element by using the getElementById, and the ID was the payment. And we want to change inside this element. We want to change the inner HTML of this place. Okay, so .html inner HTML should be equal, and because it's dynamic, we want to put the monthly payment inside, and monthly payment is a variable. We need to add a backtick here. Backtick is located over tab key. It's different from the normal quote. So some students they make this mistake. So this is a different things. So you add a backtick, and inside the backtick we just write down monthly payment. And this is going to be equal to this monthly payment. But because this is dynamic, we need to put it as a variable. So it should be inside $1 and a curly braces. And now we can copy this monthly payment and put it here. Okay. Now, whatever we have changed here, for example, we make, this is 10,000. We make it 10,001. This is going to calculate the monthly payment. All right. This one too. But as you can see, sometimes these digits are too long. We don't need actually this kind of digits. We can just round this one or just keep these to 2 digits. The simplest way is just add to this monthly payment. We just add a toFixed method from JavaScript. We just say .toFixed, and we want to fix it to 2 digits. So we just say 2 here. Okay. Now, if you change this one, you see that we have only 2 digits here. Okay. Now, anything you type, you can just see the monthly payment dynamically. So we can easily calculate any loan amount using this website. That was it for our project, and that was for the JavaScript part. I hope you enjoyed and learned many things. See you in the next project. Welcome back to another project. In this project, we are going to create a New Year countdown. As you can see from the final version of the project, we are having a timer that is decreasing and getting closer to 2022. The time that I'm recording this project, it's 2021, December 6th. So 25 days, 2 hours, and 50 minutes is left to 2022. We are going to use JavaScript to dynamically create these numbers and get the current time and date from the computer and update it inside this container. In the next section, we're going to start with the HTML part of our project. So see you in the next section. All right, let's start our project. First, we open the Visual Studio Code, and here we close the Get Started tab. In the File menu, we click on the Open folder. I would like to create the project in my desktop, but you can create it anywhere you like in your computer. So here we click on the desktop. Here we click on the New Folder button to create a new folder. We name the folder New Year Countdown, which is the name of our project, and we press Enter. And here we click on the Select Folder to select the folder. We can close the Get Started tab again, and here on the left side in the Explorer section, we create an HTML file. We right-click and we click on the New File. We name the file index.html and we press Enter. Now we have our index.html file on the right side, which is completely empty, but we can use an exclamation point to have an HTML5 boilerplate. So we write an exclamation point and we click on the first auto suggestion. In order to see the browser inside the Visual Studio Code, we can use the Live Preview extension. We just need to right-click in the index.html file and we click on Live Preview, Show Preview. Now we have the browser on the right side, which is completely empty, but with the title document. Let's close the Explorer section to have more space on the right side, and let's change the title of the page to the name of our project, which is New Year Countdown. So now we can see the change inside the tab of the browser, the New Year Countdown title. And let's continue for our index.html inside the body section. And we just add a h2 tag for heading, and we just write countdown to New Year. After that, we add a div with a class of just year, because we want to add the year 2022. The time that I'm recording the video is December 2021, and the 2022 is the next year. So I just write 2022, but it depends on when you're watching this video, and you can use 2023. And then we have another div with a class of countdown, which we are writing day, hour, minutes, and seconds. So we have another div inside this div with the ID of day. We just right now just be hard-coded 0. And later we're going to change this one using JavaScript dynamically. So we copy this 3 more times using Alt-Shift arrow down. We change this day to hour. Oh sorry about the language is changed. So this one is hour. Then we have minutes. The last one is second. We just set it to be 0 for now, but we're going to change it dynamically using JavaScript. That was it for the HTML part of our project. In the next section, we're going to start styling our project using CSS. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have finished with the HTML part of our project. In this section, we're going to start styling our project using CSS. First, we need to create a CSS file. So here we click and we open the Explorer section using Ctrl-Shift-E. On the left side, in the Explorer section, we right-click and we click on the new file, and we name the file is style.css, and we press Enter. Before using CSS in our project, we must add a link to the CSS file within the HTML code. So we go back to index.html, and just after the title tag, we add a link tag. We just write link, and we click on the third auto suggestion, the one with the CSS. Now we have a link tag with the relationship between the HTML file and the external style sheet. And as both files are located at the same directory, we just need to have style.css for the href or URL of our style sheet. Now we can use CSS in our project. So we just save this file using Ctrl-S. We close the Explorer section to have more space on the right side, and we go to style.css to start styling our project. First, we start with the body section. So we just write body. We open a set of curly braces, and first we remove the default margin of the page. So we just write margin 0. Then let's change the display to flex to be able to bring the contents to the center horizontally. So we just write display flex. Then as the flex direction now is row, we see these things next to each other. We just change the flex direction to column. And now we can use align items center to bring the items to the center horizontally. And then for bring them to the center vertically, we need to first set the height of the page or body section to 100% of the viewport height, which means 100% of the pages height. Then we use justify content center to bring everything to the center vertically. Let's change the font family and change the font of the page using font family property, and we set it to be, for example, cursive. Then we change the background color to be, for example, slate blue, and I think that's enough for the body section. We keep continuous styling our project with this H2 and the year. So we target the H2 here. We just write H2. First, we change the color to be white. Then we make the text, we change it to uppercase and make everything capitalized using text transform property, and we use uppercase here. Let's increase the space between each letter using letter spacing, and we set it to be 4 pixels. That's it for this part, H2. Let's style the year 2022. We just target this class. So we just write here, dot here. We open a set of curly braces, and we just increase the font size to 5 EM. We change the color to be white, and we make it a little bit bold. We use font weight, bold. All right. And let's continue with these zeros, which is day, hour, minutes, and seconds. So first we target this container box or container div that we have here. So we target this using dot countdown. We just missed the T here. We add some margin, 30 pixels, to push it a little bit down, and we change the background color to be black but with 30% transparency, so we can use RGBA function, and we set 0 for red, 0 for green, and 0 for blue, which gives us the black color, and we use 0.1 for 10% transparency. We can see the background color there, but we have to set the width to 100% to see it all the way. Then we change the color of the text to be white, and we change the height to be 120 pixels. And the next thing is just change the display to flex to bring these zeros to next to each other. And we can use justify content center to bring everything to the center horizontally, and align items center to bring them to the center vertically. But after this, we can target each of these numbers using this div. We just say countdown and target each of them. So we just say countdown div, and we just set some margin here. We just say 0 top and bottom, and 15 pixels left and right. So we bring them a little bit. We change the font size to be 2.5 EM, and we change the font weight to 500. So yeah, just this one looks fine. And we want these zeros a little bit upper because we want to add some text at the bottom. Here we say day, like hours, minutes, and seconds. So we just change the margin at top to minus 25 pixels. We could change it here as well, but that's fine too. And yeah, that's it. Next, we go to add this like a day, hours, or other things. So we can target them by using these IDs. But first, we just need to add some before pseudo elements. So we just say dot countdown, and in the div, we use this before pseudo element. And first, we add the content to be empty. So we cannot see them. So we have to target them separately to see them first, and then we can position them using this one. So here we just write dot countdown, and we target the day first, and the before should have a content. The content would be days. You can see it here now. So we copy this 3 more times using Alt-Shift arrow down, and this one would be hour. So here is hours. Then we have, let's capitalize this. Then we have this day. We just say minutes, a minute, and this one is minutes. This one second, and finally we have seconds here. Now we can style them here, all of them together. We just set the position to be absolute. So this one absolute in relative to its parent, which is here. So we position this one relative. Then we just say bottom to be minus 30 pixels. So they come down a little bit. Then we have left 0. And we change the font size to be 0.35 EM. So we make them a little bit smaller. And we change the line height to be 35 pixels. We also uppercase them using text transform. Text transform uppercase. And we increase the space between each letter using letter spacing 1 pixel. And we change the font weight to be 500, and we change the width to be 100% and height to be 35 pixels. We cannot see these changes, but when we are changing the zoom level of the page, we feel the change. Then we have, in order to bring them in the center, we can add at the top text align center here. And we change the width here at the parent to be 100 pixels. So they now they have a good space from each other because of these 100 pixels. So we can see the days, hours, and minutes in a better way. Yeah, that was it for the CSS part of our project. In the next section, we are going to use JavaScript to dynamically create the numbers here, and which are the real numbers up to the upcoming year, which is 2022 in my case. So see you in the next section for the JavaScript part of our project. All right, in the last section, we have finished with the CSS part of our project. In this section, we are going to add functionality to our project using JavaScript. First, we need to create a JavaScript file. So we click here and we open the Explorer section using Ctrl-Shift-E. And on the left side in the Explorer section, we right-click and we click on the new file. We name the file index.js and we press enter. Before using JavaScript in our project, we must add a link to the JavaScript file within the HTML code. So we go back to index.html, and just at the end of the body section, we add a script tag. We just write sc and we click on the second auto suggestion, the one with the src. As both files, index.html and index.js are located at the same directory, we just need to write index.js for the URL or the destination of the link. We can close the Explorer section now because we don't need it anymore, and we can have more space on the right side now. And we save this file using Ctrl-S, and we start using JavaScript in our project by just bringing some items and elements to the JavaScript. The elements we need is this 0 for days, hours, minutes, and seconds, because we're going to change them dynamically using JavaScript. So this div here has an ID of day, and the other one is hour, minute, and the last one is second. In order to return an element with the attributes, with the ID attribute, we can use getElementById method inside JavaScript. So inside index.js, we create a constant. We call it day element, and we just say document.getElementById method to return that element. And the ID was the ID of the element was day. We can use Alt-C to turn on the word wrap so we can see all the codes. And we close this one a little bit. Let's bring this countdown to new to the center as well. That was H2, so we just say text align center. And also we can remove these scroll bars using overflow hidden inside body section. All right, so everything's fine. We just go to index.js to continue bringing the elements. The next element we want to bring is our. So we just say our element equal to document.get element by ID, and the ID is our. So we keep continue for the minute element. We create a const. We just say document.get element by ID, and the ID here is minute. Next is second. So we just say we create a constant. We call it second element, and we equal it to document.get element by ID, and the ID is going to be second. All right, now we have everything. The only things we need is to get the data from our computer and get the current date and also the date of the first day of the 2022. All right, so we can get that one using new date constructor, the date constructor. So we just say new year date and equal to new date constructor, and the date is January 1st, 2022 in my case, and the time is 0, 0, and 0 because it's at the midnight. All right, and we have to use the getTime method to get the time for that exact date. So the getTime is we use the getTime, and we create a function here to create the new year, the countdown. So we call the function update countdown. You just need to call this function at the top. So when the page is loaded, we're going to use it. So we add an extra A here, we delete it. So now we want to get the time now. The time is now 5:56 p.m. and also the date is 6th of December 2021, the time that I'm recording this video. So we just get this one. We just say const now, and we equal it to new date. And the date is just current, so we put it empty. If you put it empty, we just get the current time. And we use the getTime method again. So now, we just check now by using console log. We open the console. This one is just a second, it's based on second. So if you refresh the page, we see a new number. Each time we get a new number and based on seconds. So each time a few seconds pass and then we get a different number. And also if we console log the new year date, so new year date, so we are getting 2 times. So the new year is this one is always the same. If you refresh the page, we always get the same number for the new year, but the current time is always changing. Yeah, let's list this one. And instead of saying new year day, we just say new year time to make more sense. And then we have a gap between now and the new year time. So we create another constant and we call it gap. And gap is this new year time minus now. And the gap is always getting smaller because the new year is constant and now is getting bigger because every second is going up. We can check it by console logging the gap, and we open the console here. Now the gap is this much, and then we refresh it, it gets smaller because it's 63. Here it becomes 55. And each time we refresh the page, we get a smaller gap because the now is getting bigger, and this one is constant. All right. Now we can create the second, minutes, hour, and days. The things I mentioned, this number, the new year time, and also now is based on milliseconds. So in order to create the second would be 1000 milliseconds would be 1 second. So we create a constant called a second, which is 1000, and then another constant is minute is equal to second multiplied to 60. It's actually 60,000 milliseconds. The next one would be hour, and hour is equal to minutes multiplied to 60 as well. And finally, we have day, which is hour multiplied to 24. So we have 24 hours each day. So now we have second, minutes, hour, and day. And finally, we can calculate the remaining days to the new year. So we created here, we just name the day. We just say remaining day. We just call it D, and we equal it to math.floor because it's a fraction, because we want to divide gap over day. So this one sometimes becomes not rounded, so we use math.floor. We can console log and check the T. You see the T is 25. If we didn't use math.floor, it would be 25.12 because each second is changing, as you can see here. But we don't want this remaining because the remaining would be the minutes, hours, and days. So we just get the floor and then we use the remaining for the rest. So the next one would be hour. The hour would be the math.floor. Let's change this math.floor to. So math.floor of the remaining of the gap. So the remaining of the gap over day. So we get the remaining here by using gap percentage day. This means this is the residual of this division. And we divide this over hour. So now if we console log hour, we see that we get 2. So we have 25 days and 2 hours left to the new year. But because we floor this number, this one has the remaining 2. The remaining would be hour and day. So we create another constant and we call it minutes. And this would be math.floor. And this one is the remaining of the gap over hour. So this is the residual of the gap over hour. And this one is over minutes. And finally, we have second, which is, if we follow the pattern, this won't be the residual of the previous one. So we have gap, the residual of the gap over minute, and this one over second. Now we have day, hour, minute, and second. We just need to put them inside these elements that we brought here. So the first one is day. So we just say day element dot inner text, and we equal it to D. We can see it here, 25 days. The next one is hour element dot inner text, and we equal it to H. We can see 2. Then we have minutes element dot inner text equal to M, which is 54 minutes. And then we have finally second dot inner text, which is equal to S. As you can see, now we have 25 days, 2 hours, 53 minutes, and 57 seconds left. And each time we refresh, we get lower amount because we are getting closer to 2022. But we cannot refresh it each time for a user to see the new number. We can use the set timeout method to set a timer to execute a function after the timer expires. So we create a set timeout method, and the set timeout method is going to call this function update countdown every 1 second. So 1 second would be 1000 milliseconds. So now we can see every second if this number is refreshing and this function is being called inside the JavaScript. So we always get the new number in the seconds. That was it for our project. I hope you enjoyed and learned many things. See you in the next project.
Welcome back to another project. In this project, we're going to create a Pomodoro timer. As you can see from the final version of the project, we have a timer at the middle and 3 buttons: a start, a stop, and reset. If we click on the start, this is going to start the timer backward from 25 minutes. And when we click on the stop, this is going to stop the timer. We can start it again by clicking on start. And also we can reset it by clicking on the reset button. And also we're going to have an alert when the timer is up. So the Pomodoro timer is useful for people who wants to study. After 25 minutes, they can have some rest. So this Pomodoro concept is for creating a timer for people who wants to work and focus on a job for 25 minutes. So in these projects, we're going to firstly learn how to style it using CSS, and also we're going to learn how to add event listener to the buttons using JavaScript, and how to create a timer using setInterval method of JavaScript. In the next section, we're going to start with the HTML part of the project. So see you in the next section. All right, let's start our project. In this section, we're going to create the HTML part of the project. And also I have put the final version here for our comparison. As you can see, we have the title, we have a timer at the middle, and also 3 buttons. So we're going to create these elements using HTML first, and then we're going to style them using CSS, and finally we're going to add some functionalities to them using JavaScript. The first things we need to do is to create a folder, and also we're going to open that folder inside the Visual Studio Code. So let me go to my desktop. I create a folder here in my desktop. I'm going to call this folder the name of our project, which is Pomodoro Timer. So once you create the folder, you can just right click and click on open with code, which is going to open it with Visual Studio Code. And the default folder for you is going to be Pomodoro Timer. And you can just create your files here to use it for your website. So you're going to create the first file, which is index.html. Let's close the welcome tab. And here we can just now close this section to have more space. Then we can use an exclamation mark to create an HTML5 boilerplate. So we just can click on the first auto suggestion, the one that is showing the exclamation mark. So we can just check that one by clicking on the live server extension here. As you can see, the go live. If you have installed, let's check if you open the extensions using Ctrl+Shift+X, you have to install this server, this one, live server. You can just search here live server, and here you can just find this live server and you can just install it. After installation, you can just click on this button here to open the server and open this website inside the browser. So let's just click on the go live. This is going to open this one inside our default browser, which in my case is Chrome. So the title is document. Let's change the title to the name of the project, which is Pomodoro Timer. And then we can just, let's bring this one to the left side and the browser on the right side, so you can see the changes in real time. Let's decrease the size of the browser. So inside the body, we're going to start and add our containers, head tags, headers, heading tags, and buttons. For example, here I'm going to add a div with a class of container, which is going to cover all the website. And for just creating a div with a class of container, you just have to write down .container. And then here you can just add the h1 tag with the class of title. And here we just write down the name of the project, Pomodoro Timer. We see it here. Let's increase the size. So as you can see, we have this title inside the website now. After the title, we're going to have a paragraph with the class of timer, and also with the ID of timer. So for the ID, we add hashtag. For the class, we add dot. So this is going to give us a class and ID. Class we usually use for styling, and ID for targeting them using JavaScript later on. So here I'm just gonna hard code now, 25 minutes. After the paragraph, we're going to have our buttons. So I'm gonna put all the buttons inside a button wrapper. So I'm going to create a div with a class of button wrapper. Inside this div, we're going to have 3 buttons. The first one has the ID of a start, and it's just going to say a start. We can see it here. Let me zoom this a little bit. You can see it better. And then after that, we're going to have another button with the ID of a stop.
and which is going to say just a stop. And finally, we're going to have another button with the idea of resets. So now we have all the elements we need to create our website. In the next section, we're going to start styling this website using CSS and make it like the final version. We bring everything to the center. We create these buttons with different colors, and also we make some the text bigger. So see you in the next section for the CSS part of the project. Alright, in the last section, we have completed the HTML part of the project. In this section, we're going to style the project using CSS. So if you look at the final version here, you can see that we have our container in the center. We have different colors with the buttons, and also we have a bigger text in the center. So the first things we need to do is to create a CSS file inside our project. So let me open the Explorer section using Ctrl+Shift+E, and here we can create a new file. We just call it a style.css. And before styling and using the CSS file, we need to add a link to this file within the HTML code. So inside the index.html, we need to add a link inside the head tag. After the title tag, we just add a link. We just write down link, and then we can click on the third auto suggestion, the one with the CSS. So this is going to create a relationship between the style sheet and this HTML file, and the destination address is style.css because both files are located at the same directory. Now we can start styling our project using CSS. The first things I want to do is to target this div with the class of container. So the div with the class of container, we can target that one. We just use dot container because it's a class. We just target it using dot. And then I want to remove the margin. We just say margin 0 for the top and bottom, and auto for the left and right. So the auto is going to bring it to the center, but because it doesn't have a width still, we cannot see the margin auto. So we're gonna set the maximum width to 400 pixels. This is going to set the width, and then in this case, it's going to set the maximum width to 400 and bring it to the center. And then what I want to do is we can bring the text inside this container to the center using text align center. So this is going to bring everything to the center inside the container. Then let's add some padding of 20 pixels, which is going to add some space inside the element, inside the container around the elements. And also we want to change the font family to Roboto. And if this font is not available, I want to use sans serif instead. Okay, so the font is looking good. After the container, we're going to target this title. The title was an h1 tag with the class of title. So here I'm going to add that class. So let's change the font size to be 36 pixels. So which makes it bigger, and then add some margin at the bottom of 10 pixels, which is going to have some space between the title and the next things. And then let's set the color of the title to be this color, 2C3E50, which is kind of dark gray, very dark gray. So after that, we're going to target this timer. So the timer is a paragraph with a class of timer. So we can target that one here using dot timer. So let's change the font size to be 72 pixels. So we have the zoom here. Let's remove the zoom so you can see the real sizes. And then let's change the color of this the same as the color of the title. Now we have the buttons. As you can see, they are in the center and everything looks okay. But we want to target the button because the button here, we can target this tag using button. So button right here. So we have the button. I want to change this button size and make it bigger. So we change the font size to be 18 pixels. We add some padding in the top and bottom of 10 pixels and 20 pixels for the left and right. Let's add some margin of 10 pixels so they have some space between them. Let's change the color of the text to be white. So you cannot see it now, but I want to change the color of these buttons to green, red, and gray. So we're going to see it later clearly. So let's, for now, we just add some background color so you can see it better. I just choose the same background color, black, but I'm going to remove this background color later. So let's remove the border. So we just say border none. And then we set the border radius to be 4 pixels. So this is going to make the buttons rounded. So this is going to have some rounded corner. And then let's add some, let's make the cursor to be pointed. So when we hover over the buttons, we see a pointing hand. Okay, the mouse cursor is going to change to pointer. And then so I think that's it for the button. Let's target each, let's add some hover effect, or let's just target each button. So the button, each of them has an ID of a start, a stop, and reset. You can target that one using pound sign, for example, start. So to target the start button, let's change the background color to be 27 AE60. Okay. And then let's also make this text to be uppercase. So we just use text transform uppercase. So make the text uppercase. And when we hover over them, over the buttons, we just say button hover pseudo class we use. So when we hover over them, I want to change the opacity to be 70%. So it becomes like this, so you know that something happened. And also we want to add some transition. As you can see, this is very fast. I want to add some transition to opacity, and then just 0.3 seconds with ease in and out effect. Now, as you can see, it's kind of more nice. And then let's target the other buttons. So we just say stop button, for example, let's change the background color to be C039B, which is kind of C039-2B, which is a red color. And then finally, we're going to target this reset button. We change the background color to be kind of gray color. So it's going to be 7F8C8D. Okay. And then now we can just remove this background color here. So let's remove the zoom level. So we have a style like this. Okay. So that was it for the CSS part of the project. In the next section, we're going to work on the JavaScript part, and we're going to add some functionality. As you can see from the final version, when we press on the start, as you can see, the timer is going to count down from 25 minutes. And then when we reach to the 0, we're going to have some alert saying the time's up, and then we can stop the timer, and also we can reset the timer. So see you in the next section for the JavaScript part of the project. All right, in the last section, we have completed the CSS part of the project. In this section, we're going to add functionality to the project using JavaScript. So the first things we need to do is to create a JavaScript file inside our folder that we have created. Let me open the Explorer section using Ctrl-Shift-E. And here we can just create a new file, and we call it, for example, index.js. And before using it, we need to add a link to this file within the HTML file. And the link file, if you remember, for the style.css, we have added in the head section, but for JavaScript, we should add it at the end of the body section, because we need all these elements to be loaded first in the browser, and then we can add the functionality using JavaScript. So here we can just add a script tag. We just write down SC, and we can click on the second auto suggestion, the one with the SRC. And the SRC, which is the source address, is index.js, because both files are located at the same directory. Now we can use JavaScript in our projects. What we want to do first is to bring these elements, these 3 buttons, and also this timer, because we want to change the value of the timer, and also we want to add some event listener to these buttons. So let's bring these elements inside the JavaScript. We just create a constant, and we call it a start element, and we set it to be equal to, because we want to target the browser, we just say document.getElement by ID, because this is it has the ID of a start. So we just, inside the parentheses, we just say start. Okay. So we can do the same things for the stop and reset button, and also the timer. So I've just copied this one using Alt-Shift arrow down.
3 more times. The second one, I want to change this start to stop. I can just use Ctrl D to choose both of them, and then I just say stop. And then here, use Ctrl D, make it reset, and this one is going to be timer. So we have access to this timer, a start, a stop, and reset. Let's add the event listener to the 3 buttons. So we just add the start element, we add an event listener. The event listener we want to add is click, because when we click on the button, we want to trigger a function. I'm going to call the function a start timer. Let's remove this. So start timer, I'm going to call the function a start timer, and then let's create the function at the top. So we create a function and we call it a start timer. And for now, we just console log a start. Okay, so now if you open the console using F12, let's clear the console, and then let me decrease the size. So if I click on start, so before that, you have to refresh the page. If we click on a start, we see a start in the console. Okay, so let's do the same things for the other buttons, a stop and reset. So I'm going to copy this one using Alt-Shift-Arrow down. And also, let's copy this function 2 more times. So this start is going to be a stop. These 2 is going to be a stop. This one should be stop too. And this one should be reset. 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 This one too. Okay. So now, if we check the console, if we click on start, we see start, a stop, and reset. As you can see, we are console logging these 3 terms based on the button that we are clicking. Now, just we have created this. We want to start working on the start timer function. So instead of console logging, we want to create an interval. So every 1 second, we want to update a timer. Okay. So we want to create an interval. I'm going to call it interval. And then we have to just define it at the top by a variable called interval. And then we set this interval to a function called setInterval, which is a built-in JavaScript function, which is going to trigger a function they're going to trigger this function for example, this is 1 millisecond, but we want to call this one every 1 second, which is 1000 milliseconds. So every 1000 milliseconds, we are going to trigger this function. So, for example, here, we're going to trigger the function. We just console log, for example, we just console log something like a timer. And then let's clean now we just call this function. As you can see, every second we are calling this timer. And you see the timer, 6, 7, 8, 9. So this console log is getting triggered every 1 second. But instead of doing that, we're going to update this timer. So let's create a variable at the top first, and we call this variable time left. So we just create a variable called time left. And for now, I just want to set it to be 1500 means 25 minutes. Okay, this is based on seconds. So 1500 seconds is equal to 25 minutes. Now that we have created this one, so this is second, but we want to convert this one to minutes and seconds. So I'm going to create a function here. I'm going to call it update function, update timer, for example. And this one is going to create the minutes, seconds from the time left. So we just say let minutes, and this minutes is going to be equal to math.floor, because we want to set that one to be rounded to the lower. So returns a greatest integer less or equal to its numeric argument. For example, if you have 2.1 is going to be 2, okay? Or 2. So floor is going to do that one. So we want to just whatever time left is, for example, is whatever time left is, we want to divide this one to 60, and this is going to be minutes. And then the seconds is different. The seconds is equal to time left. Whatever you divide to 60, the remainder is going to be seconds. So the first one is minute, and whatever the remainder is seconds. This is the remainder sign. It means time left divided by 60. Whatever the remainder would be this one. Okay. Now we have the minutes and seconds. We want to create it exactly like this time. But first, let me show it inside the timer. So we have the timer element. We want to change its inner HTML to equal to formatted time, which we are going to create here. The formatted time, let's create the formatted time. So the formatted time is equal to minutes plus this one, this sign, and then seconds. Okay, so let's seconds, we are getting, we have to add a plus here too. Okay, so now we have this formatted time. Now we need to call this function to update timer here inside this function every 1 second. So here I'm gonna call this update timer. So if we now press on start, this is going to update the timer to this one, but we want to decrease the time every 1 second. So we want to decrease the time left. We just add double minus to each time decrease it 1 second. So if I now press start, this is going to decrease from top to bottom every 1 second. But I just want to show you some problem we have here. For example, if we time, instead of just this 1500, we make it, for example, 120 second. If we start now, you can see it's 158, 57, but I want to show 0, 1 instead of 1. So it's going to be formatted. So there is a method that we can use in JavaScript. It's called pad start. But first we need to convert this one to a string. So we need to make a template here like this. The backtick here is it's located over the tab key. This one allows us to have a variable inside here. So I'm gonna add a variable using $sign and curly braces. So what we do first, we convert this one to a string because this is a number, and then after converting it to a string, we want to add some 0 using pad start, which is going to add. I want to say, just make it 2 digits, and then if this first digit is not existed, make it 0. Or even if it's not existed, we just make it 0. For example, if I start now, this one is 0, 1 instead of 1. Okay. So now let's do the same things for the seconds. So we're gonna have so let's remove this plus stuff because we are making a variable. We don't need to have that one. And then we want to add another variable for seconds. First, we convert the seconds to a string by using to a string. And then we want to use pad start. For 2 digits, we want to add 0. Okay, so let's start now. We have some extra things. We don't need this one as well. Let's start. Now, as you can see, 0, 1, 57. And then if this one decreased to, for example, if we have, for example, 70 seconds, let's start this one. You can see 0, 0, 8, 0, 7, 0, 6. And then if this one finished, the minute is going to be 00 because we need 2 digits with 0. So this is the way you format your numbers using JavaScript. Okay, so now it's working. Let's just bring this one. Let's leave it there. I want to make it 10 seconds because I want to show you an alert. So each time this time finish, I want to create an alert. So here, after the update timer, I just say if the time left is equal to 0, let's make an alert saying time's up or time's up. Okay, now let's try it. So it starts from 10 seconds, and when the 10 seconds finish, we want to see an alert saying time's up. You can see the alert, time's up, and if you press OK, you see the time is still going, and as you can see, it's going backward. So we need to clear the interval as well. So we need to clear interval, and which interval we want to clear is this interval that we have. Okay, now let's try it again. So after 10 seconds, this is going to create an alert and then set the time to 0. So we can, so we clear this one. And then if we start again, okay, it's going to backward again. So we need to set the time again. After the alert we set the alert to OK. Okay, so we can here, we just set the time left. We set it to be again to, for example, 1500. So let's try again. Now we have 10 seconds. When it's finished, this is going to clear after the OK, clear the interval. And if you start again, it's going to start from 25. But let's work on the stop and the reset button. So when we click on a stop timer, we want to clear the interval too. So we just say clear interval
and then we're going to clear the interval. So when we press stop, it is going to stop the timer at 7. And if you start again, this is going to continue. So this is for the stop timer. For the reset timer, we want to clear it. And also we want to set the time left to the 1500, which is 25 minutes. And also we want to update timer. And also we can call the update timer here after the time left as well. So now if we press on start, it starts from 10 seconds. We can stop it. We can reset. As you can see, it goes to the 25 here. We can start it again. Now let's set the time left to 1500. So this is 225. Let's increase the size. So now if you press start, it's going to start from 25 to 0. And when we reach 0, we get an alert. We can stop it, start again, and also we can reset the timer. All right, so that was it for creating this Pomodoro timer using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. We also have learned how to bring the data, the elements inside the JavaScript, how to create an interval and update the timer based on the minutes and seconds, and how to format them using pad start at the 0 if the timer is less than 9 or even it's 0. And finally, we have learned how to clear the interval using stop and the reset timer. So that was it for the projects. I hope you learned many things. See you in the next project. Welcome back to another project. In this project, we're going to create an age calculator. As you can see from the final version of the project, we have a container here with the title age calculator with an input of a date. For example, if you click on here, we can choose the date of our birthday. For example, I choose something in 2022. And if you click now on calculate age, you can see the age is calculated based on this date and saying your age is 21 years old. What we want to do next, firstly, we want to create the HTML part of the project, and then we're going to work on the CSS and make this modern design. And finally, using JavaScript, we're going to dynamically create this age based on the input that the user provides. So see you in the next section for the HTML part of the project. All right, let's start our project. In this section, we're going to work on the HTML part of the project. I also put the final version here for our comparison so we know what to do in each step. So the first things we need to do is to create a folder inside your computer. In my case, I want to create it inside my desktop. So I'm going to create a folder. I'm going to call the folder the name of our project, which is age calculator. Once you created this folder, you can just right click and click on open with code to open it with your Visual Studio Code. And here you can close the welcome tab. And as you can see, the age calculator folder is the default folder now for our Visual Studio Code. Now we can just click here on this icon to create a new file, or we can right click and click on new file, and we call the file index.html. So we have an empty file here. We can just use an exclamation mark to have an HTML5 boilerplate. So now, in order to see this inside the browser, we can use the extension Live Server. If you haven't installed it, you just open the extension using Ctrl+Shift+X and just search for Live Server. This is the extension you need to install. You just click on it and click on Install. I have already installed it, so I have it in my browser. Then we just click here on Go Live to open it inside the browser. This is going to open it inside your default browser, which is, in my case, is Google Chrome. Now let's bring the website on the right side and the Visual Studio Code on the left side so you can see the changes in real time. You can see the title is documents. We can change the title now to age calculator. And you can see that it's changing because I have enabled my auto save. So anytime I type something, this is going to save it and here show it simultaneously inside the browser. After that, we're going to go inside the body section and we add a container. For example, in the final version, we have a container here, which has a white background, but the body is a gray. So we're going to have this container by adding a div with the class of container. So if you just write down dot container, this is going to suggest you a div with the class of container. If you press tab or enter, you're going to accept that suggestion. After that, we have an h1 tag saying age calculator. And After that, we're going to have a div with a class of form. And inside this div, we're going to have a label like this, enter your date of birth, and then we have an input, and finally we have a button. So we're going to have a label, and this is going to be for the birthday, and the label is going to say enter your date of birth. After the label, we're going to have the input, but the type of the input is going to be date. So this is going to change the date. So you can just click here and change the date. As you can see, this is the HTML input with the type of date. And for the input, we're going to have an ID of birthday. And also we're going to have a name of birthday. Okay, so we have the input. And finally, we're going to have a paragraph with the ID of results, which is going to show the results for us. For example, we just hard code your age is, for example, 21 years old. Okay. So now we have just hard coded these things, but later we're going to use JavaScript to calculate the age based on the birthday. And then we're going to, in the next section, we're going to style it and make it like the final version with the container in the center, with the hovering effect for the button. And also we're going to bring them on top of each other like this. So that was it for the HTML part of the project. In the next section, we're going to work on the CSS part. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have completed the HTML part of the project. In this section, we're going to style the project using CSS. So we're going to design it like the final version. We're going to create the container, bring it to the center. So the first things we need to do is to create a CSS file. So I'm going to open my Explorer section using Ctrl-Shift-E. And here we create a new file and we call it a style.css. Before using the CSS file, we need to add a link to the CSS file within the HTML code. So we need to go to the head tag and just put it somewhere in the head tag. For example, I put it at the end of the head tag after the title tag. I just write down link and I click on the third auto suggestion, the one with the CSS, which is going to give me a link tag with the relationship between the HTML file and the CSS style sheet with the address style.css for the href. So now we can just start styling our project using CSS. First, we start with the body section. First, I remove the default margin. I set it to be 0. So this is going to remove the default margin. Then we add some padding of 20 pixels, which is going to have some space. Let's change the font family to Montserrat. We need to put this on a double quote. And if this font is not available, we're going to use sans serif instead. So now we're going to change the background color. We're going to change the background color to a light gray, which is F7, F7, F7. So we have done with the body section. Now let's start styling this container, this div with a class of containers. So I'm going to just write down dot container to target that here inside the CSS. And I just want to change the background color to white. You can just write down white or FFF. Let's add some box shadow. 0, 0 for the X and Y, and 20 pixels for I think 10 pixel would be nicer, 10 pixels blurriness, and then we can use RGBA, which stands for red, green, blue, and alpha, and we can just choose 0 for red, 0 for green and blue, for black color, and for the alpha, I just choose 0.2, which is 20% transparency. Now we can see the box shadow here. Then let's add some padding of 20 pixels to add some space inside it. Let's remove the zoom level so you can see the real sizing. And then we're going to have, if you open it now, you can see this is all size. I'm going to set the maximum width to be 600 pixels, which is this side. And then from bringing it to the center, I want to add margin of 0 for top and bottom and auto for left and right, which is going to bring it to the center like this. And in the small size, still we have the space because we have 20 pixels padding in the body section. So that's it for the container. Before we forget, in the container, I want to add some border radius as well. So I'm going to add a border radius of 5 pixels, which is going to add a rounded corner for the container. After that, we're going to style the h1 tag here, the heading, which is saying age calculator. So we just say h1. So I'm going to change the font size to be 36 pixels. So I don't know what happened to here. We can use text align center to bring it to the center. And then we can just remove the margin top to 0. And we add some margin bottom of 20 pixels. Okay, that was it for the h1 tag. The next things we want to style is this form, this div with a class of form. So we can target that one just saying dot form. We can change the display to flex to bring everything first next to each other, and then we can change the flex direction to column to bring them on top of each other like this. And then we can use align item center to align them and bring them to the center like that. After the form, we're going to target this label. We have this label here. So we can target that one here by just saying label. And then we just change the font weight to be bold. And we just add some margin at the bottom of 20 pixels, for example, or 10 pixels. Okay, that's it for the label. And now we're going to style this input here. So we can target the input by just saying input, and let's add some padding of 8 pixels. So we add a space around that. So for the border, I just want the 1 pixel border to be solid. It means that it's just a line. And then we can use the color CCC, which is kind of gray color. After that, we can just add a border radius of, for example, 5 pixels to add a rounded corner. And then we can just set the width to be 100%, which is going to be in the all here. But I can just set the maximum width to be 300 pixels. It doesn't go more than 300 pixels. So if it's less than 300 pixels, it's going to be 100%. If it's more than that, it's going to be 300 pixels. And then I think that's enough for this. Great. So after this input, we're going to style the button here. I don't know if I have added a button or not. So we missed the button actually. We have to add a button here. After this input, we're going to have a button. And the button is going to say calculate age like this. So now we can just style the button by just targeting the button. And let's add some background color. The background color I want to add is 007 BFF. Let's change the color to be white, the text color to be white so we can see it better. And then let's remove the border. We just set the border to be none. And then we can just add some padding in the top and bottom of 10 pixels and left and right to be 20 pixels. And then we can just set some border radius to be 5 pixels. So we make it rounded in the corner. We add some margin at the top of 10 pixels. And we set the cursor to be pointer. So when we hover over it, we see a pointing hand. And then also when we hover over the button, so we can use the pseudo class hover. So we want to have a different background color. For example, 0062 CC, which is kind of darker color. And also we can add some transition on the background color. For example, I want to have a transition of 0.3 seconds with ease effect. So you can see it smoother, like a transition on it. And finally, we're going to style this result here, which because it's a paragraph with the ID of result, we can target that one just targeting the ID of result. And then we just say margin top of 20 pixels. We set the font size to be 24 pixels. And then we set the font weight to be bold. And also that's it. I think that's enough for this one. So now we have done with we can bring this one a little bit down by adding the container, some margin top here too. Margin top, for example, 50 pixels. So this is the website we have built. As you can see, we have the title, now we have a style, the input, the button, and finally the result. In the next section, we're going to dynamically get the data from the input that we put, calculate the age, and then show it inside the results section using JavaScript. So see the next section for the JavaScript part of the project. All right, in the last section, we have completed the CSS part of the project. In this section, we're going to create and work on the JavaScript part of the project, and we're going to calculate the age based on the birthday of the person who put the information inside this input. So the first things we need to do is to create a JavaScript file. So I'm going to come back to Visual Studio Code. I want to open the Explorer section using Ctrl+Shift+E, and here we create a new file and we call it index.js. And we just need to add a link to it. Let me close the style.css. So inside the index.html, we need to add a script tag, which is going to call this JavaScript file. And we need to add it at the end of the body section. We just write down sc. We accept the script tag with the src of index.js because both files are located at the same directory. The address would be just the name of the file. The reason we put it at the end is because we want all these things to be loaded first on the browser, and then we call the JavaScript, because otherwise we don't have access to these elements using JavaScript. So now, first things first, we want to add an event listener to this button, the calculate age. So this button. So we need to bring this button here. So in order to bring the button to here, we just target the button. I can add a button. We can add an ID here. We just say btn for the ID. And here we just create a constant. We call it btn element. And this is going to be equal to document because we want to target all the browser. And then we just use get element by ID method. And we pass the name of the ID that we have passed to the button, which is btn. Now we have access to the element. We can just add the event listener to it. We just add an event listener. How is this? We add an event listener to it, and the event we want to listen is click. And then we can just call a function after this. We can just call the function calculate age, and then we can just create a function here. We just create a function. We call it calculate age. Just for now, I'm going to console log. We just console log clicked. So now if we just bring this website to the right side and open the console using F12, and here, let me clear the console. I click on calculate age. You see that we are console logging clicked. So instead of console logging, I want to calculate the age based on the input. So first things first, we want to get the input information. So the input here has an ID of birthday. So we can bring it here similar to here. We're just going to copy this using Alt-Shift arrow down. I want to change this btn to using Ctrl-D. I want to choose both of them and then just say birthday. This is going to choose this birthday, the ID, and then just put the constant birthday element to it. Now we have access to this. So here first, I want to just calculate the inside what we get. We just say birthday value. We get the value, which is going to be equal to birthday element dot value. Let's console log this birthday value. So now if I change this one, for example, to 4th of April 2023, and then we click on calculate age, we just get this 2023 4/4. And if you choose something else, you can just choose for example, January 13, 2006. You can print it here because we are console logging. So we have calculate the value, and then if nothing is added as a value, for example, if the birthday value is equal to an empty string, we want to just alert, please enter please enter your birthday. So now there is nothing here. If I click calculate age, there is an alert saying, please enter your birthday. So we are going to prevent calculating if there's nothing here. Otherwise, if there is something there, we're going to calculate the age we just say const age is going to be equal to, we call a function called get age, and then we're just going to pass this value. Okay, so we're going to create this function. Let's create this function, get age, which is going to get the birthday value. So we're going to create this function. It is very simple too. So we're going to, first thing first, we want to get the current date, today. Because we want to calculate, we need to subtract the birthday from the current date. So the current date is going to be equal to new date. This is the date is the constructor method from JavaScript. This is going to get the date from the browser. So if I now console log here, current date, let's remove this. If I put something here, calculate age, as you can see, we are getting this current date, which is even it gives us the time too, 6th of April 2023, 11 o'clock. And then now, based on this one, if we, for example, we want to just get the year, we just say get full year. If we now console log, let's choose some date so we don't get an error. And then let's clear the console, and then we just click on calculate age, we get 2023. So the same method we can use to get the year from this birthday value. So if I console log birthday value dot get full year, and then we choose something here, we don't get an error. So we click on calculate age. We should, we need to get the, this is the current date. We can just get the birthday date too. We need to get it because this is, we need to create a new date, but we need to pass, instead of the date, we just need to pass the birthday value. Now, if we just get the full year by just passing birthday date dot get full year, let's test this one. We get 2023 birthday. But if we choose, for example, imagine 1985, if we just click on calculate age, we get 1985. Okay. So now we have the year of this year, current date, which is here, dot get full year. And then also we have the birthday year. So now we can just subtract that one and calculate the age. So we just say const age is equal to current date dot get full year minus birthday date dot get full year. Okay. Now, if we console log age, for example, I choose somewhere 1975, we get 48 years old. Okay. But this one is actually not always correct because based on the months, for example, if you look at the time, for example, now it's April 2023 when I'm recording this video. If the birthday is before the April, you are actually 1 year older than the person who is born after the April. So we need to calculate the months as well. And then we know that if the person is born after the today or before today. So if it's after today, we have to subtract 1 from the person. Sorry, before this date, we need to subtract the time. So I'm going to calculate the months too. So I'm going to say const months. And this is going to be equal. So we just can copy this one. And instead of get full year, I want to use another method, which is get months. Okay. Now we have the months. Now we create a condition here. We just say if the months is less than 0, for example, if something happened and the month is less than 0, because if the current date is less than the birthday date, so the month is going to be less than 0. Or if the month is equal to 0, it means, for example, the current date and the birthday is both April, but now we have to calculate the day. So after this condition, we just say if this one happened and if the current date dot get date, which is going to give us the day, is less than the birthday date dot get date. So if the month is equal to 0, but the day is less than that, so in both condition, month less than 0 or month equals 0 or the day is less than, we're going to decrease the age by 1. So we can do it by just saying age minus minus. So we have the age, for example, 24. Age minus minus is going to make it 23. So now this is going to solve the problem. And then after that, we're going to return the age. We just say return age. So this is going to be output of this function, get age, and we get the age here inside the calculate age. So now here we can console log age. So let's calculate it. For example, let's choose, for example, 2012, January 6, it's 11 years old. But if this is April, after April, for example, May, let's see the error. Oh, because we want to change the age, we cannot use constant. We need to use let here. This should be a variable. Okay. So now let's do it again. Let's test 2012. It was 2012. January 6 was giving us 11. Now if we choose after April, for example, October, gives us 10 years old. So that guy is 1 year younger than the person who is born before the current date. So we are getting a correct age. But we want to show it here inside this instead of just console logging it. So instead of console logging, we're going to get this element from the HTML. So we're going to get the element here because it's a paragraph with the ID of result. We can just target that one. We just create a constant. We call it, for example, result element, which is going to be equal to document dot get element by ID, and the ID is result. So now we can just change its text. We just say result element dot inner text is going to be equal to, for example, we just make it dynamic. We just say your age. I added the backtick. Backtick is located on top of the tab key. So we just say your age is, and then we just add a $sign to make the variable. We add the age here, this variable here, and then another $sign, because it can be year or years, because if the person is only 1 year old, you should say your age is 1 year old. But if it's more than one, we should be say your age is, for example, 2 years old. So I'm gonna make a condition here. We just add here, we just say if the age is greater than 1, just to say years, otherwise say year. And then we add the old at the end. Okay, so if the person is born, for example, last year, February, your age is 1 year old. If it's like a longer than that, for example, January 1990, your age is 33 years old. Okay, so we have accomplished this one using JavaScript. So let's review what we have done. So we have got all the elements using the method called getElementById. We have created an event listener here for the button. If we click on it, we're going to call a function called calculateAge. And here we just get the birthday value by just setting birthday element dot value. If the value is empty, we're going to say enter your birthday. Otherwise, we're going to call another function called getAge and pass this value. And we're going to calculate the age based on the current date and the birthday. We're going to calculate the age, and we got a condition if the month is less than 0 or the day is less if the month is equal to 0. We're going to decrease the age by 1, and we're going to return the age, get the age here. We're going to put this text inside the result element using inner text, and we just make a condition to always write down a correct sentences. All right, that was it for creating this project. I hope you enjoyed and learned many things. See you in the next project.
Welcome back to another project. In this project, we are going to create an incrementing profile statistics. As you can see from the final version of the project, we have 3, like a working experience, website made, and apps made. We have 3 icons, the briefcase, cloud, and the Apple icon, which we are getting from the font awesome. And then we have 3 numbers at the middle representing our work experience, website made, and apps made. If you refresh the page, we can see the numbers start from 0 and increment until they get to the last number. If you may notice, you can see that they get to the last number at the same time. We are going to use JavaScript setTimeout method to create and trigger a function that increments number from 0 to the end, but proportionally. So they're going to finish at the same time. So in the next section, we're going to start with the HTML part of the project. So see you in the next section. All right, let's start our project. First, we open the Visual Studio Code, and here we close the Get Started tab. In the File menu, we click on the Open folder. I would like to create the project in my desktop, but you can create it anywhere you like in your computer. So we click on Desktop, we click on the New Folder to create a new folder, and we name the folder, for example, Profile Statistics, which is the name of our project. We just write Profile Statistics. And here we click on the Select folder. We close the Get Started tab again, and now we can create our HTML file. So on the left side, which is the Explorer section, we right-click and we click on New File. We name the file index.html, and we press Enter. As you can see now, we have the index.html file on the right side, which is completely empty, obviously, but we can use an exclamation mark to create an HTML5 boilerplate. So we write an exclamation mark and we click on the first auto suggestion. We can see the browser inside the Visual Studio Code using the Live Preview extension. We just need to right click and click on Live Preview, Show Preview. Now we can see the browser on the right side, which is completely empty, but with the title document. Let's change the title to be Profile Statistics. Now we can see the profile statistic as the title of the page. Then in the body section, we add a container, and we just call the container a stats container. We press Enter to accept the auto suggestion. So we have now a div with the class of stats container. We close this Explorer section to have more space on the right side. So we drag this line to the left, and we open the browse here. All right, we open this div, and inside this div, we want to add some icons, and then a counter number, and also a h4 tag. For adding the icons in our website, we can use the Font Awesome website. So we go back to our desktop and we click on the Google Chrome, and here we search for Font Awesome. In the first result, fontawesome.com, we click on icons. We just wait a little bit. Now we can search for the icons we would like to have. I would like to have briefcase for the first one, this one, the briefcase. We click on this icon, and then here we can copy the link tag, which is an I tag with a class of FAS and FA briefcase. We click to copy the HTML tag. We go back to the Visual Studio Code and we paste it here. We cannot see the icon yet because we must add a link to the Font Awesome CDN within the HTML code. So we go back to the browser and we open a new tab, and here we search for CDN JS. CDN JS is a website, so you can find any CDN you like, including Font Awesome. We click here, cdnjs.com. And here in the search bar, we search for Font Awesome. We just write font, and in the results section, we click on Font Awesome, version 5.15. If you scroll down a little bit here in the first section, we just click here to copy the link tag, and we go back to the Visual Studio Code, and just under the title tag, we paste the link using Ctrl-V. Now we can see the briefcase inside the browser. I want this briefcase to be bigger, so we just add here FA-3x to make it 3 times bigger. After this briefcase, I want to add a counter div. We just add a div with a class of counter, and we just want to add some number. For example, I want to add 15 as a work experience. So, and then we need the attribute here for setting the data. We call it the data seal. We want the maximum number will be 15, and we set the data seal to be 15 as well. So in the JavaScript, when we are incrementing the numbers from 0, by using this attribute, we know the maximum number we want in each counter. All right, after this div, we can have a h4 tag, just saying, for example, year experience. So just experience. All right. We just need to copy this. Let's add some class to the font awesome too, so later we can style them in the CSS. We just write here icon, and we copy this div 2 times using Alt Shift arrow down. So we just copy 1 time, 2 times. So in the second one, instead of having briefcase, we want to have our how many websites we made. So we just add a cloud here. We just say cloud. You can see a cloud. And here, instead of having year experience, we just say website made. The last one will be the application. So here, instead of having briefcase, we just want to add Apple sign. But FAS is a solid. I want FAB to have the Apple. And if we search in the font awesome Apple, we can see here, if we click on Apple, which is the logo of the Apple company, the class is FAB, FA Apple. All right, we go back to the Visual Studio Code, and here we just say apps made. All right, now we have our icons, briefcase, cloud, and Apple. The work experience, the first one, the year experience is 15. For the website, for example, we say 260. And for the apps, just for example, say 27, just as an example. All right, that was it for the HTML part of our project. In the next section, we are going to use CSS to style the project. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have finished with the HTML part of our project. In this section, we're going to start using CSS for styling our project. First, we create a CSS file. Here, we open the Explorer section using Ctrl-Shift-E. And on the left side, in the Explorer section, we right-click and we click on the new file. We name the file style.css. Before using CSS in our project, we must add a link to the CSS file within the HTML code. So we go back to the index.html and we scroll up a little bit, and just at the end of the head tag, we add a link tag. We just right link and we click on the third auto suggestion, the one with the CSS. Now we can use CSS in our project. We just save the file using Ctrl-S and we go to style.css and we start styling our project. First, we start from body section. We just write body. We open a set of curly braces, and first we remove the space around the body element using margin 0. We just need to remove the default margin of the body. Just write margin 0. As you can see in the browser, we don't have any margin around the body section. Then we can use first we remove the Explorer section so we can have more space. Then we can use display flex to be able to bring the items to the center horizontally. So we write here display flex. As you can see, the items came next to each other. That is very good. Then we can use justify content center to bring them to the center horizontally. In order to bring the items to the center vertically, we just first need to set the height of the body to be 100% of the viewport height. So we just write height 100 VH, which means 100% of the viewport height. Then we can use align items center to bring the items to the center vertically. Also, we can use text align center to bring the items, inline items to the center. Let's change the background color to be, for example, yellow. Then we change the font family to be, for example, cursive. All right, that was it for the body section. Let's add some margin around each container and also set the width and height for them. In the index.html, the div that covers each counter is the stats container. As you can see, we have 3 stats container, which is related to each of these items. So we go back to style.css, and here we just target the stats container. We open a set of curly braces. We add a margin here first. We just say margin 20 pixels. And let's add some border. We just make the border dotted. Now we can see them. Let's change the color of the border to be green. And let's change the width, the mean width, to be 200 pixels. So we can see them now like this. And then we have the height to be 100 pixels. So yeah, let's bring these icons to the top center of the box. And also we want this to be responsive when we have a smaller size. They come at the top of each other. So we want the body, the flex direction, to be column when we have a smaller screen. So we can add it here. We just add a media query. And here, instead of a screen, we just say a max width to be, for example, 500 pixels. And then we just say body flex direction to be column. Let's try it. Yeah. Now we can see them on the top of each other when we have a smaller screen. Let's change this to 600. Yeah, that's better. And we can bring this briefcase or cloud to the top as well. So we just target these icons. We have icon class for all of the icons, 1, 2, 3. So we target them here. We just say dot icon, and we position them absolute. But we want this to be absolute in relative to its container. So we just change the position of this to be relative. And then we just say top minus 20 pixels, or maybe 30 pixels. And then we bring them 50% from the left. But the 50% from the left actually bring these icons, the edge of the icon, to the center. But we can use transform, translate X minus 50 pixel to bring them to the center, like a perfect, the middle to be in the center. Now let's target this number so we can see them. So the number has a class of counter. So we just say dot counter. Let's increase the size first. We just set it to be 50 pixels. And let's increase the size of this container to look a little bit better. So we just change this 200 to 300 and this one to 200. Let's see this one in the browser. So we open it in the browser. Yeah, it looks a little bit too big actually. So we just change this to 100 and this one to 200. Sorry about that. So I just want to test that it looks okay or not. Yeah. Let's bring this counter to the center and decrease its size. Now the counter, where is the counter? Yeah, just let it to be 40 and we bring it to the center. We just position this to be absolute first, and then we bring it to the center by just saying left 50%, and this one brings the edge to the middle. So we just change the transform, translate X to minus 50%. And then we just need to add some padding to the stats container. Just say 20 pixels. So the counter is almost in the middle. We just need to bring this text to the bottom. So we just target them because they have the tag H4. So we just can say here at the top, we just say, or we target them under this. We just say stats container H4. And we position them first absolute, and we bring them to the bottom. Just say 1 pixels, and we bring them to the center using left 50% and transform, translate X minus 50%, like the one we did at the top. And also, we don't want this text to be in 2 lines. We can prevent line wrapping using white space, no wrap. You can see the suggestion. Now we have the text in 1 line only. And let's change the color of this text to be green too, so we can match the border. So we just say color green. Yeah, that was it for the CSS part of our project. Let's increase the size of the counter a little bit more to be 50 pixels. Looks better. We check it in the browser too. So we already have here. Yeah, it looks okay. Because my computer screen is very small, we always zoom it like a 80% to be like a normal computer. So you're going to see it in your computer like this, in this form. Yeah, that was it for the for the CSS part of our project. In the next section, we are going to add functionality to our project using JavaScript. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have finished with the CSS part of our project. In this section, we are going to start adding functionality to our project using JavaScript. So let's go back to the Visual Studio Code. We decrease the size of the browser, and here in the left, we open the Explorer section. We use Ctrl-Shift-E to open the Explorer section. Here we can right-click and we click on the new file to create our JavaScript file. We name the file index.js and we press enter. Before using JavaScript in our project, we must add a link to the JS file within the HTML code. So we switch to the index.html, and just at the end of the body tag, we add a script tag and we click on the second auto-suggestion, the one with the SRC. SRC actually defines the destination of the link, and as both files, I mean the index.js and index.html are located at the same directory, we just need to write here index.js for the URL. Now we can use JavaScript in our project. So we save this file. Actually, we have a typo here. This one should be years. So first fix this one. All right. We save the file. We go to the JavaScript file to start adding functionality. We have to target the counter, this number. They have the class of counter. As if you see here, all of them, they have a class of counter, 1, 2, 3. We can bring them inside the JavaScript, or we can say we can return them using query selector method. We just need to make a constant. We call it counters element. It means all of them. And we just inside the document, we use query selector all because we want to bring more than one counter. So we just inside the parentheses, we add a double quote and we say dot counter. Because the counter is a class, we add a dot here. Let's close this Explorer section so we can have more space. And we can use Alt-C to turn on the word wrap so we can see the code completely. So here, we need to loop through all the counters, first of them, second, and the last one. We just need to use for each method to execute a function once for each element of the array that we are getting here. This is actually an array of 3 elements. So we use for each method to get each element. So we call the element counter element. We make a function, and first we can set the numbers to be 0 because we want to start from 0. So we just say counter element, which we are getting from here, dot inner text, because we want to change the text inside the counter. So we just set it to be 0. Now we can see all the counters are 0. All right. Now we need to create a function to increase the number of this every, for example, a few milliseconds. We can create a function, and then we can use set timeout method to trigger that function every few seconds. So we create the function here. We call the function, for example, increment counter. First, we need to call this function here. We just call it here. And inside this body braces, we add our function. First, we need to get this number, the 0. So we just say current number, or current, current num. And we make this one as a variable. Current num is equal to counter element dot inner text, but this one is a string actually. We should convert this one to number, so we can add a plus at the beginning. And also we want to get this data seal. So we want to know what is the maximum number that we can reach. So we create another constant. We just say const because we don't want to use it again, we can just say constant. Actually, we don't need this one let to. We just, because we never use them again, we don't want to change this one again. So we just say const data seal. Oh, sorry, seal equal to this counter element. We want to get this attribute. For getting the attribute, we just need to, we can use the get attribute method. We just write get attribute, and inside the parentheses, and instead of a double quote set, we just write data seal, the same as this. All right. So now we have the current number and the data seal. We can console log data seal, and we check them in the console. All right. So we just open the DevTools pane, and we can get, now we are getting the data seal. The first one is 15, 260, and 227. All right. Next, we need to set how many increments the number should be. For example, this one goes from 0, 1, 2, 3 to 15, and this one is 250. We cannot increase it 0, 1, 2, 3 because we want all these numbers to reach to their data seal at the same time. So we need to have some, as we call it, increment number. So we make another constant, and we just say increment, and we just want this data seal, whatever the data seal is, divided to the smallest one, because this one, we want this to be 0, 1, 2, 3 to 15, and this one we want it to be exactly like this and finish at the same time. So we target the smallest number, so we just say here 15. So this one would be 1, and this one would be a big number, like around 10. So now we have the increment. So each time we have to update the current num. So in this case, that actually should be lit. So I made a mistake here. Sorry about that. So we just say current num equal to its previous value plus this increment. So that should be fine. We check the console if we don't get any error. That's fine. And yeah, we set this current counter element dot inner text to this current number here. As you can see, in the first loop, after calling the function, we got the current number, and then we set the data seal, and we say the increment would be data seal divided by 15, and then we updated the current number in the first loop, and we set it inside the text. The first one is 1 because it divided by itself. The second one is 17.33, and the last one is 1.8. So the problem is this: we don't want these numbers. We want these numbers to be rounded. So we can easily, before this, add a math here and just say, sorry, math dot seal, and then we put them inside the parentheses. So now we have 1 here, we have 18 and 2. So now we finish this one. We just need to call this function every, for example, 50 milliseconds using the set timeout method. But we don't want this to be infinite. So we just say until this current number is smaller than the data target, the data seal. Until it's smaller than this one, we just do this. We just call this function by using set timeout. We just say increment counter every, for example, 50 milliseconds. So the data target was 260, but we are getting now 270. And here it was 27, we are getting 28. So that is actually wrong. So instead of seal, math.seal, we have to do math.floor, actually, floor. So now we are getting 15, 200, and we're still getting more than that for this one. So this one is correct now, but this one still is more than that. It's passing because this if is before this. So actually we just have to bring this one inside. So now we are getting number less than the data target, but still is not the data target. So we just need to add a else here. We just say else, just set the counter element dot inner text to the data seal. So now we are getting exactly the data seal. So 15, 260, and 27. We can increase the speed by just decreasing this number. For example, put it 10, we get it very fast. 100, we get it slower. I feel that the best number is 50 milliseconds. Let's check it inside the browser. We refresh. Yeah, that looks fine. Yeah, let's try this math seal again. I want these numbers to finish at the same time. So we go here, we refresh again. Now they are finishing at the same time because we were using the floor. This was 15 and this was 27 divided by 15, and we floor it. That was wrong because it was getting 1 for the increment and it was taking twice as this one almost. Now we finished all the numbers at the same time. Yeah, that was it for the project. I hope you enjoyed, and sorry about some mistakes in the codes. See you in the next project. Welcome back to another project. In this project, you're going to create a movie trailer pop-up. As you can see from the final version of the project, we have an image here with a movie title and some lorem ipsum text. Then we have a button. So when we click on the button, we can see a video pops up and we can play the movie, and we can full screen the video, and also we can change the playback speed, and we can download it, and also we can watch it in a smaller screen. And also we have a button here for closing the video. And just pay attention, the video is in the 15 second. When we close it and we open the pop-up video again by pressing the watch now button, we can see that the video is reset to be in the 0 second, and we can play it from the beginning. We're going to use JavaScript to add these functionalities like resetting the videos, and also adding and removing this pop-up window when we click on this button, and we can close it using this button using JavaScript. And also we're going to use the video tag of the HTML to create this video player, and we're going to style it using CSS. So see you in the next section for the HTML part of our project. All right, let's start our project. First, we open the Visual Studio Code, and here we close the Get Started tab. In the File menu, we click on the Open folder. I would like to create the project in my desktop, but you can create it anywhere you like in your computer. So here we click on the desktop, and here we click on the New Folder button to create a new folder. We name the folder, for example, Video Trailer Pop-up, and we press Enter. And here we click on the Select Folder button to select the folder. We close the Get Started tab again, and now we can create our HTML file. So here on the left side in the Explorer section, we right-click and we click on the new file. We name the file index.html and we press Enter. Now we have an HTML file on the right side, which is completely empty, but we can use an exclamation mark to have an HTML5 boilerplate. In order to see the browser inside the Visual Studio Code, we can use the Live Preview extension that we have installed. So we right-click and we click on the Live Preview Show Preview. Now we have the browser on the right side, which is completely empty, but with the title document. Let's close this Explorer section by dragging this line to the left, so we have more space on the right side in our browser and also the coding editor. So let's change the title to be the same as the name of our project, which is Video Trailer Pop-up. And inside the body section, we create a div with a class of top container or the main container, which is the main section for our website, including the title, the image, and also the paragraph of the movie. So we create this div with a class of main container, and inside this div, we add an image tag, which is img, and in the source, we we just get an image from a website. For example, we get from the pixels.com. So we go to the desktop, and here we click on the Google Chrome. Here we search for pixels, and in the search results, we click on pixels.com. In the search result, we just search for movie, and we just choose a picture, for example, this one. And we right click on the image and we click on the copy image address. We go back to the Visual Studio Code, and here in the src attribute, which is the destination of the link, we paste the link. We can see the image now inside our browser, which is huge, but later using CSS, we're going to style this image. In the alt, we just say movie image. All right. After the image, we have the name of our movie. We can use a h2 tag. We just say movie title as an example. You can see it here. Then we have a paragraph, which is, we just can use lorem ipsum to create some random words. We just say lorem and we press enter. So we have a kind of paragraph of the lorem ipsum texts. Then we have an anchor tag or a button. We can create a button with a class of btn, and inside the button, we just say watch now. So for the trailer, and we can press enter to accept the auto suggestion to have the button with the class of btn and the text of watch now. Okay, that was it for the main container div. I think, we should put this button h2 and the paragraph inside this div, not the outside. So we just cut this and put it inside this div. Right, that is correct now. And outside this div, we can have our pop-up video window. So we create a div with a class of trailer container. And inside this div, we just add a video tag. And inside the src, we can just find a video from the pixels.com website. Here we are inside the photo section. We can click on the videos and we just choose on a video. Anything is fine. We just click on any videos, and that's a video. We just download it with the original or any quality you want. We can just full HD is fine. We just use free download to download it. And in the download section of the Google Chrome, we just drag this file and bring it inside the folder that we have created for our project. And we go inside the folder and we change the name of this file to just trailer. We go back to the Visual Studio Code, and inside the source, we just say trailer.mp4 as a index.html, and the file are located at the same directory. We just need to have trailer.mp4 for the src of the video tag. We can see the video here, but it doesn't have any controller like a play or pause button. So here we just add the controls attribute. So now we have the controller. We can play the movie. We can pause it. We can just change, we download it, put it in picture mode. But the size is big, but we're going to use CSS to style this video or other parts of our project later. Another things we're going to have is a close button for closing the video pop-up section. So here we just we go back to the browser, and in the new tab we search for Font Awesome to bring the icon. So we here in the search result fontawesome.com, we click on icons. In the search bar we search for times, and in the first result we have the closing icon. So we click on it, and here we see the HTML tag of this icon, which is an I tag with the class of FAS FA times. We click to copy the HTML tag, and we go back to the Visual Studio Code and we paste it here. We can't see it yet because we must add a link to the Font Awesome CDN within the HTML code. So we go back to the browser, and inside a new tab, we search for CDN JS. In the search result, we click on cdnjs.com. And here in the search bar, we search for font awesome. We click here on font awesome, and we scroll down a little bit. And in the first result, we click on this icon to copy the link tag. We go back to the Visual Studio Code, and just under the title tag, we paste the link using Ctrl-V. If we scroll down, we can see the letter icon here. We can increase the size of this icon by just adding FA dash, for example, 2x. We can double the size of the icon. Yeah, that was it for the HTML part of our projects. In the next section, we're going to style our project using CSS. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have finished with the HTML part of our project. In this section, we are going to start styling our project using CSS. First, we need to create a CSS file. So on the left side in the Explorer section, we right-click and we click on the new file. We name the file style.css and we press enter. Now we have the style.css file on the right side, but before using CSS, we must add a link to the CSS file within the HTML code. So we go back to the index.html, and just under the font awesome tag, and at the end of the head tag, we add a link tag. And we press and we select the third auto suggestion, the one with the CSS. Now we have a link tag with the relationship between the HTML file and the external style sheet. The href attribute here defines the destination of the link, and as both files, the index.html and the style.css are located at the same directory, we just need to have style.css for the URL. Now we can start styling our project using CSS. We just save the file using Ctrl-S. We close this Explorer section by dragging this line to the left to have more space on the right side. And we go to style.css and we start styling from the body section. First, we remove the margin around the body element using margin 0. And we can use box sizing, border box to easily style the containers inside our project. And we change the font family to, for example, sans serif. And then we want to position everything to the center. So we have to change the width to be 100%, or we just first we change the display to flex, and then we use justify content center to bring the items to the center horizontally, and we set the height of the body to be 100% of the viewport height, and we use align items center to bring the items to the center vertically. And we change the background color to be black. We can't see the changes yet, but we're going to decrease the size of the image so we can see everything better. So for the main container that we have here that covers the image, the H2, and the paragraph and button, this one. So here we just write main container. We set the max width to be 550 pixels, and we change the image size. We just say main container img, which is the first image. We change the max width to be 100%. We can't see it yet because it's under the video tag. And we change the margin button to be 15 pixels. All right. So let's remove this video section so we can see our everything else first. We just change the display of the trailer container to none. Otherwise, we don't know what we are doing here. Display none, and we're going to change it later. So now we set the image to be 100% of the max width, and the width was 550 pixels. You can see here. And then we cannot see the title and the text yet because the color is black and the background color is black as well. So here we target the main container H2 and we change the color to white firstly, and we change the font weight to be 500, which is a thinner font, and we change the font size. We change the size of this and make it double by using 2em. Or instead of this, we can just use a H1 tag. So we change this H2 to H1, and we change this one to H1. So the size would be enough. All right, let's style the paragraph. So we just say main container paragraph. First, we change the color to white so we can see it properly. And we just add some margin to it. Margin 15 pixels. We just add margin for 15 pixels, and yeah, just 15 pixels for left, top and bottom, and 0 for left and right. You can see that's responsive too. And then if we add some padding to the main container, probably we don't have any problem for the, we just say 5 pixels. I want to, yeah, maybe 10 pixels. So we have some space around these elements when even we have a smaller screen. So this is completely responsive now. And after this paragraph, let's style the button. So here we just say the main, the button has the class of btn. So we just remove, we change the background color to white. We remove the border using border none. We add some padding. We add 10 pixels up and down, or top and bottom, and 20 pixels left and right. And change the cursor to be pointer. So we see a pointing hand when we hover over the element. And I think everything looks fine. We just add some border, radius 5 pixels. Yeah, everything looks okay. Let's check this one in the real browser like Chrome. So we open it inside the browser. We close this. Yeah, as you can see now we have a like this website, and in the smaller screen looks okay too. Let's add some border radius to the image as well. So we go back to the Visual Studio Code and the image section. We just add a border radius 10 pixels. All right, looks okay. Now let's add some hovering effect when we hover over the btn. So we just say btn hover, and we change the background color to, for example, orange, like this. All right. So next we are going to like style the video section. So we remove this display none so we can see the video, but we're going to style them first. So for the trailer container, we position it fixed so we can bring it in the center by using top 50%, left 50%, and we use transform, translate to, because this is in the center, but the edge of the video is in the center. So in order to bring it exactly in the center, we can add minus 50% for translate X and Y. All right. And let's change the background color to be black for the video container. We change the width to be 100%, the height to be 100% as well. And we bring the video to the center using display, flex, justify content, center, and align item, center. All right. So for the video inside, we just trailer container, and we target the video tag. So now if you check, we have a div with a class of trailer container, and inside the div we have a video video tag. So now we're targeting the video. So here we position this as a relative, and we change the max width to be 900 pixels. So we have a smaller, and we remove the outline to by using outline none. Inside the browser now we can see the image, but it's in the left side now. So we can position it first. So we already positioned it using this trailer container. This. Oh, I made a mistake here. The left is 15%. It should be 50%. Sorry about that. So now we have the video exactly in the center. That was a little bit confusing for me. So here now we have the video at the center. We can play it, we can pause it. But we want this video to be smaller when we have a smaller screen. So we can use media query to set this. So we just say media query and we say if the max width is, for example, 991 pixels, we set the trailer container video to we change the max width to 90%. So as you can see now, if we have a smaller screen, we have a video like this. Let's test it here as well. See, in the big screen, we have only this size, but in the smaller screen, we have the 90% of the width. So that was it for the video part. Let's install that close button that we have brought, this one. So let's, now we have this close button has a unique class, but we can add another class. We just say close icon and we can install it using this. We just say close icon. We position it absolute and we just say top 30 pixels and right 30 pixels. We can't see it because the color is white, so we change the color. So the color is black, we change the color to white. So now we can see the button on the right side. Let's make it a little bit like a thinner, or that's fine. Here is the size is okay. Yeah, that's fine for we change the cursor to be pointer, so we have a pointing hand when we hover over it. So I think that was it for the CSS part. We just need to remove this pop-up video when we have a class of active inside the inside the div with the main container. Here inside the trailer container, if we have the class of active, we want to remove this pop-up video. So here, the trailer container, we just say if we have the class of active, we want to change the visibility to hidden. So now when we add this class, we don't see the pop-up window, and if we remove it, we see the pop-up window. So in the next section, we're going to use JavaScript to add and remove this active class when we click on this button, and also we remove it using the closing button that we have here. All right, so see you in the next section for the JavaScript part of our project. All right, in the last section, we have finished with the CSS part of our project. In this section, we are going to add functionality to our project using JavaScript. First, we need to create a JavaScript file. So here we open the Explorer section using Ctrl-Shift-E. And on the left side in the Explorer section, we right-click and we click on the new file. We name the file index.js and we press enter. Before using JavaScript in our project, we must add a link to the JavaScript file within the HTML code. So we switch to index.html file, and just at the end of the body tag, we add a script tag. We just write sc and we click on the second auto suggestion, the one with the src. As both files are located at the same directory, I mean the index.html and index.js, we just need to write index.js for the URL of the JavaScript file. So we can close the Explorer section now. We don't need it. So we have more space on the right side, and the elements we need to bring and return to the JavaScript is this button, and also the closing button, and this trailer container div to add and remove the active class. So three things we need. We create a constant, and first we bring the button. We just say btn element, and inside the document, we use query selector method to return the element with the class of btn. So here, we can use Alt-C to turn on the word wrap so we can see the code clearly. And after this, we bring the closing button. So we just say close icon element, the document.query selector, and the element at the class of, we add this class here, close icon. We copy this and we paste it after the dot. The next element we need to return is this trailer container, because we want to add and remove the class of active to this class. So we just say const trailer container element, and inside the document we used query selector method, and the class name is trailer container. All right, we have everything now inside the JavaScript. We add a add event listener method to this button. So when we click it, we can trigger a function. So we just write btn element.add event listener. The first parameter is the event handler. The event is click, because we want to track the click. And when the click event happens, we want to trigger a function. And what we want to do is to remove the class of active when we click on this button from this trailer container element, this element here. So we just say trailer container element dot class list, and we remove the class of active. So when we click here, now we see the video pop up. Now we want to add the event listener to this closing button. So when we click on this button, we're going to add the class of active. So we just say close icon element dot add event listener. The event is click, and we trigger a function. And inside the trailer container element, we want to add the class of active, like this. I want to add some, like a transition to this pop-up, because it's coming very suddenly. So for the trailer container, we add the opacity 1, and when it has the class of active, we want this opacity to be 0. But we want to add the transition here, so we just say transition on opacity, and we just say 0.4 seconds. Now we see a transition when we're doing it. Just make it a little bit more, maybe 7. All right. Now, when we click on this play button, after a few seconds, if we close the button and we open it, we still see that the video is playing, even we are not seeing the video. So we can fix this one by just after closing the button, we want to stop the video. So we need to bring this video tag inside the JavaScript. So here we just say const video element, and we use the query selector method, and we target the video tag. And here we just say video element. First we pause it. We check this. So we're playing it. When we click on this, the video should be paused. You can see. And then we want to set the current time of the video to 0. So when we play it, for example, now the seconds is 6. When we close it and we open again, the video time is 0 and it's already paused. So we have to play again. So each time someone click on the watch now sees the video from the beginning. Let's test it inside the browser. You can see in the full size, we have a bigger screen. We can play it, and we close the video. We play, we see that this is reset already. As you can see, we can change the volume. We can full screen the video, and the other features is we can change the playback speed, like increase it or decrease it as well. Yeah, that was it for our project. I hope you enjoyed and learned many things. So see you in the next project. Welcome back to another project. In this project, we are going to create drum kits. As you can see from the final version of the project, we have 4 buttons, and if you press on each button, you can hear the associated kit. For example, if you click on crash, we can hear the crash sound, and also kick, snare, and thumb. Also, we have background image for each button. And when we click on the button, we can see an animation in the background image. Another feature of this project is if we press the first character of the letter, for example, if we press C or K, we can hear the sound as well. For example, now I'm pressing C. Now I press T, S, and K. Also, we see an animation and change in the scale of the button. In the next section, we're going to start with the HTML part of this project. So see you in the next section. Alright, let's start the project. First, we open the Visual Studio Code, and here we close the Get Started tab. In the File menu, we click on Open Folder. I would like to create the project in my desktop, but you can create it anywhere you like in your computer. So we click on Desktop. Here we click on New Folder button to create a new folder, and we name the folder DrumKit. We press Enter, and here we click on Select Folder button. We close the Get Started tab again, and here in the left, in the Explorer section, we create an HTML file. We right-click, we click on New File, we name the file index.html, and we press Enter. Now we have the index.html file on the right side, which is completely empty, but we can use an exclamation mark to have a HTML5 boilerplate. So we write an exclamation mark, and we click on the first auto-suggestion. In order to see the browser inside the Visual Studio Code, we can use the Live Preview extension that we have installed previously. We just need to right-click and click on Live Preview, Show Preview. Now on the right side, you can see the browser, which is completely empty, but the document title. We can change the title here. We just write DrumKits, which is the name of our project. And now we can see the DrumKits in the title of the page. Let's add a H1 tag here inside the body tag. We write down DrumKit. I would like to add an icon here that is similar to drum. I would like to use Font Awesome for bringing icons to my website. So in order to use the Font Awesome, we need to just go back to the desktop and we click on Google Chrome. And here we search for Font Awesome. In the search results, we see the fontawesome.com website. We can click here on icons. We can see a lot of icons here that some of them are pro, so we need to pay, but most of them are free. In the search bar, we search drum, and we click on the first drum icon, which is the free version. And here we click on the HTML tag, which is an I tag with the class of FAS, FA drum. We just click to copy the HTML tag. We go back to the VS Code, and just after the DrumKits here, we had a space, and we paste the link using Ctrl-V. We can't see the icon yet because we must add a link to the Font Awesome CDN within the HTML code. So we go back to the browser, we open a new tab, and here we search for CDN JS. The first website is cdnjs.com. We click on this website, and here we can search for the Font Awesome CDN. We write font and can click here the first font, the first link. And if you scroll down a little bit, we can click here to copy the link tag. We go back to the VS Code, and just under the title tag and the end of the head tag, we paste the link. Now we can see the drum icon in the browser. Let's add a container, an empty div. So we write .container, and we press Enter to accept the auto-suggestion. So now we have a div with a class of container, and inside this empty container, we add some buttons because we want to style the buttons after the HTML part. We just make the buttons hard-coded now, but later we're going to make these buttons using JavaScript. So first we just write button. We add a class of btn, and we press Enter to accept the auto-suggestion. And the first button is we just write snare for the DrumKit name, first DrumKit name, snare. We copy this button 3 times using Alt-Shift arrow down, 1, 2, 3. we just change this snare to, for example, kick, and we have trash or crash, sorry, and thumb. So we have now our 4 buttons here, and that was it for the HTML part. In the next section, we are going to start styling the website using CSS. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have finished the HTML part of our project. In this section, we are going to start styling our project using CSS. First, we need to create a CSS file. So in the Explorer section on the left side, we right-click and we click on New File. We name the file style.css and we press Enter. Now we have our style.css file here, but before styling the website using CSS, we need to include a link to the CSS file within the HTML code. So we switch to the index.html, and just after the font awesome link tag, we create a link tag and we choose the third auto suggestion, the one with the CSS. Now we have a link tag with the relationship between the HTML file and the external style sheet. The href here, the href attribute, defines the destination of the link. As both files, I mean the index.html and the style.css, are located at the same directory, we just need to have here a style.css. Now we can use CSS in our project. So we go to the style.css, we start styling the body, so we write body, and inside a set of curly braces, first we remove the space around the body by margin 0. We can see that there is no space, and for bringing the items to the middle, horizontally, we need to add we need to change the display to flex, as we want the title and the bottoms to be on the top of each other. We change the flex direction to column because the default is row. Now we can see them on the top of each other, and we can use align items center to bring the items to the middle horizontally. After that, we can change the height to be 100% of the viewport height to makes us the ability to bring the items to the middle vertically, because the body would be the same size of the viewport height, which is the size of the screen. And any screen, including mobile or desktop screen, it doesn't matter, the items will be in the middle. In order to bring it to the middle, we need to use justify content center. All right, let's change the background color of the body to be, for example, pink. And for the heading and the icon, we target this H1. So here we write H1, and we want the size to be bigger. So we change the font size, for example, 50 pixels. And let's change the font to be, for example, in a different font family. So we use the font family, we use impact. We can use Alt-C to see all the codes. And let's increase the distance between the characters of the text using letter spacing, and we just say 4 pixels. Now we have more space between the letters. Let's change the color to be white, and let's add some shadow effects around the text using text shadow. So we write here text shadow. The first value in the text shadow is the position of the vertical shadow, which we want it to be 2 pixels. The next one will be horizontal shadow. We set it to be 2 pixels as well. And we want to set the blur radius to 4 pixels. And the last value of the text shadow is the color of the shadow. We want it to be black, but with transparency. So we use RGBA function, and we use 0 for red, 0 for green, and finally 0 for blue, which gives us the black color. And we use 0.3 for the alpha value, which gives us 30% opacity. All right, that's enough for the title, but you can see that when we decrease the size of the screen, the title wraps in 2 lines. In order to remove this line wrapping, we can use white space, no wrap, Now, always the title will be the same in the same line. All right, let's start styling the buttons. So we target the button using its class here, the class btn. So we write .btn. First, we add a padding, 30 pixel for the padding top and bottom here and here, and 50 pixels for left and right. And let's remove the background color. We just set the background color to white. Let's remove the border by using border none. And let's add some space around the buttons using margin. Just say 10 pixels. As you can see, it's responsive, but the buttons are on the left. So we can fix it by adding text align center to the parents of the buttons, which is this div with the class of container. So we just here, we write .container to target the div and just say text align center to bring them in the middle. All right. Let's increase the size of the text. Just say font size, for example, 30 pixels. And let's, you see that the size of this button is smaller than this one because it has only 4 characters and this one has 5 characters. So we just change the mean width to 200 pixels. So all of them will be in the same size. We can add some box shadow as well. First, let's round the border of the buttons by using border radius 10 pixels. And we add the box shadow. Same as the text shadow, the first value is the vertical shadow. I think it's the horizontal shadow because the shadows goes this way and that way. Yeah, that's correct, the horizontal shadow. So we call it, we set this one to be 0. The vertical shadow, we want it to be 4 pixels. So it's, yeah, and we set the blur to be 8 pixels and we change the color transparency by using RGBA 0, 0, and 0 for the black color and 0.3 for 30% transparency. Now we have a beautiful button shadow. Also, we want to add the background image for this button. The images we want to use, if you go inside and if you download the resources of this project, and if you go in the folder, you see 2 folders. One is images and one is sounds. The images has 4 images, including crash, kick, snare, and tom. And the sounds are 4 audio files, including crash, kick, snare, and tom. So you just need to copy these 2 folders. You go inside the folder that you created the project. I created the project in the desktop in this folder. And you go wherever you created the project. And here, paste the 2 folders. If you go back now to the Visual Studio Code, we can see these folders here. We want to change the background image. Firstly, we want to make it like a static. All the buttons has the same background image. For example, the Tom one. And later, we're going to use JavaScript to dynamically change the background images one by one. So here we just say background image, and we use URL, and the URL is images/tom.png. So we write here images/tom.png that is suggested here. Now we can see all the background images. Let's increase the size of the image as big as to fit all the container by using background size cover. And let's change the color of the snare, kick, and tom texts. So we just say color, we make it white, but let's change the font family to be, for example, cursive. And let's add some text shadow as well, like the same as we use for the H1. So we just write it again, text shadow, 2 pixels for the position of the horizontal shadow, 2 pixels for the position of the vertical shadow, and we have 4 pixels for the blur. And also the color we want to use is black with 30% transparency. The alpha value, and these are red, green, and blue. All right. The next things I want to do is to change the cursor to be pointer. So when we hover on the buttons, we see a hand pointing, a pointing hand. And when we hover over the button, we can use the pseudo class hover to change the color of the text. So we just write btn hover, and we change the color to be, for example, pink. Now, when we hover over the buttons, we see the difference in the color of the text. And also, when we click on the button, let's change the background size. And we can use active pseudo class. So we just write btn and use the active CSS pseudo class to change the background size of the image, for example, to be 105%. And when we click on them, we see the change in the background size. Yeah, that was it for the CSS part of our project. In the next section, we're going to start adding functionality to the project using JavaScript. So we're going to create these buttons dynamically using JavaScript, and we're going to add some audio tags as well to hear the sound of these drum kits. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have finished starting our project using CSS. In this section, we are going to start adding functionality to our project using JavaScript. First, we create a JavaScript file. We go here in the Explorer section, we right-click, and we click on New File. We name the file index.js, and we press Enter. Before adding functionality to our project using JavaScript, we need to add a link to the JavaScript file within the HTML code. So we switch to the index.html file, and just at the end of the body tag, we add a script tag. And we click on the second auto-suggestion, the one with the src. As both files, I mean the index.js and index.html, are located at the same directory, we just need to write index.js for the URL of the link. All right, let's go back to our index.js file. And first we create an array. We just add a const. We name the array kits. And for the first element, we just write down the name of our kit or instrument. So the first one is crash. The second element is kick. The third one is snare. And the last one is tom. We can use Alt-C to turn on the word wrap so we can see all the codes. Now we need to loop through the kits array using for-each method. So we just write kits.forEach. The for-each method actually triggers a function for each element one by one. So, and we can get each element in each loop here. So we just write kit. So we get each kit, and we can write our function inside these curly brackets. The things we want to do is to create these buttons using JavaScript dynamically for all the instruments. So first we go back to the index.js and we delete all these buttons that we created hard-coded. And we're going to create these buttons using JavaScript here. For creating an element inside JavaScript, we can use create element method. So we just create a constant and we name the constant btn element for the button. And inside the document, we create an element. The element we want to create is button, so we just write here inside a double quote button. Now the buttons is created, but we cannot see it yet because we have to append it as a child inside this div, the div with the class of container. First, we need to return this div inside the JavaScript, so we create a constant. We name the constant container element. As the div has a class, we need to return it using query selector method. So we just write document dot query selector, and as the selector is coming from a class, we need to add dot here and write down the class name, and the class name is container. All right, now we can append this button inside this container. So here we just write down container element, and we use append child method to append btn element to the container element. All right, now we can see the buttons here, but they're not styled yet because in the styled CSS, we use the class btn to style the buttons, but we haven't added any class to the buttons. For being more clear, let's go to the browser using opening browser. We open the web developer tools using Ctrl-Shift-C, and as you can see inside the the div with the class of container, we just have 4 buttons, but they don't have any class. The method we can use to add the class is the class list method inside JavaScript. So we go back to our index.js file, and just under the create element, we just write btn element dot class list, and we use add method to add the class. The class we want to add is btn, so we just write btn here. As soon as we write btn, we can see the buttons styled inside the browser. But still, we don't have any text inside the buttons. We can use the let's first check it inside the browser. Now we have a div with a class of container. Inside this div, we have buttons with a class of btn. And here we can add another method that is called inner text. So we just write dot inner text, and the text we want to add is the elements inside the array. For example, crash, kick, snare, and top. We are getting these elements here, cat. So we just write down cat, and for each loop we get 1 cat, and we create the element accordingly. So we have crash, kick, snare, and top. We can make the first character of each word uppercase using text transform capitalized actually. So we need to go back to the style.css and in the btn section, and at the end we add text transform capitalized. And all right, we already made the buttons. The next things we want to do is to add their song. For example, if we click on crash button, we can hear the crash.mp3 sounds. So if you the only things we need to do is just create another element, and the element we want to create is an audio element. So we create a constant here, we call it audio element, and we just create it using create element method, and we just inside the parentheses we write down audio. So if you go back to the browser, inside the div with the class of container, we can see the buttons, but we cannot see the audio tags, and we need to use the append child method again to append this element. So we write container element dot append child, and the child we want to append is the audio element. All right, let's go back to the browser. We open the div with the class of container, and now we can see the buttons as well as the audio tags. Next, let's add a source for the audio tags, and the source will be inside the image tag. We have our images, and inside the sounds folder, we have our crash files. The audio files. So we added just under this, we add the src resource. So we just write down audio element.src, and we equal it to this folder, and the src will be actually sounds / and we wanted the name of the sounds would be dynamic. So we use plus kit and plus dot mp3. So if we go back to our browser, and we see inside the div, we have the audio files, and the source is sounds. The first one is crash, the second one is kick and snare and tom. Let's change the background image as well, because the background image is all the same. So we go back to the index.js, and for the button, before appending it, we just add the background image. So we just need to style it first, and dot background image. As you can see, the JavaScript syntax for CSS properties are different from the CSS. In CSS, for background image, we use background dash image, but in JavaScript, we just connect them together, background image together. And this one would be equal to URL. We open this parenthesis, and this one, we want it to be dynamic. So we just add a plus and kit, and we just say, we need to add the folder as well. So here we just add images / and kit.png, and also we close the parentheses. So we can see different images, background images for the buttons now. Let's add an event listener to the button. So when we click on the button, we can hear the associated sounds. So here we just write btn element.add event listener. The event listener, the first parameter is the event, and the event we want to use is click. So we just write click. And the second parameter is a callback function that will be triggered after the event happens. So after we click here, this function will be triggered. So, but the things we want to do is just play the song. We just say audio element dot play. And if we now go to the browser and we just close the web developer tools, and if we, let me zoom it a little bit. If we click on the first button, you can hear the song. And second one, snare and tom. The next things I would like to do is to play the sounds when we press C in the keyboard, or K or S or T. So we just target to the first letter of each text, and if this key is pressed, we want to play the sound. So we go back to the index.js, and just at the end, we add an event listener, this time to the window, and the first parameter, which is the event, is key down. It means if someone press the key, this function will be triggered. So we get the function, and we want to know which key is pressed. So here we get the event, and if we console log event.key, and we open the console here with using Open DevTools pane, and inside the browser, if you press, for example, now I'm pressing S. Now you can see S here, or F, or H. The reason we have 4, because we are in the loop, and the loop has 4 elements. All right. So instead of console logging, let's add a condition here. We say if the key, the event dot key, which is the key that someone pressed, is equal to the first letter of each text. So we can get it here, like just a get.slice method. The slice method actually returns to the parts of a string. And here, for example, for crash, the first letter has the position 0, and the second one has the position 1. And if we want to get the first character or letter, we just need to write inside the parentheses 0 and 1. So now we are getting the first letter, and we equal it to the key that someone pressed. And we just say if this condition happens, we want to hear the sound. Just we write down audio element dot play. We go back to the browser, and here now I'm pressing C. You can hear the crash sound. T, you can hear the tom sound. But we don't see any animation in the buttons. We can add some animations as well. We can change the scale of the button, for example. So we go to the index.js, and here we just change the scale by using a scale function. So we just say btn element dot the transform method, and transform method has the scale function inside it. So we just say scale, and inside a set of parentheses, we just say 0.9. It means 90% of the scale. So if you go back to the browser and now we press C, it didn't work. Transform. Oh, we missed the style here. Because we are changing the style, we have to write down style first. Now we go back to the browser, we press C. You see that the scale of the button changed. Now we press K, S, and T. But we want the scale come back to normal after a few seconds. Actually, after some milliseconds. So here we added set timeout method. We just say set timeout. Same timeout actually triggers a function after a timer is expired. Actually, the first place is a function, the first parameter. So we create the function. And if this function will be triggered after a delay, and then we can set the delay here. For example, we say 100 milliseconds. So we just say after 100 milliseconds, just change the scale to the 100% again. So we just say btn element.style.transform, and we set it to scale again, but this time the scale would be 100%. So we go back to the browser. Now I press K. You see the animation, the kick, C for crash, and S and tom. Also, we can click it by the mouse. You see the animation differently. Yeah, that was it for our project. I hope you enjoyed, and see you in the next project. Welcome back to another project. In this project, we're going to create an analog clock. As you can see from the final version of the project, we're going to create a clock with the Rolex logo that is showing the current time the real time that we are getting from the browser. So we're going to use JavaScript to dynamically get the time from the browser and convert it to a degree form that can be shown in the clock like this. In the next section, we're going to start with the HTML part of the project. So see you in the next section. All right, let's start our project. I just leave this final version as our reference, and we create another folder and we create our project, and we just check our final version for the reference. Okay, let's open Visual Studio Code. Let's go to desktop. I open the Visual Studio Code. We close the Get Started tab, and in the File menu, we click on Open Folder. Let's create a new folder. I would like to create the project, as always, in my desktop, but you can create it anywhere you like in your computer. So I just created a new folder, and I call it Block, and I select it, and here I click on Select Folder to select the folder. Let's close the Get Started tab again. On the left side, in the Explorer section, we create a index.html file. So we just need to click here, or we can right-click and click on New File. We just say index.html or HTML. Here we have this empty HTML file. But we can use an exclamation mark like this, and using Emmet, we can create our HTML boilerplate. Let's open the browser first. We see what's happening inside the browser. I'm now using a extension called Live Server. So it's free to use. You just click on it here, and then it's going to open your project. And anytime you save your project, you see the change here as well. So the title here is document. Let's bring this one on the right side and our code on the left side. Let's close this. And let's close the left side by using Ctrl B. So let's change the title to be the name of our project, which is clock. Now we can see the change inside the tab. Then if you look at the final version, as you can see, the color of the body is a salmon color. Then we have a div that is covering the clock, and we call it clock. So we need to add a div here inside the body with a class of clock. And inside this, we have the numbers, which is 9, 12, 3, and 6. Then we have the arrows for the second, minute, and hour. And also we have a logo, the Rolex logo. So 3 things we need to add inside this div. So the first div is for numbers. So we add a div with the class of numbers. And inside this div, we have our numbers. So one div for example, 12. We just say 12. And here we hard code 12. So we should see in our final version now the number 12. Let's copy this one 3 more times using Alt, Shift, arrow down. 1, 2, 3. And next one is 3. This one should be 6. And the final one is 9. Okay. The next things, as you can see from the final version, is these hands. So these are just the empty div as well. So we have a div that covers all of them, and we call it arrows. And inside this div, we have one div for the hour. Then we can copy this one 2 more times using Alt, Shift, arrow down. The second one is minute, and the last one is second. Okay. And finally, we want to add this Rolex logo. So we just can search for Rolex on the Google. Just say Rolex. Then we go to images. Let's use the tools and change the color to be transparent. And we search Rolex logo actually, because it is showing us just the watches. So the first one is from Wikipedia. We click on it. As you can see, this is transparent, so it doesn't have any color behind it. So we can just copy this one using. We just right click and click on copy image address. So we get the image address. We don't need this. We can close it. Let's bring this one to the right side again. And here after this div, we add an image tag, and inside the src, which is the source of the image, we paste the link that we have copied. Now we should see the Rolex image here as well. But as you can see, it's very huge. But later we're going to use CSS to style it. Just for now, we'll leave it like this. And for alternative, we just say Rolex logo. Okay. So that's it for the HTML part of the project. In the next section, we're going to start styling the project using CSS. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have completed the HTML part of our project. In this section, we're going to start styling the project using CSS. First thing we need to do is to create a CSS file. So we open the Explorer section using Ctrl-Shift-E, and we create a new file, and we call it style.css. So we have now the style.css file, but for being it able to work properly, we need to add a link to this file within the HTML file. Here, inside the indexed HTML, just after the title and at the end of the head tag, we add a link tag, and we click on the third auto suggestion, the one with the CSS. Now, we can style to our file using CSS. This is the link tag, and this is the relationship with the external relationship with the style sheet. And href is the address of this file because it's located exactly at the same folder as index.html. We just need to write style.css here. So we go to style.css, we close this Explorer section using Ctrl-P. Then we can start. Firstly, we start from body section. We remove the default margin and padding. So just padding 0, margin 0. You see we don't have any space now between these things and the wall. Then let's decrease the size of this logo so we can see everything better. So before continuing on the body section, let's install the image tag, and we just set the width to be 70 pixels. So that's nice now. Let's continue with the body section. I want the background color of the body section to be salmon color. Then I want the font family of our website to be cursive new, which is here. Then let's set the height to be 100% of the viewport height. So now we can bring everything to the center by just changing the display to flex. Then we set the justify content to be center. Now they come to the center in a horizontally, but for the vertically, we need to align items center. Okay. So everything is fine for the body section now, and we install the image later, but let's do the clock. This clock in the final version, this rounded with a background of gray, is actually the div with a class of clock that's covering everything. So we need to install that one and create this square. Sorry, the circle. So we just say clock, and because it's a class, we added a dot here. Then we need to give it a width and height. But before doing the width and height, let's change the background color so you can see the change. The background color is light gray. Okay, you can see it's a little square covering everything. So let's change the width to be 350 pixels, height 350 pixels as well. And let's make it rounded. Let's make it a circle using border radius 50%. Okay. We wanted to have some like a border and shadow effect as well, so it looks like a 3D. So we can just add a border, like just saying border, and let's make the width of the border to be 5 pixels. Then we make it solid, and this is now black, but I don't want it to be black. I just make it dark gray. Okay, looks nice. And let's add a shadow effect as well. We just say box shadow, 1 pixel for the horizontal shadow, 1 pixel for the vertical shadow, and 4 pixel for the blur radius. You can see it now, but the shadow is completely dark. I don't want it to be dark. I want it to be black, but with the, for example, 70% transparency. So for the black, we have 0, 0, and 0 for RGB. Then for the alpha value, we set it to be 0.7, which is 70%. Okay, that was it for the clock. Let's bring this Rolex here. We need to, in order to position this Rolex here, we need to position it absolute. But it should be absolute in relative to its parents, which is the clock. So we need to change the position of the clock to be, let's add this one at the top. We just say position relative for the clock, and we position this one absolute. Okay. Now we can position it exactly the place we want. For example, I want it to be in the center, so we just say left 50%. So this one brings the edge to the center, but I want it exactly to be in the center, so I changed the translate. It should be transform and translate. So say transform, translate and minus 50%. This one bring it exactly in the center. And from the top, we just say top, let's make it 60 pixels. Okay, that's fine now. And also I want it to be with a z index of 2. So we have this clock, okay, at the bottom. Then we have the Rolex, and also we have the arrows. I want the arrows to be on the top of this Rolex as well. So we change the z index of this one to be 2. So the clock is 1. Then we set the z index of the numbers. Numbers should be 2 as well because they're on the top. Then for the arrows, we make the z index 3. And for this here, for this circle in the center, we make the z index 4. So if you wait now for the seconds to go here, we see the seconds hand is going to this way on the logo. And also the hand is located under this circle. So just you can see now that's passing under. It looks like a logo is attached to the block like that. Okay, let's position the numbers first. We have for numbers, we have a div with a class of numbers, and each number has its own class. So we target them using these numbers. We just say numbers div, and we style all of them. But for positioning them, we position them separately using their own class. For example, 12 should be here, 9 here, 3 here, and 6 here. So let's do this like that. So we just target the numbers and the div they have. So we are targeting all of them together. First, we need to position them absolute in relative to the clock. The clock has a position of relative. So we position them absolute, firstly. Then let's change the font size to be 27 pixels. So you can see all of them are now on top of each other, but later we're going to individually position them. So just bear with me. So let's set the font weight to be bold. So we make it a little bit thicker. Then let's change the color. Color, I just want to use light golden rod yellow. This color, it's kind of yellowish color. Okay, and also I want to add a shadow effect. So I just say text shadow, and 1 pixel for the horizontal, 1 pixel for the vertical shadow, and 2 pixels for the blur radius, and the color should be RGBA. That's 70% black with a 70% transparency. Okay, that's it. And now we target each number. First, we target 12. Is 12. So we just say dot 12. What did I write? So 12. Okay. So 12 should be on the top. Let's do the top 6 pixels and left to be 50%. So as I mentioned before, that one actually bring the edge to the center. So we need to do the transform, translate minus 50% to bring it exactly in the center. So 12 is finished. Let's copy this one or we just type it again. That's fine. We just do the 3. 3 should be from the right to be 6 pixel. Okay, you can see it here. Then from the top to be 50%, but that is not actually 50%. So we need to add this transform translate. This translate we used here, that's actually translate X. Okay, and the image as well, translate X. But this translate for 3 is translate Y. So we just say transform, translate Y minus 50%. Okay, so the other one, let's do the next one, which is 6. So 6 from the bottom is 6 pixel. Then we have left 50% and transform, translate X minus 50%. Okay, and finally we have the 9. 9 should be left 6 pixel, and then we have this should be from top 50% or bottom, doesn't matter. We just say translate, transform, translate Y minus 50%. So now we positioned all these numbers correctly. So now we just start doing the handles. So the handles are actually the hands, the clock hands. They have a div with a class of arrows, and each handle has its own class, hour, minute, and second. So firstly, we apply it to all of them. We just say arrows, div, we install the common one, and then for particular one, we use their own classes. Also, for bringing them in the center, we just need to target the arrows as well. We just say arrows, or I think it was arrows. Let me check again. Yeah, arrows. Arrows, we want it to be in the center, so we just set the display to flex. And also we need to set the width to be 100% and height to be 100% as well. And for bringing it to the center, we use justify content center for bringing it to the center horizontally. And for items, align item centers, bring it to the center vertically. So we cannot see it yet because they don't have any dimensions yet. First things first, we need to position this circle. This circle, actually, there is no a specific div for this one. We can use the before pseudo class to achieve this one. We just say here dot arrows before, and this is going to be first. We need to add a empty content for before pseudo class. You always have to remember to add content with just empty string. Then we just add a width of 25 pixels. Let's see, we can see it. Still, we cannot see it, but let's add a height of 25 pixels as well. Then we add a background color of dark green. Yeah, now we can see because the background color was similar. So it's actually located exactly in the center because of these display flex. Then we just needed to make it circle. So we just say border radius 50%. Then we add a box shadow with 1 pixels in horizontal, one pixel for the vertical shadow, and 2 pixels for the blur radius, and with the RGBA of 70% transparency black. Okay, looks fine now. And as I mentioned before, this Z index should be on top of everything. So the Rolex was Z index was 2, the handles should be 3, and this one is the Z index 4. Okay. So after that, we need to target all the arrows. So we just say arrows, and we target their div. Let's add it width. So let's change the background color first. We can see. So background color should be white. We cannot see them yet because they don't have any dimension. So we give them a width of 7 pixels. You see a little bit movement here, but because we're going to position them, so it's going to be different. So first we position them absolute, so they come outside. So we don't bother this circle here, and let's give them a height of 120 pixels. Now we can see it, but all these three are now on top of each other, and their handles is in the center, but we want this one to be here. So we need to change the transform origin. We just say transform origin to be at the bottom center. And now we just change we bring it up, like we just say bottom 50%. So we bring it up 50% at the top. So, and then when we want to move it, it's going to move from its bottom center. Okay. Also, you can see the handle is under the Rolex logo. So we want it to be at the top of this logo. So we change the Z index to be 3. So it's over the logo, but it's under this circle because the circle has a Z index of 4 and the Rolex has a Z index of 2. Then now, and also you just wanted this one to be a little bit sharp, you know. Let me do it. You can see, we just say border radius. The border radius, we just say 50%. You can see we have 50% at the top and 50% at the bottom, but actually I just want it to be at the here. So we make it 0 for the other parts except for these 2 sections. Okay. And let's add a box shadow as well. So it has some shadow too. So we just say box shadow. Actually, I want it exactly to be like this. So we copy that one, we paste it here. So now we see the shadow, and yeah, it looks a little bit too much for this one. We just change this 3. That's alpha value to be 3. Or maybe because they are on top of each other, it looks like this. So let's change the position of each of them. So we target the hour. We just say hour. And hour, I want it to be smaller. So height it to be 80 pixels. And let's a little bit rotate it using transform rotate. And we just 30-degree rotate it. So we can see them. Yeah, okay, that's nice for the hour. And let's do the same things for the seconds. So we copy this one using Control Alt Shift arrow down. We change this hour to second. And the height for this one, we don't change it, same height. And this one, we make it 250 pixels, 250 degree. So this is for the second long one. And yeah, the height Yeah, height, we don't need to actually have a height for this second. So, but the color, the background color, we set it to be goldenrod. See. So let's check this. That's second. This is second. I don't see any change in the color. Let's. So everything is working nice, but except this background color doesn't change. So yeah, it should. We just target the seconds. Let's target it like this, like arrows. Second. Yeah. Now we are targeting actually correctly. Because we want to overwrite this classes, we need to specifically target them. We do this one for this one as well. We just say arrows, hour. Now the hour looks better because I want it to be smaller. So because this one didn't have transform rotate, so the transform rotate worked very nice. But for the height, because it was different from this one, we need to overwrite it. So we need to specifically apply it to this class. So it's inside the arrows. Okay. So now everything looks good for the styling. Looks like our final version. In order to the watch to work properly and be exactly like the time of our computer. So this is, as you can see, it's close to 12 like this. So that is working now exactly like my computer time. So in the next section, we're going to use JavaScript to dynamically get the information from the computer, and based on that information, we're going to change the position of these seconds, hours, and minutes, and we're going to have a proper watch that is working simultaneously with the real time of your computer. So see you in the next section for the JavaScript part of our project. All right, in the last section, we have completed the styling of our project using CSS. In this video, we're going to start using JavaScript to add functionality to our project. The things we want to do is to get the data from the browser's date and time and convert that time to the degree, for example, for the second, minute, and also the hour. First things we need to do is to create a JavaScript file. So we open the Explorer section using Ctrl B, and here on the left side on the Explorer section, we right click and we click on New File. We create a file called index.js. In order to use this file, we need to add a link to it within the HTML file. So inside the index.html, just at the end of the body tag, we add a script tag. We just say sc, and we click on the second auto suggestion, the one with the src. So the src is the destination of the file, as the file is located exactly at the same directory as the index.html. So here we just write down index.js. Now we can use JavaScript in our project, and we just need to get the elements. We want to get few elements. The first one is, we want to get 3 elements actually, the hour, minute, and second. In order to get them, we can use a method called query selector. So we need just to create a constant, and for example, we call it hour element. And this is going to be equal document, because we want to target document, all the document, and we want to use query selector. And the selector we want to use as its class, as we are targeting a div with a class, we need to add a dot here, and we just say hour. Okay, let's close this Explorer section so we have more space. Then we can copy this one 2 more times using Alt-Shift-Arrow down, and we just change this hour. You can use Ctrl D to select both and make this one minute. This one would be second. Okay, so let's check hour, minute, second. Now we have the elements. Let's console log and I'll show you. Just use console log. For example, let's console log hour element. So you can open the console using F12. So we go to console. As you can see, we return the element with a class of hour. Okay. We want to change, style this div based on the information we get from browser, the time. But we want because the information we get from the browser is static, we need to get that one every second to update that information. I'll show you in a second. But let's first create a function, and we call it update clock. And let's call this function here one time. So the things we want to get is, for example, we want to get the current time or current date, as you can say, because it gives you time and date at the same time. So we get the current time, and we can get it using new date. We construct a new date, and this is going to give us an object, and it's going to be saved inside the current date. So let's console log current date, and let's open the console. Now we are getting the date and time, but it's just a string. The things that we are interested is this hour, minute, and second. We don't want the other information. So, and then, as you can see now, it's 8.3627. If you refresh the page, it's going to be changed because each time we are requesting it. But we can use some methods. For example, we can use the two-way. We can use a set timeout or set interval to execute this function every second, for example. Let me try the set timeout. So we just say set timeout. Set timeout takes in two things. First is a function. We can use the arrow function, and this is the delay that makes this function, that execute this function. As we are calling this function, we don't need to create a function. We just can just put the function's name here. So now, if we console log the time, the current date, we are getting it every second, as you can see in the console. So 13, 15, 16. So now we're getting it, and as I mentioned, we are interested in the time, the hour, the minute, and the second. So, for example, if you want to get the hour instead, just the hour, we can just add a method here and just call get, for example, hours. Okay. Now we just get the hour. Or if you want to get the minutes, you just say minutes, or you just say seconds. Just say get seconds. Now see 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So we can get all these three things. So instead of constant logging, I just create a constant and I call it, for example, hour. And this is going to be current date dot get hour. This. Let's copy this one 2 more times using Alt Shift arrow down. And this is going to be minutes. And this should be capital. And this is going to be seconds. Okay. Now we are getting all of them, hour, minute, and second. We can console log here, see. So we are getting the hour, the minute, and also we are getting the second. So that is okay, but our clock is analog. So we need to convert these things to a degree. The seconds, let's change the, for example, the first one, the hour to degree. So we just say const, and we just say hour degree is equal to, first we need to, because we have 12 hours in a clock, so we need to just get this hour and divide that one to 12, and also we need to multiply that one to 360 degree because we have 360 degree in a watch. Okay. Now, and then in order to see it in our clock, we need to change the style of this hour. If you remember, inside the style, we were using transform, rotate 30 degree or 250 degree. For example, for hour, it's 30 degree now. If it's, for example, 60 degree, it should be here. Now we want to change this one dynamically using JavaScript here. So over here, we just say this hour element we have, we want to change its style and the transform, because we use the transform here, and the function is rotate. So this is going to be equal, as it is dynamic, we need to use backtick to have a variable. So we just say rotate, and we can use the $sign to have the dynamic variable here. And the variable we want to use is this hour degree. And we just need to add a word dig at the end, because in the style, we use degree here, dig. Okay. Now our hour is 8, which is the current hour. Now I'm recording the video. So we need to do the same things for the minute and second. So we need to copy this one using Alt Shift arrow down 2 times. And then we change this hour to minute. Then the minute is not 12, it should be 60, because we have 60 minutes in an hour. Okay, after hour, we have the second. So we just say second here, and second is 62. Okay. Now the time is working perfectly. As you can see, this is my current time in the computer, 8:44, 35, 36. Okay. The other methods I mentioned, instead of using set timeout, we can use a set interval. So let me just comment this one. And instead of calling this function here directly, we can just say set interval. And set interval is going to call the update clock. And we're going to call it every second. So this is going to work exactly the same. Okay, that was it for our project. I hope you enjoyed and learned many things. See you in the next project. Welcome back to another project. In this project, we are going to create a temperature converter. As you can see from the final version of the project, we have 3 inputs here that is for the Celsius, Fahrenheit, and Kelvin temperature formats. And if we change any of them, for example, if we choose the Celsius 100 degree, we get the equivalent of the Celsius inside the Fahrenheit and Kelvin. And for example, if we change the input, we see a real-time change inside the other inputs as well. And we can change the other inputs to, for example, 100 Fahrenheit is equal to 37 Celsius and 311 Kelvin. So we're going to learn how to use onChange event listener to track the changes inside the inputs. And also we're going to learn how to use the switches statement to track the changes based on the name of the inputs that we are working on. And also we're going to use CSS to style our project like this neomorphism design. In the next section, we're going to start with the HTML part of the project. So see you in the next section. Welcome back to the project. In this section, we're going to work on the HTML part of the project. As you can see, I have put the final version of the project as our reference to compare our project with the final version when we need it. Now, the first things we need to do is to create the HTML file of the project. So I would like to use Visual Studio Code for creating the code. After opening the Visual Studio Code, we close the Get Started tab, and inside the File menu, we click on the Open folder. We want to create a folder and work on this folder for the project. I would like to create the project in my desktop, so I click on the desktop, and here I create a new folder, and I call it Temperature Converter, which is the name of our project. So we just write down temperature-converter, and we press enter to create the folder. Now we can click on the select folder to select the folder. Here we close the Get Started tab again, and as you can see, now the VS Code is in default is in that folder that we have created, temperature converter. And now we can create our HTML file here. So we click on this icon to create the HTML file, and we call it index.html. Now we have the file on the right side, which is completely empty, but it is fine. We can use an exclamation mark to create an HTML boilerplate. So we just write on an exclamation mark. We get an auto suggestion from Emmet abbreviation. When we click on the first auto suggestion, we get an HTML boilerplate. We can open the browser using the live server extension. If you have installed this extension, you can click on the Go Live on the bottom of the Visual Studio Code to open the default browser with the website that we are working on, and the index.html is going to be open by default, and the title is document as we have inside the title tag. Let's bring the website on the right side and the Visual Studio Code on the left side. Let's close the Explorer section to have more space. So the title is document. We can change the title to the name of our project, which is the temperature converter. And the next things we need to do is just create the website. Let me show you inside the final version. The final version, as you can see, it has a container in the middle of the screen. Then we have a title here. Then we have 3 inputs, including the Celsius, Fahrenheit, and Kelvin. Each of them, they have their own inputs. So we're going to add 3 inputs plus a title at the top, and everything would be inside a container. So we need to add a div with a class of container inside the body section. So we just write down dot container, and we accept the auto suggestion from Emmet by clicking on tab or enter. So this is going to give us a div with a class of container, and inside this container, we're going to add the, for example, that title. For example, we add a h1 tag with a class of heading, and the title is temperature converter, so I can copy from this here. The reason I have added the class of heading because we're going to style this heading later using CSS. Any class I add, the purpose of that is to use it later when we are targeting it inside the CSS. After that, we're going to have these three sections. Each of them are inside a div. So this is a div, for example, and inside the div, we have this label, Celsius, and this input. So we're going to have a div. So the div, I just called the class for that one, for example, box, or you can just say, for example, temperature container. You have to be very specified, so later you check your code, you can remember what you have done. So inside this div, we're going to add a label, and this label is going to be for the Celsius. So we just write down Celsius here, and the label is going to say Celsius as well. And we can add some clone here. So if you can see now we have it inside the final version, the label. After the label, we're going to have an input, but with the type of number. So we can add a colon and just say number, and we click and press enter to accept the auto suggestion. The type is number, the name is Celsius. And also we're going to have an ID of Celsius because later we're going to use this ID to track the changes inside input using JavaScript. So we need to add an ID here. ID is just unique. You cannot use the Celsius in other section of the HTML anymore. Then we have a placeholder. So when there is nothing inside this input, we see this text for reference. So we just say enter temperature. You can see here. The other things we want to do is we want to install this input later. So we're going to add a class and we call it input. So for styling, we use class. For JavaScript, we use ID. This is the way I use, but you can also use class for JavaScript as well. But because ID is unique, it's easier to track a specific input using ID. But class can be used in many other places. So that is fine for this section. For this Celsius, we can copy this section 2 more times to create the other temperature as well. So we just use Alt-Shift arrow down 2 times to copy this. And we're going to just change the Celsius by using Ctrl-D. We can choose all the Celsius and we change the second one to Fahrenheit. So we just write down Fahrenheit. Okay, this one should be capitalized. So I change this one. So the next one, we change the Celsius to using Ctrl-D to Kelvin. We just say Kelvin. And this one should be capitalized. All right. So that's set for the HTML part of the project. As you can see, the looking is different inside the final version. So in the next section, we're going to use CSS to style this project and make it similar to the one in the final version. So see you in the next section for the CSS part of the project. All right, in the last section, we have completed the HTML part of the project. In this section, we're going to start styling the project using CSS. If you look at the final version, you can see that we have a container here in the middle, and the background color of the body is just a linear gradient from light green to light blue, and the container is transparent as well, so it's kind of glassy or neumorphism design. These inputs as well. So we're going to firstly create the CSS file. So we need to open the Explorer section here using Ctrl-Shift-E. And here we click on this icon to create a new file and we call it the style.css. Before using the CSS file, we need to add a link to the CSS file within the HTML file. So we go to index.html and just after the title tag, we just add a link tag and we just write down link and we click on the third auto suggestion, the one with the CSS. Now we have a link tag with the relationship between the index.html and the style.css. The href attribute here shows the destination of the link, and as both files are located at the same directory, we just need to have a style.css here. Let's close the Explorer section to have more space here, and we go to the style.css and we start with the body section. We just target the body and we open a set of curly braces. the first things I want to do is remove the default margin of the page so that we can easily bring everything to the center. So everything is connected to the wall now. Let's change the background color, and we set it to be linear gradient. And I want it to be just like here, top and bottom. So we want it to left, bottom. So this is going to divide the browser inside the diameter here, from here. And the color, I want it to be light green and light blue. It starts from light green to light blue. So we can see it. And now, because this height of the screen is not defined, we see it like this. We can set the main height of the screen to be 100% of the viewport height, which is going to cover all the browser. And it doesn't matter what is the size of the browser. We always see it like this. And in order to bring this one to the center, we need to change the display of the body to flex. And then we can use justify content center to bring everything to the center horizontally, and align item center to bring everything to the center vertically. But before using the align item center, you need to set the min height to 100% of the viewport height. Otherwise, it doesn't work. And also, I want the font family, the font of the browser to be, font of all the texts and elements to be, for example, mono space. And let's increase the font size. Or let's don't change it. We can change this font size in each element. Just change the color of the texts from the black to dark cyan, which is kind of green color, greenish color. So that was it for the body section. Now we want to target the container, this container. And inside the index.js, we put everything inside this container with the class of, with this div, with the class of container. So we can target that one using dot container. First things first, I want to add the background color for that one so we can see it. So we change the background. We use RGBA, which is the red, green, blue, alpha. For the red, green, and blue, we use 255 to give, which gives us the white color. And then we can use the last value, which is alpha. We set it to be 0.3, which means 30% transparency. So it gives us this color. Then we're going to have a padding of 20 pixels to have some space between the borders and everything else inside it. And also let's have some box shadow. So we want the 0 for the x-axis, 4 pixels for the y-axis, and 10 pixels for the blurriness. And the color I want to use is RGBA, 000 for black color, and 0.3 for the transparency. So we get this color. And the other things I want to do, I want to change the border here. The border I want it to be rounded. So I want to change the border radius, and I want it to be 10 pixels. So we should see the change now. Let's make it smaller again. And we set the width of the container to be 85%, like this. And this is going to be applied in all sizes. But I want the max width to be 450 pixels, which is going to limit it like this. And let's set the min width as well. So when in the mobile size and very small screen size, we won't have any problem by just changing it to 350. Sorry, this one should be min width, not height. Okay. So this is responsive as well. In the small screen, we have a good size. So, and everything, we can set the display to flex. And we can bring them on top of each other by changing the flex direction to color. So in this case, we can bring them to the center using align items center like this. So that was it for the container section. Let's style this box we have here. We have a div with a class of temp container. So we want to target that one. So we just say dot temp container, which is covering the label and the input. And we set this one, we set its width to be 100%. So this is going to take all these places. Let's add some padding of 15 pixels. And we set the font weight to be bold, like this. So I forgot to install this heading as well. So this temperature converter, let's target that one by just targeting dot heading, which is this h1 tag with the class of heading. So the heading, I just wanted to be, we just changed the font size and make it bigger. So 32 pixels for this. So we make it bigger, and I think it's enough for this heading. Now let's install this inputs. So the inputs, all the inputs, they have the class of input. So we can target them with just saying dot input. So the first things I want to do is increase the width. So we set the width to be 220 pixels like this. Then we just change, because the font family, we change it to be monospace. We add some padding and we set it to be 5 pixels, and we float it to the right side. As you can see, it's just connected to the label. We can float it to the right side. So it's going to be like that. And let's remove the outline. So when we click on it, we don't see that line around it. And finally, we change the background color to be RGBA, white with 30% transparency. And let's check the border color to be an RGBA, white, but this time with a 50% transparency. So we get this design. And let's change the color to be dark green. So the text inside, so for example, we type something, we get dark green. And we set the font size to be, for example, 20 pixels. So this is a bit big. So let's make this one 18. This one should be fine. Just these texts are small, so we can target that one by just changing the font size inside the temp container. And we make it, for example, 18 pixels here. So if we change this font size, we don't need to have this font size. So we can remove that actually. No, for the input, we need to add it as well. So that's fine. So for both of them, we use font size 18 pixels. All right. So everything looks okay, except this placeholder. We can just target the placeholder by just saying dot input to double clone. And we just say placeholder. And we just want to change the color to dark gray like this. So everything works fine. Let's refresh the page. This is the final version. The final version, the text is a bit bigger, but looks fine too. This one looks fine too. So that was it for the CSS part of the project. In the next section, we're going to add functionality, including the getting these inputs and calculating the other temperatures, and automatically call a function and change the other ones. So we're going to use a method, an event listener, and we just want to add an event listener for the onChange, and we're going to call a function and do this mathematics to calculate the other temperatures simultaneously when we are changing these things. So in the next section, we're going to work on the JavaScript part of the project. So see you in the next section. All right, welcome back. In the last section, we have completed the CSS part of the project. In this section, we're going to add more functionality to the website using JavaScript. If you look at the final version, you can see when we come to the website, all the inputs are empty. But if you add something, for example, here in Fahrenheit, I just say 100 Fahrenheit. This is going to give us the Celsius and Kelvin after pressing the enter. Or if we change it like this, from the input, we see the real-time change inside the other format of temperature. So we need to add a function that is going to calculate the other ones. And also we need to add onChange event listener to each input. So when there is a change inside this input, a function would be triggered and calculate the other one and update the other inputs. So the first things we need to do is to create a JavaScript file. So we go back to Visual Studio Code and we open the Explorer section. And here on the left side in the Explorer section, we click on this icon to create a new file. And we call it index.js. And similar to the CSS, before using the JavaScript file, we need to add a link to the HTML file in order to use that JavaScript file. And the link is going to be at the end of the body section because we want all the elements to be loaded first. For example, all the inputs to be loaded first, and then the functionality is added using this JavaScript. Otherwise, the elements would be empty and we cannot have access to them. So we need to add a script tag here. So we just write down SC and we can click on the second auto suggestion, the one with the SRC. The SRC is the destination of the file, and both files are located at the same directory. I mean the index.html and index.js. So the destination would be just index.js. So now we can use the JavaScript file in our project. As first thing first, I want to create a function here. I want to create a function and I'm going to call it, for example, compute or calculate temperature, or temp for short. So this function is going to be called using these inputs. And let's try to do it. So in our website, when we have a change inside these inputs, we want to call that function. So inside index.html, we can add onChange event listener to the input. So we can just use dual cursor using Alt and click on these sections, and we can add an onChange event listener, the first one, and this is going to trigger that function that we have created. So we're going to call the function here. We just call it compute temp, and we need to call it, so we need to add a parenthesis here at the end. Okay. So after saving, you can see that's prettier formatted our inputs. So now, for example, if we console log, change, and if we go to our website and open the console using F12, so make sure this is console, and here you can see the changes. So if we change this one, you see that we console log change, the one that we have added inside the function. Any of them we change, we see the changes. But the things is important for us. We want to get the value of these inputs, and also we want to know which input is changing. We can do that by adding an event here. So we need to just add an event here inside the function that we are calling. So we need to add an event at each of them. And inside the JavaScript, inside the function, we can get the event here. For example, if I console log event dot, for example, target dot name, so this one should be dot name. Now, when we change here, you see the name of this input. So inside the index.html, we see the name is here. For example, it's Kelvin. The first one, the name is Celsius, and the second one is Fahrenheit. So whatever we have changed, we see the name is printed inside here. For example, we can get the value too. Instead of name, we can just get the value. So now, for example, this one is 1, 2, 3, 5. If I do this one is 1. So we're getting the value of this one that is changing. So in this way, we can have the information inside the inputs, and we know which input is triggered, and we can calculate the other temperature formats based on that input. And also we can change and update the other inputs. So we need to bring all the inputs first because we want to change them. So if you look at the HTML, each of them, they have an ID. For example, the second one has the ID of Fahrenheit. The first one is the ID is Celsius. So we can bring that element using the method called getElementById. So we need to create a constant. For example, for Celsius, I call it Celsius element, and this is going to be equal to document because we want to target all the browser and all the documents inside the browser, and we can use the getElementById to target that ID, which was for the first one Celsius. All right. Now we have for the first one, let's copy this one using Alt-Shift-Arrow down, and we change the Celsius for the second one using Ctrl-D to select both of them. And we change the second one to Fahrenheit. So we just write Fahrenheit. Make sure that you don't make a spelling mistake because otherwise you don't get the result. So we got the Fahrenheit. For the third one, we use Ctrl-D and we change this one to Kelvin. Now we have the elements. Now we can change the elements based on the input. So we have the value here. So we create a constant and we just say current value, or the input that is triggered. So we just call it current value, the one that is calling the function value. So we missed the A here. So this one is equal to that event that we are getting, dot target dot value. But there is just some bug in the JavaScript. Sometimes the input is actually, this input is number, but sometimes it passes the string instead of number. So we need to always convert this value to number. We can do that simply by adding a plus sign before the value. So in this case, we always get the number, not the value, because we want to do some computation, some mathematics. So we need to really have the number, not the string, because if we have a string, we cannot do the mathematics or math operation on this value. So now we can use the switch here to, based on the name of the event, we change the other ones. So the switch works like this. The switch statement, if you click on that, it has a key. The key is this event.target.name. So for example, if the name that we are getting is Celsius, so in case that this one is Celsius, so we just write down here inside the quote, Celsius. If this is Celsius, we want to change the Fahrenheit and Kelvin. So for example, the Kelvin, this one, we want to change its value. So we just target its value. And this one is going to be equal to the current value, which is the value of the Celsius, plus 273.32. So this is a formulation to convert Celsius to Kelvin. If we add 273.32 to Celsius, we get Kelvin. And also for Fahrenheit, we change the value. So this is going to be the current value, but this is for changing it to Fahrenheit, we need to multiply this one to 1.8 and add 32 to it. So this is the way we do that one for the Celsius. So we need to add more cases because in case that we have Fahrenheit for the input and the event.target.name is Fahrenheit, so we need to have the Fahrenheit. So let me copy this Fahrenheit and put it here. In case that is Fahrenheit, we want to change the Celsius element, its value, and we can calculate that one based on the Fahrenheit value, which we are getting from the current value from here. So the current value, Celsius is the opposite. We just put it in the parentheses. We minus this one first from the 32, and instead of multiplying to 1.8, we need to divide it from 1.8. So it's just the opposite. And we have to add a clone here too, so we don't get an error. And for Kelvin, this is going to be calculated like this. We need to just the current value. We minus that one to 32. We divide it. So let's put it inside another parenthesis. So we divide it to 32 and over 1.8. Now we need to add 273.15 to that. And it should be 32 because this is similar to this one, 273.32. So that is fine. So after the break, we want to add the final case, which is Kelvin. So if the Kelvin happens, we want to change the Celsius dot value, and this is going to be equal to just the current value, but instead of plus 273.32, we need to minus that. So we need to decrease 272. It's just the opposite. And let's do the other one, the Fahrenheit. So this is the last one. So we need to add two parentheses, and then this is going to be value minus 273.32. I'm not sure this is 32 or 15. You can check it online, but it doesn't matter. We just you can change it for yourself. So the most important things is these things that we are learning from JavaScript. The other ones is just an example. So we need to multiply this one to 1.8 and we add 32 at the end. All right. So we have just created all the models. And after this, just remember to break as well. Okay. So it's automatically removed our parentheses. So the reason I put the parentheses because let me show you here. So when we are changing now, each of them, we see the changes the other one. Sometimes we get the very long decimal numbers. The number of decimals are too much. So we can remove that one by just adding dot to fixed at the end. And we just fix it to 2 digits. So we can copy this one and add it to here, to all of them. So now, if we try, we never get more than 2 digits here. So what's this? The Kelvin, Fahrenheit doesn't work when I change the Kelvin. So let's check that one. So when we changing the Kelvin, So this value, oh, this one shouldn't be value. This one should be current value. Sorry about that. So now the Kelvin works as well. So 273.15 is actually 0 Celsius. Sorry, it shouldn't be 15, 32. We have used 32. Okay. So just let me review what we have done. So inside the index.html, we have added an unchanged event listener to each of the inputs. We have added the events so we can get the value, the name, type, or whatever inside this input is. And inside the index.js, we have created the function. We got the event. We got the value of the input that is triggering the function, and we call it current value. And we have used the switch statement. So based on the name of the event that we are getting, for example, if the input is Celsius, in case it's Celsius, we change the Kelvin and Fahrenheit. If it's Fahrenheit, we change the Celsius and Kelvin. And if it's Kelvin, we change the Celsius and Fahrenheit. And also we have just used this formulation to change their values. And finally, we have added two fixed to limit the number of decimals to only 2 digits. So that was it for our project. I hope you enjoyed and learned many things. We have practiced the switch statement. We have also learned how to use unchanged event listener to call a function from the HTML. And also we have learned how to bring the elements using getElement by ID. So I hope you enjoyed. So see you in the next project. Welcome back to another project. In this project, we are going to calculate the body mass index or BMI based on the height and the weight of the user. As you can see from the final version of the project, we have two inputs here that is going to get the height of the user based on centimeter and also the weight of the user based on kilogram. And the default value is 180 and for the height and 80 for the weight. And if we click on the compute BMI, this is going to calculate the BMI based on the height and weight and shows the weight condition here. For example, for the 180 and 80, the weight condition is normal weight. But if we are, for example, 90 kilograms, we are overweight. If we are, for example, 100, we are obesity. And if we, for example, we are 50 kilograms, we are underweight. So this is going to calculate the BMI, and based on the BMI condition, we are going to add some if statement and calculate the weight condition here. So we're going to firstly install the project with this new morphism design. Then we are going to use JavaScript to calculate the BMI. And finally, we are going to show all the results inside this input and inside this section, the text information at the end of the container. In the next section, we're going to start with the HTML part of the project. So see you in the next section. All right, welcome back to the project. In this section, we're going to create the HTML part of the project. I have opened the final version of the project for our reference to compare our website with the final version, and also we can be familiar with the structure of the project. So if you look at the final version, we have a title here at the top. Then we have two inputs, which are the number input. Then we have a button. Then we have another input showing the result of the BMI. Then we have also have another information text at the end of the place. All these things are inside a container. So we have to create a div with a class of container and work on this inside this container. And so let's first create an HTML file. So I'm going to use Visual Studio Code as a text editor, but you can use any other text editor you are familiar with. After closing the Get Started tab, in the File menu, we can click on the Open Folder to create a folder and open it inside the Visual Studio Code. I would like to create the project in my desktop, so I click here on Desktop, and here I click on the New Folder button to create a new folder, and we call the folder the name of our project, which is BMI Calculator. After creating the folder, we can click on the Select Folder to select the folder. This is going to open the folder inside the Visual Studio Code. As you can see here, we are inside the Explorer with the folder BMI-Calculator. So let's close the Get Started tab again, and inside the Explorer section and inside the folder that we have created, we create a new file by clicking on this icon. we call the file index and with the extension HTML. So this is our HTML file, which is completely empty, but we can use an exclamation mark to create a new HTML boilerplate. So we click on we just write down an exclamation mark and we click on the first auto suggestion suggested by Emmet abbreviation. Let's see it inside the browser. By opening the browser, we can use the live server extension by clicking on Go Live. And this is going to open our website inside our default browser, which in my case is Google Chrome. You can see that the title is document. Let's bring this one to the right side so we can see the changes in real time. And we bring the Visual Studio Code to the left side. We can close the Explorer section so we have more space in our code. Let's change the title to the name of our project, which is BMI Calculator. Now we can see the title has been changed to BMI Calculator. So as I mentioned before, if you look at the final version, we have a container that has everything inside it. So inside the body section, we can create a div with a class of container. So we just need to write down a period and container. And after pressing the enter, we're going to accept this auto suggestion that is going to give us a div with a class of container. And inside this container, we're going to start with the heading, this heading, which is an H1 tag, the H1 tag with a class of heading. I have added the class because we want to later use CSS to style this HTML file on our website. So we need to target each element by its class. So the class here is heading. And inside the H1 tag, we just write down body mass index or BMI for short. And we just add calculator at the end. So if you look at our website, we can see the title at the top. Let's fix this one. So that is correct. Body mass index calculator as a title. After the title, we have two inputs. First for the height and then we have for the weight. And here we just have a text. We just say your height and we just say centimeter. And we add the input here. This input has a class of input because we want to use this class to style it later. And it has an ID of height. So the input has a type of text, but we want the input to be in the class, in the type of number, because we just want to accept the number here. And we can change the number here. So it has a class of input and the ID of height. We're going to style it using this class, and we're going to target that using JavaScript and get the number from this input using JavaScript using this ID. And also I want the default value of this input to be, for example, 180 centimeter. So when you refresh the page and come to this website, you always see 180 and you can change it after that. And also I want a placeholder, a text inside the input. When it's empty, we just say enter your height in centimeter. So if this one is empty, you see this placeholder. All right, so we have created the first input. The second input is similar to the first one, so we can just copy this one using Alt-Shift arrow down one time, and we just change this height to weight. Centimeter should be kilogram, and the input, the class is input, but the ID is weight. The value, just say 80 kilograms, and the placeholder is enter your weight in kilogram. All right. So we have completed the first two inputs. The next things we need to add is this button. So we're going to add a button here. The button is going to have a class. So it has a class of btn, which is a short for button. I usually use btn, and we add an ID to target it later using JavaScript, and we call the ID btn as well. And inside the button, we just write down compute or calculate BMI. So you see the button here. And after that, we're going to have another input showing the results. So we just say we add an input with the class of input, but with the ID of BMI or BMI result. We can say BMI result. This input doesn't have any placeholder or something. But we want this input to be disabled because we don't want to change the value of this. We just want to show the result here. So we made this one disabled. After the button, we have this info text here. So we're going to have an H4 or heading 4 with a class of info-text. And this one is going to say weight condition equal to, and we want to add the condition inside the span. So we want to separate that. And then this span, because it is dynamic, later we're going to change it using JavaScript, it is going to have an ID of the weight condition. All right. Like the final version, for example, if we click on compute BMI, we see the weight condition, which can be a normal weight of if someone is overweight, for example, is 120 kilogram, it shows obesity. So it depends on the weight, you see a different thing. So we're going to create this one using JavaScript later, but for now, we just keep it empty. So that was it for the HTML part of the project. It's a kind of messy, but later in the next section, we're going to style this using CSS, and we're going to make it like this beautiful, as you can see in the final version. So just wait for it. It looks a little bit messy. In the next section, we're going to work on the CSS part of the project. So see you in the next section. All right. In the last section, we have completed the HTML part of the project. In this section, we're going to style the project using CSS. The first things we need to do is to create a CSS file inside the Visual Studio Code. We need to go to the Explorer section again using Ctrl-Shift-E. And here on the top, we click on this icon to create a new file with the name style with the extension CSS. And now we can just code inside this file. But before using the CSS file, we need to add a link to this file within the HTML code. So we go back to index.html. Let me close this section so we have more space. And just after the title tag, we add a link tag. We just write down link and we just click on the third auto suggestion, the one with the CSS. Now we have a link tag with the relationship between the HTML file and the CSS file. And the href here defines the destination of the file, which is because they are on the same directory. We just need to write down style.css inside the href attribute. Now we can use the style.css in our project. And first we start with the body section. We just write body. And first we remove the margin, the default margin of the page. And we set it to be 0 to remove the margin. Okay. After this, I'm going to change the background color. I want to have a gradient in color like the one you see inside here, inside the final version. It starts from blue to green. So in order to create that, this one should be only background, not background color. And we just write down linear gradient. And we want it to be on the top right to be green and on the bottom left to be blue. So we just say to left bottom. And with the color we want to use, the first color is light green. It starts from light green to light blue. Now, if you look at our final version, we see that the color, but the reason it's repetitive because we haven't set any height for our screen because it doesn't have height. It's repeating itself. So we're going to fix it soon. So first we're going to bring everything to the center using display flex. We set the display to flex and we set the height of the screen to be, or the minimum height to be 100% of the viewport height. So which is the 100% of the screen. Now you see the color is just one color. So now the size of the screen is 100% of the size of the browser. If you change the zoom level, still you see the same size, 100%. Now we can bring everything to the center using justify content center to bring them to the center horizontally like this. And for bring them to the center vertically, we can use align item center to bring them to the center vertically. And also I want to change the font of the text to be Courier New, the font family Courier New, which is this text. This is my favorite font, but you can use any other font you want, or you can import the fonts from other sources like a Google font, which I have taught in my other projects. All right, so that was it for the body section. Now we want to style this container that is covering everything. The container, if you remember, we had a div with a class of container. Because this one is class, we can target that one inside the CSS by adding a dot here, and we just write down container. So the background color for the container is RGBA, which is the red, green, blue alpha color. For the red, green, and blue, we just choose 255, 255, and 255, which gives us a white color. And we want this white color to be 30% transparent, so we can see the behind the color as well. So this one makes a glassy design or neomorphism design for our container. After that, I want to add some padding. So it's a space around the elements, but inside the container. So this is going to be 20 pixels. So this is going to push everything inside. And let's bring everything on top of each other by changing the display to flex, which bring everything to the next to each other. And then we can change the flex direction from row to column to bring everything on the top of each other like this. Now everything looks better than before, but we still have to work on this section. For example, I want to make the border rounded by using border radius, and we set the border radius to be 5 pixels. We can see it now here. I have to zoom so you can see the rounded corner here. Okay. After the border radius, let's add some shadow effect on the bottom. We just use box shadow, and we set the shadow effects in the x-axis to 0, 10 pixels for the y-axis, which gives us this black color on the bottom. But we can use 10 pixels blurriness to make it blurry, and this is going to be blurred on the right and left side as well. And also, I don't want it to be this much black, so we can make it less transparent by using RGBA, red, green, blue, and alpha color. We set the 0 for the red, green, and blue, which gives us the black color. And we can use 30% transparency, so which give us this beautiful shadow effect for our container. But in the mobile side, you see that they are connected to the wall, the container. So we can here change the margin to 5 pixels, which is going to push everything to the inside more. And also I want to, I think everything looks okay now for the container. Let's install this heading. If you remember here, we have the H1 with the class of heading. We can target that one by just adding dot heading in the CSS file. And we change the font size to be 30 pixels, for example, and make it a little bit smaller. And for the inputs, we have 3 inputs, but all of them, they have a class of inputs. This one, and this one. We can target them using dot input. And let's add some padding. We add the padding for the top and bottom, 10 pixels and 20 pixels for left and right. Let's make the size bigger using font size, and we set it to be 18 pixels like this. And let's change the background. The background color, I want to choose the RGBA, that 255 for the white and 30% transparency. But 30% is a bit low. We can change this one to 40%. As you can see, the border color is black. I want the border color to be RGBA as well, but instead of 40%, I want it to be 50% transparent. So it gives us this beautiful looking border. And let's set the margin and the space around the input to 10 pixels. It's going to have some space around the inputs. So the inputs looks fine. Let's install this button now. The button has the class of btn, as you can see here. So we can target that button by just saying .btn. I want the background color to be light green, like this. I want to remove the border, so we just say border none. But instead of this border, I want to give it some box shadow, so we make it more beautiful. But let's add some padding first. So we just add a padding of 10 pixels on the top of and bottom, and 20 pixels for left and right. And we add some border radius, and we make it rounded on the corners for 5 pixels. Let's add some margin, similar to the one we added for the input, 10 pixels. And we set the font size to be 20 pixels to make it bigger. Now it's time to add the box shadow. So we just add the box shadow. We set it to be 0 for the x-axis and 0 for the y-axis. Just 4 pixels blurriness that gives a shadow in around it. And we can use RGBA, the black color with 30% transparency, to make it less visible. And when I hover over the button, I want to see a pointing hand instead of the cursor. So I set the cursor to be pointer. So when I hover over the button, I see a pointing hand. The other things I want to do, when I hover over the button, I want to see more shadow. So we target the button, but we use the hover pseudo class we can target the hover effect, and we change the box shadow 0, 0 for the X and Y axis, and 8 pixels blurriness, which is more than the previous one. And we set the RGBA to black color, 30% transparency like this. But this is very fast. It changes very fast. We can add some transition to make it smooth. And we added transition to everything with 30 milliseconds duration and with ease effect. So this is going to be like this. The last thing I want to install is this weight condition text at the bottom. This one has a class of info text. Now we just change the font size to be 20 pixels. We make it bigger and we set the font weight to be 500 to make it thinner like this. So that was it for the CSS part of the project. We made the website exactly like the final version. In the next section, we're going to add a functionality that we can calculate the BMI by clicking on the button. And also we want to calculate the weight condition based on the BMI. So we're going to use JavaScript to firstly get the information from the inputs, and we're going to calculate the BMI and show it inside this input. And based on the BMI, we're going to show the weight condition. So see you in the next section for the JavaScript part of the project. All right, in the last section, we have completed the CSS part of the project. In this section, we're going to start adding functionality to the project using JavaScript. If you look at the final version, you can see by just changing this input, for example, I just choose 160 centimeters with 50 kilograms, and we click on the compute BMI, we get the BMI of the person, which is calculated based on a formulation. So I'm going to show you the formulation. Then based on this BMI, we're going to calculate the weight condition that can be normal, obesity, underweight, or overweight. So we're going to create these conditions using if statement in JavaScript based on the BMI. The first things we need to do is to create the JavaScript file. So here inside the VS Code, we're going to open the Explorer using Ctrl-Shift-E. And here on the left side in the Explorer section, we click on this icon to create a new file. And we call the file index with the extension JS, which stands for JavaScript. So we have the JavaScript file here, but before using the JavaScript, we need to add a link to the HTML file for this JavaScript file as well, like the one we did for the CSS file. So we go to index.html, and just at the end of the body section, because we need all the elements to be loaded before calling the JavaScript file. Otherwise, the JavaScript doesn't work because we need to manipulate some elements here. And here at the end of the body section, we add a script tag. We just write down SC and we click on the second auto suggestion, the one with the SRC. And the SRC is the destination of the JavaScript file. And as both files, I mean the index.html and index.js, are located at the same directory, the source or SRC is just index.js. Now we can use the JavaScript file inside the project. We can close the Explorer section by dragging it to the left side to have more space. And let me show you what we need to do. So we need to add an event listener to this button. So when we click on the button, we are going to call a function. So in the final version that we have, now when we click on the button, nothing happens. But we can bring this button element first. The button here has an ID of btn. So we can bring and target this element inside the JavaScript using getElementById method. So we could just create a constant and we call it btn element. And this is going to be equal to document because we want to target all the document inside the browser. Then we just use getElementById method and we just need to call the ID. And the ID of the button is btn. So now we have access to the element. We got the element here. Now we can add the event listener to it. So we just say btn element dot add event listener, and the event we want to add for this one is click. And then we want to call a function. We're going to calculate the BMI inside the function. So I'm going to call the function calculate BMI. And we need to create the function here. So I just create a function. I call it calculate BMI. And we're going to show it like this. Let's console log this one. And we just console log, for example, clicked. And inside the final version, if you open the console using F12, let me just go to the console. So you need to click here and just go to the console. And the console is empty, but when we click on this button, we are going to print clicked because we are calling that function, and the function has a console log saying clicked. Each time we click on the button, we see the number of click is going up. So the function is working, and the add event listener is working as well. So instead of just console logging click, we're going to calculate the BMI based on the inputs that we have here. So we have two inputs at the top, one for the height, the ID is height, and one is weight here. So we're going to firstly bring these two inputs inside the JavaScript using the getElementById method, and we get their value. So instead of console logging, we're going to create another constant, and we call it, for the first one, we just call it height value. And this is going to be equal to document because we want to target the document, and we use getElementById to target the ID of that input, which was height. And we want to get the value, so we need to target the value at the end by just adding dot value. We need to do the same things for the weight as well. So I copy this one using Alt-Shift-Arrow down. And here we just change this height, both of them, by just using Ctrl-D. I'm going to delete it and add weight value. So now we have both of the values. Let me console log and see. So if I console log height value and also the weight value, now when we click on the button, we see the value of the first and the second input. For example, if I change this one to 50 and this one to 20, and we click on compute, we get 50 and 20. So we have access to the both of the inputs inside the JavaScript here. Now we can calculate the BMI based on the height and the weight. The formulation is height over the weight is square. But the height should be based on meter, but the weight is based on kilogram. Because we are getting the height based on centimeter, so we can convert this one to meter by dividing it to 100. So now we are getting the height based on meter, so we can now calculate the BMI. So we just say BMI value is equal to that formulation. So the formulation is the weight value. So weight over the height square. So I think I made a mistake saying that first time. So it's weight over height value multiplied to height value again. So height value is square at the bottom, but weight value at the top. But height is based on meter and weight is based on kilogram. So now we have the value of the BMI. So we can, for example, console log BMI value. So based on these values, 180 and 80, we compute. So the BMI is 24. So if I change this one to 100, for example, 92, the BMI is 21. So we have the BMI. Now we want to print this BMI inside this input. So we need to first bring this input inside the JavaScript by using the getElementById method. We can bring it at the top because the first we just need to bring it one time. We don't need to bring it each time we call the function. So I'm going to create a constant, and I call it BMI input element, and this is going to be equal to document.getElementById, and the ID that we are going to target is this one here. This input has the ID of BMI result. So I'm going to copy this and I paste it here inside this getElementById. So now we have the value of the BMI here. So we're going to put it inside this BMI input element. So here I just write down BMI input element dot inner text. Oh, sorry. We need to change the value because this is the input. We change its value to this BMI value. So I paste it here. So now if we click on compute BMI, we see the 24 inside this input. And if we change it, for example, to 190, we see it's 22. So we've done with the first part, that is computing the BMI and showing it here inside the input. The next step is to calculate the weight condition. So I'm going to put some condition here, and this is just the scientific condition. So if the BMI value is less than 18.5, the weight condition is underweight. So we need to bring that the text info at the end, this one. So we added a span here. the span is empty, but it has an ID of wait condition. So we need to bring this one here. So at the top, I'm going to create another constant, and I call it a wait condition element, and this is going to be equal to document.getElementById, and the ID that we have copied was wait condition. Now we can change the value inside this span, this element, by just bring it here, and we just changed its inner text, and we set it to be, for example, underweight. All right. So in this situation that, for example, this person is 180, the BMI is 24. But if, for example, he's 50 kilograms, so it's kind of underweight. And if we calculate BMI, the BMI is less than 18 here. So it's 15. So now we can see the weight condition is underweight. So let's add the other conditions. For example, we just add a else if, and the second condition is if the BMI value is more than or equal of 18.5, and if the BMI value is less than or equal to 24.9, in this condition, we want to set the weight condition element inner text. Instead of underweight, we want to set it, we just call it normal weight. So for example, for the 180 and 80 kilograms, we are normal weight. But because the BMI is less than 24.9 and it's above 18.5. So let's add more conditions. We have two more conditions. So we just say else if the BMI value is more than or equal to 25, sorry, more than that, not less than. So more than 25, and it's less than, so the BMI value is less than or equal to 29.9, the condition is overweight, and the other condition is obesity. So if the BMI value is more than or equal to 30, the condition is obesity. So this is the two facts. All right. So now the height, for example, is 180. This is normal weight. If we, for example, we are 90 kilogram, we are overweight. If you're 120 kilogram, we're still overweight. 150. Oh, this is overweight. That's a lot. Okay. Probably the last condition doesn't work. This one should be more than 30. Sorry about that. So now I think it's around 100. It's obesity. Okay. So that's working. So we finished, we have done the last part of the project, which was calculating the weight condition based on the BMI and show the condition inside this span. Yeah, that was it for our project. I hope you enjoyed and learned many things. We have learned some methods like how to calculate something, how to call a function, how to add an add event listener. That was a simple project. I hope you enjoyed. See you in the next project. Welcome back to another project. In this project, we are going to create a sticky navbar. As you can see from the final version of the project, we have an image at the background of our main section. We have a navbar at the top with the logo and the menu. And if you scroll down, we see some like lorem ipsum texts. And if we scroll down more, we see that our navbar has been changed to black color. And also, if we go back again to the top, we see our navbar has been changed to white color again. We are going to use JavaScript to calculate this certain point that the navbar reach, and we are going to add and remove some classes to reach different styles for the navbar. So see you in the next section for the HTML part of our project. All right, let's start our project. First, we open the Visual Studio Code. Here we close the Get Started tab. In the File menu, we click on the Open folder. As usual, I would like to create the project in my desktop, but you can create it anywhere you like in your computer. So we click on the desktop, and here we click on the New Folder button to create a new folder. We name the folder Sticky Navbar, which is the name of our project. We press Enter, and here we click on the Select Folder button to select the folder. We close the Get Started tab again, and on the left side in the Explorer section, we right click and we click on new file to create an HTML file. We name the file index.html and we press enter. As you can see, now we have the index.html file on the right side, which is now completely empty, but we can use an exclamation mark to have an HTML5 boilerplate. So we write an exclamation mark and we click on the first auto suggestion. We can see the browser inside the Visual Studio Code using the live preview extension. We just need to right click and we click on live preview, show preview. Now we have the browser on the right side, which has the title document. We close this Explorer section to have more space on the right side by just dragging this line to the left. Let's change the title to Sticky Navbar, which is the name of our project. We can see the sticky navbar here on the title. In the body section, we have three parts for this project. First is the navbar part. Then we have an image section, which is the top container, and we have the text container, which is the bottom container. So we need three div to divide our website to three sections. So the first div is just the top one. It's a div with a class of navbar, and it contains the logo and also the navbar menu. For creating the logo, we can use a website called SVG Logo Creator or Generator to create an SVG logo. SVG logos are SEO friendly, and it helps usually the websites to be ranked better in the search engines. So we go to our browser, the Google Chrome, and we search for SVG Logo Generator. Here, if we scroll down a little bit, here we can see a website called svglogomaker.com. We click on this website and we just make the logo. In my case, I just write my name. You can make any logo you like. So I just write my name. We force refresh, we see the logo here. The font size is fine, but I want the width to be 200, so we don't waste width after the logo. And also I want the height to be just 40. Yeah, that's looks okay. And I don't want to have the frame for my logo, so I remove it by just using this frame and set it to be no. We change the logo to a color, for example, red. We refresh it, and we can download the logo by clicking on this button. We drag this downloaded logo to our folder. I created the project in desktop, so I bring it to the desktop and put it inside the folder Sticky Navbar. I go inside the folder, and I would like to change the name of this SVG logo to just logo. If we go back to the Visual Studio Code and we open the Explorer section, we can see now we have another file called logo.svg. We can have access to that one just making an image tag here, and inside the source, as the both files, I mean the index.html and logo.svg are located at the same directory and or folder, we just need to write here logo.svg. As soon as we write down the URL, we can see that we have our logo on the browser on the right side. We don't need an alternative, or we just write logo for alternative. All right, we can close the Explorer section now. We don't need it, so we can have more space. After the image, we have the menu. The menu is just the unordered list tag, and inside the unordered list tag, we have a list, and the first list would be a link. So we use an anchor tag to have a link, and the address would be nothing, just we don't want to go anywhere now for this website. We just add a hashtag, and inside the anchor tag, we just write, for example, home, the first one. Now we can see it here. We just need to copy this 2 times using Alt-Shift-Arrow down, 1, 2, and we just change this home to, for example, block. And these are optional as well. You can have anything you like in your computer, in your website. All right. Yeah, that was it for the navbar section. We go to the top container. So we create a div with the class of top container. And the top container is just an image, and we have some like a title in the middle. So we add a h1 tag. We just write welcome to our website. All right. So after that, we have the bottom container. So we add a div with the class of bottom container. So this is just, I want to create just a lorem, like a lorem text. So just a junky text. So we just write, we added a paragraph with a class of, for example, text. And inside that, we want to add 100 words of lorem. So we just write lorem and we add lorem. We add 100 after lorem. If we enter and accept the auto suggestion, we get 100 words of lorem ipsum. All right. So we just make kind of this paragraphs a few times. So we copy this paragraph using Alt Shift arrow down, for example, 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we have some text here because we want to able to scroll down and see the nav bar changing from, for example, background color white to background color black and vice versa when we're going up. But if we don't have any text, so we are not able to scroll down because the page would be very small. All right. That was it for the HTML part of our project. See you in the next section for styling our project using CSS. All right. In the last section, we have finished with the HTML part of our project. In this section, we're going to start styling our project using CSS. First, we need to create a CSS file. So we open the Explorer section using Ctrl-Shift-E. And on the left side in the Explorer section, we right-click and we click on the new file. We name the file style.css and we press enter. But before using the CSS in our project, we need to add a link to the CSS file within the HTML code. So we go back to the index.html file and just under the title tag here, and just at the end of the head tag, we add a link tag. So we write link and we click on the third auto suggestion, the one with the CSS. Now we have a link tag with the relationship between the HTML file and the external style sheet, which is the style.css. The href attribute defines the destination of the link, and as both files, I mean the index.html and the style.css are located at the same directory, we just need to have style.css for the URL. So now we can start styling our project using CSS. We just save this file using Ctrl-S, and we close this Explorer section by dragging this line to have more space on the right side. So we go to this file, style.css. First, we start from the body section for removing the default margin. Usually we have, I think, around 8 pixels default margin around the body element. So we just remove it using margin 0. And now we can style our project easier. So first we start with the top container section. We add the background image. So after that, we can easier style the navbar section because the navbar is going to be on the top of the top container section. So in the index.html, first we had a div with the class of top container, which contains this h1 tag, which is saying welcome to our website, as you can see here. So we target this div and we return it to the, and we choose it, we select it inside the CSS because using dot top container because it has class. So here at just the bottom of the body section, we just write dot top container, and we just add a background image. We use URL function to add the background image. The image we want to choose, we can choose it from the Unsplash website. So we go to the browser, we open a new tab, and we search for Unsplash. The first result is unsplash.com. So we click on this link, and here we search for example, I want to add a computer behind this container. We search for computers. So the first images is just the premium. You need to pay, but if you scroll down more, we see that we have the result for the free images. But still, we can see that the sponsored one. These are not free. So we go down a little bit. I would like to choose this image for the website. So we click on this and we right click and we click on the copy image address to get the URL. We go back to the Visual Studio Code, and inside the URL, we add a set of double quotes, and inside the double quote, we paste the link using Ctrl-V. Now we can see the image, but as we don't have enough height for this section, we cannot see it properly. We can use Alt-C to turn on the word wrap so we can see all the codes. So after that, we set the height to be 100% of the viewport height, which means the size will be exactly the size of the screen size. So in any zoom levels, this image would be the same size of all the screen. We can check it inside the browser as well. We can open it inside the browser using this hamburger icon and open in browser. As you can see, the image is exactly the size of the screen. We can change the zoom level. We can see still the image looks like this, but it's repetitive. We can remove this one and make the image as large as possible to fill the container using background size cover. Now, if you come back to the browser, we can see the image is bigger and it covers everything. As you can see, by changing the zoom level, we still have the same amount of image for the height. So we remove this part. Yeah. Now let's install this H1. Or before doing that H1, we need to bring this H1 to the center. So here we just change the display to flex to be able to bring this one to the center horizontally using justify content center. And then we use align item center to bring the H1 tag to the center vertically here. We cannot see it properly because the color and the size. So we target the H1 tag using top container H1. First, we change the color so we can see it better. So we just change it to white. We increase the size of the text using font size property, and we set it to be 50 pixels. And also, I want this text to be exactly in the middle, so we can bring it in. We can bring the inline content using text align center. All right. Let's change the font of this text using font family. I would like to choose impact, and let's add some space between the characters of the word using letter spacing. For example, we set it to be 2 pixels. All right, looks good. Now we can start styling our navbar, but I would like to install this text as well. So we finish with the website and then we go to the navbar section. So the text, these texts are located inside the bottom container. And also it has the class of text as well. So we can target this class. So we just say dot text. We add some margin. We just say margin top and bottom, 50 pixels. And we have left and right, just we say 5%. So now we have this one, and I think it's fine. We just change the font family to be sans serif. All right, that's enough because it's not very important. In this project, our focus is the navbar and how to make it sticky and how to change it when we reach to a certain point. All right, so let's install this navbar. So we target the navbar by choosing its class navbar here. So we just write dot navbar, and we just change the background color. We just change the display to flex to bring them next to each other. But we want this actually be in the top of this image and to be like with a different position. We just say position fixed. So when we change the position to fixed, we see the navbar on the top of the image. So now we just need to change the height. First we change the background color to be white. And so now we know exactly where the navbar is. So we set the width to be 100%, and we change the justify content to space between. So we bring the logo this way and the other menu to the right side. And let's install this menu first. So we bring them next to each other. So we just say dot navbar UL. We target this UL inside the div. We just change the display to flex, and we remove these dots using list style type none. And next we need to target the li, so we can change the color and also remove these text decorations. So after this, as you can see from the index.html, we had the div with the class of navbar, and then we had ul, and after that we have li, and inside the li we have a, which is the anchor tag. So we want to target this a to fix everything. So we just say navbar ul li, and then we have a. So we don't want the text decoration, so the underline, we set it to be none. As you can see now, we don't have any underline. Then we add some margin. We say top and bottom to be 0 and left and right to be 10 pixels. Let's change the color to be black and change the font family to be cursive. Let's bring this logo to the center using, in the navbar, we can use align items center to bring everything to the center. That looks fine now. All right. Let's add some hover effects using hover CSS pseudo class. So when we change the color of the text when we hover over them. So we need to just target the same things, navbar, ul, li, and a, but the hover pseudo class. And we just say change the color to be red when we hover over them. That looks fine. Also, we want this logo to be clickable. So when we click on this logo, we go to the home page, but we didn't do it from the beginning. So here we add an anchor tag, which goes to the index.html, which is the home page. And we just cut this image and we bring it inside this. Now, if we click on this logo, we go to the home page. All right. I think if you check this website and change the zoom level, I think it's fine for now. We can add some box shadow at the bottom so we can have it more beautiful when it's white. So for the navbar, we add a box shadow. The first value inside the box shadow is the position of the horizontal shadow. We set it to be, for example, 0. And then we have the vertical shadow, which is the bottom of the element. We just say 4 pixels. And then for the blur radius, we just say 8 pixels. And for the color, we use RGBA function, and we set 0 for red, green, and blue, which gives us the black color. And also we set 0.3 for alpha, which gives us the 30% transparency or opacity. So when we go down, we can now see the box shadow at the bottom. All right, the things we want to do in the next section. So when we pass this image, as soon as we go to the bottom section, we want to change the color of the navbar to black and change the text to white. The things we want to do is just to add a class to the navbar here. We add a class of active. We test it now, and then we change the style of this navbar when the active class is added differently. So we just say, for example, navbar when it has a class of active, just change the background color, for example, to black, as you can see now. And we want the color of the the UL, LI, and A, which is here, UL, LI, and A. We want the color of the text of the menu to be white. Now we can see them. So when we have this active, we have the black navbar, but if we don't have it by removing it, we have a white navbar. In the next section, we're going to use JavaScript to actually add and remove this navbar when we reach to a certain point, which is exactly this line between the top container and bottom container. So see in the next section for the JavaScript part of our project. All right, in the last section, we have finished with the CSS part of our project. In this section, we're going to use JavaScript to add functionality to our project. We have a class now, the active class. When we add the active class, our navbar turns to black, and when we remove it, it returns to its original color, which is white. By using JavaScript, we're going to calculate this point when the top container and the bottom container meets each other. So first we create a JavaScript file. We open the Explorer section using Ctrl-Shift-E, and on the left side in the Explorer section, we right click and we click on the new file. We name the file index.js. We drag it to that side. Before using JavaScript in our project, we need to add a link to the JavaScript file within the HTML code. So we go back to the index.html, and just at the end of this file and at the end of the body tag, we add a script tag. We just write SC and we select the second auto suggestion, the one with the src. As both files, index.html and index.js, are located at the same directory, we just need to write index.js for the URL of the script tag. So now we can close the Explorer section by dragging the line to the left, and we go to index.js to start adding functionality to our project using JavaScript. First, we need to return this navbar element to inside the JavaScript using query selector method. As the navbar has the navbar section has a class of navbar, we can return this div using its CSS selector and query selector method. We just need to make a constant and we call it navbar element equal to document.querySelector, and inside a set of parentheses we need to specify the selector of the navbar, which is .navbar, because it's a class. So we just write .navbar. We use Alt-C to turn on the vote wrap so we can see the code clearly on the left side. So now we have the navbar. We can actually see it. We console log navbar element. We can open the dev post pane using this hamburger icon, and we can see the console here. Now we return the element navbar. So first we need to add an event listener to the window so we can target when we are scrolling in the website. So we just say windows.add event listener, and the event we want to listen is a scroll. So when this happens, we want to trigger a function here. So we just console log here. We can see that it's working or not. We just say scrolled. So now if we scroll, we see that we are getting this message. We delete it and we get it again. That's working. So how do we know that when we are going down, we reach this point? First, we need to target the scroll amount. So we can console log something called window.scroll y. So it shows what's the number of the y amount when we're scrolling. Sorry, scroll y. Yeah. So at the beginning, the amount is 0, as you can see at the bottom. But when we're going down slowly, this number increases, and this number is based on pixel, actually. So we are here in the 50 pixels, and if we go down, we reach to this point, we see now it's 272 pixels. As we go to the end of the website, we get the 1560. And this number is different when we have a different zoom level in our website. We can check this in our browser. We can open the web developer tools using Ctrl-Shift-C here. We should click first. And in the console, when we are scrolling, we see the number is changing from 0, and at the end, we have 1380. If we change the zoom level of our browser, for example, we put it to 200%, when we go down, we get more number, a bigger number, 2500. So depending on the zoom level, we get a different number for the pixels and also the scroll bar y amount. So we are getting this one, and also we want to get the the position of this section, the bottom section. So first we need to bring this bottom container. So we just say here, bottom container element. We set it to be equal to document dot query selector. And because it's a class, we just need to add dot here, and we just say bottom container. So for the bottom, let's console log it first with console log bottom container element. So it's we are returning the div. If we get its offset top, we can see that we are getting. Let's remove this console log so we focus on this. We are getting 378 for this number, but this number actually it's here after the margin, and also when this place goes to this part, to the very top part, not here, because this sticky bar is on the top of the website, it's not separated. So we need to divide this number to the height of the navbar and also this margin. So we have to say here inside this function, so if window dot scroll y, which we got before, is greater than this number, which is 375, minus the height of the navbar. How we get the height of the navbar? We can use just first console log it, and we can see if we log the navbar element dot offset height. So we're getting an error because we didn't finish this part yet. So we delete it for now. So we are getting 54 pixels for the height of the navbar, and also the position of this is 374. So here we just Ctrl Z, we get this if again, and we just say if the window dot scroll y is bigger than bottom container element dot offset top minus this one, navbar element dot offset height. And also we have some margin here. If you go to the solid CSS, we added in the bottom section, in the paragraph text. In the text section, we added 50 pixels for top and bottom of the text. So we need to add this 50 as well. So here we just say minus 50. So if this one happens, we want to add that class. Let's close this one. We want to add the class to the navbar. We just say navbar element.classList.add. The class we want to add is active. Let's test it. So when we go down and we reach to this point, this one should work. Yeah. But when we go back, we want this to be white again. So we add an else here. So we just say navbar element.classList.remove, and we just remove the active class. So now when we are going down, we reach to this point, we change to black. When we're going up, we change to white. Let's add some transition to the navbar so we can see this changing a little bit more smooth. So we just say transition on background color only, for example, 0.4 seconds. So when we are going down, we see a change, but with the transition. So let me explain this one again. I feel that it's very confusing. So we calculate the scroll y. So here in this point, the scroll y, scroll y is 0, and here is in its maximum, depending on the zoom level. So we say if this one is greater than this point, when it goes to the top. So when this one goes to the top, I mean, when this one goes to the top, which actually this one is here under that one. I mean this point when it goes to the top. This number, the bottom container dot offset top, actually gives us this number when it's in the top. But we want this line when it reaches to this point. So we have to minus this amount, which is here at the top, minus the height of the navbar, and also the margin from this point to this point, which is 50 pixels. So when we calculate this one, when we reach exactly to this point and reaching this to this, we activate this if, and this one becomes true, and then we add the active class. And also in any other situation, we remove the class, which when it's less than this amount, we are in the top. That was it for our project. I hope you enjoyed and learned many things. If it was confusing for you, please ask any questions you have in the quick Q&A section. So see you on the next project. Welcome to this project. In this project, we are going to create a random emoji. As you can see from the final version of the project, we have a button here saying click, and also we see an emoji name tag here. When we click on this button, we're going to see a random emoji. For example, this one is just a person and a pen, and the meaning of the emoji is cook. And if we click more, we're going to get another one. For example, this one is man detective, medium dark skin tone. So we're going to learn how to retrieve data from API using JavaScript. And also we're going to learn how to style this website in this way using CSS. The other things we need to learn is to apply for the Emoji API website and get their API keys. In the next section, we're going to start with the HTML part of the project. So see you in the next section. All right, let's start our project. I put the final version here as a reference so we can use it when we are coding. Okay, let's go back to our desktop and we open the Visual Studio Code. So we close the Get Started tab and we can open the Explorer section by the View menu. We click on View and we open the Explorer section, or we can use Ctrl-Shift-E. And here we open a folder. So I would like to create a project in my desktop, so I click on Desktop. And here I click on the new folder to create a new folder. And I call the project a random emoji. And I press enter. And here we can click on the select folder to select the folder. So now the folder is selected. Let's close the Get Started tab again. And on the left side in the Explorer section, we can click on here to create a new file, or we can right click and click on the new file. And we just create an HTML file and we call it index.html. So now we have our HTML file on the right side, which is completely empty, but we can use an exclamation mark. Exclamation mark actually, by using Emmet, gives us an HTML boilerplate, like here you can see. So if you click on the first auto suggestion, you're going to get a boilerplate of HTML. So let's open our live server extension. We are using an extension called live server that allows us to see our website live. So we click on Go Live here in the bottom, and this is going to open a new tab inside the Internet Chrome, in my case, because my default browser is Chrome, and the title is document here. But we can change the document title. The title here, for example, we just put the name of our project, which is random emoji. Now, if you come back here, we see that the title is random emoji. Let's bring the website on the right side, and let's bring the VS Code on the left side so we can see it, both of them next to each other. We see the result in real time. And let's close this Explorer section to have more space. I also use Alt-Z to turn on the word wrap. If you use Alt-C, you see all code here. So if you look at the final version, we have a title here. After that, we have a div here. Div is an empty tag. We have a div that is having a button here and a paragraph under it that is the emoji name. So we need to have a head tag. So I'm going to add a head tag inside. So I just write down H2 and I press enter. So I get the H2 tag. Then we can just write down the name of the project, random emoji. We should see it now inside the browser, as you can see. It's not styled like the final version because we haven't used CSS yet. So we're going to install this using CSS. And after the H2 tag, we're going to have a div. And inside the div, we're going to have a button, which is saying, for now, click. Okay, let's close this. And so we have the button now. You can see it. Let me zoom so you can see it better. And after the button, I'm going to have another paragraph which just say emoji name. Let's disable this. Okay. So now we have done with the HTML. We can see the HTML. And in the next section, we're going to use CSS to style this and make it like the final version like this. So inside the final version, the button is just showing click. So we're going to style this based on the final version. So see you in the next section for styling our project. All right, in the last section, we have completed the HTML part of the project. In this section, we're going to style the project using CSS. The first thing we need to do is to create a file, a CSS file. So we need to open the Explorer section using Ctrl-Shift-E. And here we click on this icon to create a new file, and we call it a style.css. Before using CSS, we need to add a link to the index.html file and connect these two files together in order for them to work. So inside the index.html, just after or before the title tag, we need to add a link tag. We just write to link and we click on the third auto suggestion, the one with the CSS. So this is going to create a relationship between the HTML file and the CSS style sheet. And the href here is the destination of the file. And as both files are located at the same directory, we just need to write down a style.css inside the href. Now we can use CSS in our project. So we go to style.css. We can close the Explorer section to have more space on the left side. And we start with the body section. So we just write body. And we want to firstly remove the padding and margin around this elements. So we just say padding 0 and margin 0. So they should be connected. So let me refresh. Okay, so it's just connected now. And let's change the background color of the body. So we just say background. And we set the color. For example, I choose the salmon color. Okay, you see the change inside here. And in order to bring them exactly in the center, we need to change the display of the body to flex. So let's change the display to flex. This one, bring them next to each other, but we want them to be on top of each other. So we change the flex direction to column instead of we just say column instead of the row. And if we want to bring them in the center, horizontally, we just say vertically justify content center. But you see that it didn't move because we have to set the height of the screen to 100% of the viewport height. So in this way, we have this much height, and by using justify content center, we bring the elements to the center of the screen. And whatever the size of the screen is, it's always stay in the center. So I'm changing the zoom level now. You see, after bringing them to the center vertically, we can bring them to the center horizontally using align item center. Okay, and in order to so everything looks fine now. So that's it for the body section. And let's style this H2. We want to make it exactly like the final version. We want to make it change the. Firstly, we need to change the font of our project. So the font I want to use here in the body section, we just say font family, and I want to use the Courier monospace. This is kind of similar to this. I think it's okay for our project. But you can choose any font that you like in your own project. Then we need to style this one. Inside the index.html, we have chosen the h2 tag for the header. So we can target the h2 here, and we need to style it. First thing first, I want to change the size of the font. So the font size, I want to make it double. And in order to make it double, we just need to write down 2 rem. Rem is just the basic size, which is 14 pixels, I believe. And when you double it, we can just say 2 rem. So now we have the double size. Then we want to change the color of that. So I want the color to be, I just want to use the Alice blue, or we can choose white if you want. This is kind of a little bit different from bluish white. Okay. And we need to, I think that's enough for the title. Let's style this button and this text. So these two are located inside the div. Inside the index.html, we see that these two are inside a div. But it's not good practice to target a div. We need to add a class name to the div and class, and then we're going to style it here. So we just call this div, for example, section, and we can target that using dot section. So this is going to be exactly like we just say div. But if you have more than one div, so you're going to change the style of all of them. But in this case, we're just changing the style of this div here, this by just exactly the same div. Okay. So we just want to bring them everything to the center. We can use align. Let's make a text align center. So we want to bring them exactly in the center. So that's enough for that. And the next things we want to target is this button. So the button doesn't have any class too, so we need to add a class here, and we just call it btn. Okay, and here we can style it. We just say .btn, and first thing first, I want to increase the size. So I just say font size. I want to make it 5 times. So just say 5 rem. Okay, and I want to remove the border. So just say border none. I don't want it to have a border, and also I don't want a background color, but I want it to be like this one. It has a background, but it's transparent. Okay, you can simply achieve that by just saying background. Okay, we choose background, and we can choose say RGB. We can choose the color, and also we can add the transparency as well. So the color I want to choose is 255, 255, 255, which is just the white color. And then I want the 0.2 transparency, okay, which is, I believe, is 20% transparency. Okay, so the background color, which is salmon, now you can see from here. Then we want some corner here, some rounded corner. We can simply achieve that by just adding border radius. Let me see. Border radius, and we set the border radius to be 10 pixels. Okay. Then we want to add some padding, some space between the text and the border. So 15 pixels for the padding. So right, so it looks fine. But if you look at the final version, inside, when we have something here, when we don't hover over it, we see it's gray. And when we hover over it, it becomes colorful. We can make the icons inside gray by just saying filter, and set the filter to be gray scale. And we don't set anything inside the parentheses. This is completely make it gray. And when we want to achieve the color, we set the gray scale to 0. Okay. So now we have this gray filter as well. And as you can see here, we have some transition. It doesn't suddenly change. So in order to add a transition, we just write down transition. The transition we want to apply is just for the filter, because we don't want to apply for other things, because it makes your website slower. And we want the transition is just to be 0.2 seconds and with the ease in and out effect. The other things I want to do is when we hover over it, okay, we want to see a pointing hand. So when we just set the cursor to be pointer, so when we hover over it, we see a pointing hand. Okay, that was it for the button. Let's install this. So another things we want to do for the button is just, I told you, when we want to hover over it, we want to make these icons colorful. So we just say .btn.hover. We want to use the hover pseudo class, and we just change the filter from gray scale, which is here, complete gray scale, to 0. So it's going to be colorful this way. Okay, and let's install this text quickly. So let's add some class here. So we add a class here, and we just say emoji dash name. So for the class name, you have to add a dash. So we can target this one by just saying dot emoji dash name. And I want just to make it a little bit bolder by just saying font weight 600. And also I want the color of the text to be dark blue. Okay, so as you can see here. All right, that was it for the CSS part of the project. In the next section, we're going to add the functionality of getting these random emojis and also the name of the emoji instead of just showing emoji name. So see you in the next section for the JavaScript part of the project. All right, in the last section, we have completed the CSS part of our project, and we have styled the website. In this section, we're going to start adding functionality to our project using JavaScript. First thing we need to do is to install and add the JavaScript file to our Visual Studio Code. So we need to open the Explorer section. We can use Ctrl-Shift-E to open the Explorer section. And on the left side, we can create a new file and we call it index.js. And as we did for the CSS file, we need to connect the HTML file and the JavaScript file as well. Otherwise, we cannot use the JavaScript file. For doing that, instead of adding the link tag at the beginning of the project, we need to add a script tag at the end of the body tag. The reason we are adding the script tag at the end of the body tag, because JavaScript needs the elements to be loaded first, and then we need to manipulate these elements using JavaScript. So first thing first, the elements should be loaded, then JavaScript should work. Otherwise, we cannot see the elements inside JavaScript. So we need to add the script tag at the end of the body tag. So we add a script tag using we write down SC, and we click on the second auto suggestion with the one with the SRC. SRC in the script tag is similar to the href inside the link tag. It's just the destination of the file. And as both files, the index.js and index.html are located at the same directory, we just need to write index.js for the destination of the file. Now we can use the JavaScript inside our project. So now we can go to the index.js and start our manipulation. So two things we need to change here. First, we need to track the click on this button. So when we click on the button, we need to do something. And also we want to change this emoji name as well. So as you can see from the final version, when we click on this button, we track the clicks on this button. Let me refresh the page. So we click here, the JavaScript detects the click and loads a new emoji here, and also change the definition of the emoji here under the button. So we are changing two actually place, the button and also this text, and also we are detecting the clicks on the button as well. So we need to add an add event listener to the button, and also we need to change the value of these two buttons using a method called inner text. Okay, let's do it inside our own website, the final version here, the current one. So we need to bring in two things, the button and this text. So the button has a class of btn, so we can add an ID here. So because we want to have a unique button to track, so we need to add a ID. We can also bring it using this class, but it's a better practice to add an ID to anything we want to bring inside the JavaScript. So here we just write btn, and inside the index.js, we can bring it inside and create a reference we create a constant and we call it btn element. Okay. And inside the document is everything we have inside the website. So we just say if inside the document, we want to get an element by its ID. So we use this method, get element by ID. And the ID we want to get is that btn. Okay. So the ID here was btn. Okay. Let me close the style now. So we brought inside the btn. Now we can add the event listener or other things here. And the next things we want to bring inside is this paragraph. So the paragraph, I added ID as well. So I call this emoji dash name. Okay. And inside the index.js, we're going to create another constant and we call this one emoji name element. And this is going to be equal to document dot get element by ID. And the ID name is emoji dash name. So we have both elements now. Now we can add the event listener here for this button. So we just say btn element. We add event listener to this. And the event we want to track, let's see. So the event we want to track is click. So we just write click here. And when someone clicks, we want to trigger a function. So we need to add a function here. So when someone click, we want to trigger a function. So we need to create a function here. And so let's first console log. We see it's working. So we just console log clicked. And let's open the console log here inside our website using F12. So the console is open. Let me bring it down. Okay. So when we click on this click, we should see the text clicked. So I click here. So let's refresh the page. Okay. It's sometimes when you start coding, you need to refresh to everything be applied. Sometimes the live server doesn't work, but by after refreshing, everything will be fine. So we click again. So you see each click is going to be considered here. All right. So after this, we want to manipulate this text and this button, and we want to replace this button by some random emojis. For getting the emojis, we're going to use an API, and we need to search for a website on Google called Emoji API. Just search Emoji API, and in the search results, you click on a website called emoji-api.com. Okay. For this website, you can see they're giving you the API key as I registered before. But if you don't see the API key, you just write down your email and they're going to give you the API key. It's completely free and there's no need to any registration. You just need to verify your email. Okay. For example, if I open this website inside a new incognito website, let me open emoji. Let me search Emoji API and open it inside an incognito. So as you can see, you don't see any API key, but if you write down your email, for example, I write down one of my other email, for example, codewithsahan@gmail.com. And if you click on get a key, they're going to give you an API key. Okay. So you can just copy this and go back to Visual Studio Code. So the things we want to do here, let me show you how we would do it. Okay. So we want to have a constant called emoji. And first we want to keep it an empty bracket. So an empty array. And then we want to fill this array with the emojis. By each request, they're going to give us lots of emojis. But we just store some of them inside this constant. So I'm going to show you how to do it. First, we need to create a function. And we call this function add emoji or get emoji. Okay. And we're going to call this function once the website is loaded. So we need to call this function here. So when we refresh the page, we're going to call this function, okay, one time. And this function is going to fetch the data from that emoji API. So we create a variable and we call it response. And this is going to fetch the data. But for fetching, we need to use await because this is going to return a data. So we need to wait for this response. So we are using await here. And the method we are using to fetch the data is just fetch. Okay. And inside this one, we need to add the URL of the API we want to get. So the URL is HTTPS and 2// and we just say emoji-api.com. And we add / because we want to get all the emojis. We just write emojis here. And after that, we need to add the API key that we have copied. So we just add a question mark. We add a parameter called access _ key. And this is going to be equal to the API key that we have copied. So I need to paste this one. So this is the same code that we got here. So I've copied here. Okay. As we are using await, we need to change this function from normal function to asynchronous function. That's the rule of using await because this is returning a promise. So this function needs to wait until it gets the result and go to the next line. And anytime you use the await, the code should wait for the response. And we need to change the function to asynchronous function. All right. So we got the response here. Then we need to change the response to a JSON data. So we need to get the data here. And this is going to be await too, because for changing it to response, we need to await too. So we just change the response by calling the JSON method. So this is going to convert this response to the JSON. Now we can console log and see what we are getting. So we just console log data. So let me close this emoji API, this one as well. So let's open the Explorer console log using F12. All right. As soon as we refresh the page, we get an array of emojis. Okay, you see? So there are around 2,694 emojis. So each of these one. For example, if you click on 0 to 99, it gives you the emoji. For example, the happy face and all the facing emojis to the end. Okay. And I want to show you, for example, if you don't get your API key, for example, I delete the last digit here. I just delete this one. Now, if you refresh the page, we get an error. And the error is access to the fetch from the origin has been blocked by course policy. No access controls are around. So you need to get your API key. Otherwise, you cannot get the emojis. Okay. So I returned the last digit here. And as you can see, we got all the APIs, all the icons. But I want to show you after 1,500, most of the emojis is just the country code or flags or other things. We don't need to use them. So until 1,000, I feel until 1,500, they are okay. So there are some emojis that you can see. Okay. So I'm going to limit these emojis until 1,500 and put them inside this constant that we have created. All right. So let's delete this console log and we create a for loop here. The for loop is going to use starts from 0, then it's going to be until 1,500. Okay. And this is going to increase one by one. So it starts from 0 to 1,500 and it's going to be increased one by one. For example, 0, 1, 2, 3 to the end. Okay. So we create a for loop. Now we want to push the response inside this data. So we just say emoji. So this emoji dot push, and we want to add an object here because we want to get the emoji and also the emoji definition. So let me console log this one again so you see what I'm talking about. So if you look at here, let me zoom this a little bit. Okay, each of them has a character, which is this emoji, and also Unicode name. So if I open this, so each of them has a character. We want to get this character and replace it with this button. And also we want this Unicode name, which is the name of or definition of this emoji. Okay. We want to save both of them. So here inside this object, we want to get the name, which is equal to this data we are getting. And we want to target each of them. So we just say in the bracket, we just add I. And after that, the first thing we want to get is the character, which we can see from here. So we want to get the character and also Unicode name. So let me copy this Unicode name as well. So after the name, we want to get so this is the name. So, or we can just say character or emoji name. We can just call it emoji name. And then this one is emoji code. Okay. And this one is coming from data. And this one is Unicode name. Okay. So now we have stored both of them. And instead of now console logging the data, let's console log let's console log the emoji that we have created. So now if you open the console, we still get an array. Let me see. Let's refresh the page. So we still, okay. So we have limited to 2,500, but we still, this is for the final version. Let's check our own website. Okay. Now, if you open this one, let's refresh the page. So now we have the array. Let's decrease the size. This array is now 1,500 with just the emoji name and emoji code that we are getting here. Emoji name and emoji code. Okay. Now we can replace this button with this emoji name, and also we can replace this paragraph with the emoji code. Okay. So let's do this here. So let's clear this console log. And inside this function that we are clicking on this button, we're going to target that BTN and the emoji name. But first thing, we need to create a random number because each time we want to click, we want to see a random, like in the final version, we want to see a random emoji and its definition. So first we need to create a random number. For creating a random number, we can use the math.random. This is going to create a random number between 0 and 1. For example, if I console log the random number, we can, if we go to our website and open the console, each time we click, we get a random number between 0 and 1, okay? But we want the number to be completely just 0 or 1, some number. So we need to make this one rounded by we just use floor. Floor is going to bring it to the down, okay? So now each time we click, we get 0, because between 0 and 1, whatever number is, it's going to be rounded to its minimum, which is 0. But we want to create a random number between 0 and 1500, or the length of this emoji. So we need to multiply this one to the emoji dot length. So the length of this emoji, this constant, is 1500. So this is going to create a random number between 0 and 1500. So each time we click, we get a number between 0 and 1500 randomly, as you can see from the console log. All right, so now we can use this number to fill this button and the paragraph using this emoji name and emoji code, okay? So for the btn, for the button, we add an inner text. So we want to fill the text inside the button using that emoji that we have. And we use a random number to choose one of them. And we just get the emoji name here. All right. So now if we click, we see that the button inside the button is replaced by a random emoji. Okay. And also we want to change that emoji name as well. So we target the emoji name element and we changed its inner text by the emoji random number dot emoji code this time. So now if you click, we see a random emoji and its definition. For example, this is leaf, this one is dango, seat, and also we can see the transition and changing the color as well. So let me zoom a little bit, you can see the difference. Okay, that was it for our project. I hope you enjoyed and learned many things. You can add more functionality yourself and share it with us in the comments section. So I hope you enjoyed and learned many things. See you in the next project.
Welcome back to another project. In this project, we're going to create a tip calculator. As you can see from the final version of the project, we have a container here with the title tip calculator. Then we have two inputs, including the bill amount and the tip percentage. For example, we can choose $100 bill amount and a tip percentage of 20%. And if we click on the calculate, this is going to calculate the total number of amount that the customer should pay to that store, for example. So as you can see, we have designed this calculator, tip calculator, using CSS in a modern design. Then we have used JavaScript to get these two elements, the value of these two inputs, and calculate the total amount based on these inputs. And also we're going to add some event listener to this button to trigger a function which is going to calculate these amounts. In the next section, we're going to start with the HTML part of the project. So see you in the next section. All right, let's start our project. In this section, we're going to work on the HTML part of the project. As you can see, we have put the final version here for our comparison. As you can see, there is a container in the middle with the title tip calculator. Then we have two inputs. One is bill amount, one is tip percentage. And finally, we have a button to calculate this. The first things we need to do is to create a folder, and we're going to open this folder inside the Visual Studio Code. So I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to call it the name of our project, which is tip-calculator. And once we have created this folder, we can just open it inside the Visual Studio Code by right-click and click on Open with Code. So now we have this folder as a default folder of the Explorer section of Visual Studio Code. As you can see, tip calculator. Let's close the Welcome tab. And here we just create a new file and we call it index.html. And once we have created the HTML file, now we need to just create the HTML5 boilerplate, which we can achieve by just adding an exclamation mark. If you have activated your Emmet abbreviation, you should see this suggestion. And if you press on tab, you're going to get the HTML5 boilerplate. let's open this website inside the browser using the extension that we have installed, and which is called Live Server. So if you click on this Go Live, this is going to open it inside the browser, and you can see that it is open in the port 5500, and the file is called index.html, and then the title is document. Let's bring the website to the right side and the Visual Studio Code on the left side, and let's change this title to the name of our project, which is Tip Calculator. As you can see, now the title is changed to Tip Calculator. After that, we're going to have inside the body section, we're going to have a container which is going to cover everything. So I'm going to add a div with a class of container by just writing down dot container. And if we press enter, we're going to create a div with a class of container. And here we're going to have an h1 tag saying tip calculator. After the h1 tag, as you can see, we're going to have a paragraph. And inside the paragraph, we're going to say enter the bill amount and tip percentage to calculate the total. After the paragraph, we're going to have two inputs, and each input is going to have a label. So I'm going to add a label, and this is going to be for the bill. So we just say for bill, and then the name inside the label, we're going to say bill amount. After that, we're going to have an input with the type of numbers. So just say type number. And this input, as you can see, we can now change this value inside the input. After that, we're going to have a line break. We just say BR. We add a line break. This should be like that. And then we're going to have another label. And this label is going to be for the tip, which is going to say tip percentage. And this is going to be number as well, the input with the type of number. So in order to distinguish between these inputs, later using JavaScript, I'm going to add an ID for the first one and then call it bill. And for the second one, I'm going to add an ID saying tip. And then after the inputs, the second input, I'm going to add another line break. And then we're going to add the button. So we're going to have a button with the ID of calculate. So I'm going to add a hashtag for the ID. We just say calculate. And we press enter. This is going to create a button with the ID of calculate. And inside the button, we're going to say just calculate. So we see the button now. After the button, we're going to have another line break. So I'm going to copy this. And after the but here, we're going to have another label for the total, saying total. And this is going to be a span, not an input, because we don't want to change its value. And this is going to just have an ID of total. Okay. Yeah, that was it for the HTML part of the project. As you can see, we have just added the h1 tag here, paragraph, two inputs with the labels, and a calculate button, and finally another label for total. In the next section, we're going to work on the CSS part of the project, and we're going to style it like the one in the final version with this beautiful modern design with a box shadow, and we're gonna create these beautiful hovering effect for the button. So see the next section for the CSS part of the project. All right, in the last section, we have completed the HTML parts of the project. In this section, we're going to style the project using CSS. The first thing we need to do is to create a CSS file here. So I'm going to create a new file here by opening the Explorer section using Ctrl-Shift-E. And here we can click on this icon to create a new file called style.css. Before using the CSS file, we need to add a link to this file within the HTML code. So we need to come back to index.html, and inside the head tag, at the end of the title tag, we're going to add a link tag. We just write down link and then click on the one with the CSS. This is going to create a link tag with the relationship between the HTML file and the CSS style sheet. And the address is style.css because the both files are located at the same directory. So now we can style our project. First, we start with the set the body style. We just, because we want to style some input. When you have an input, you need to add this at the top of your CSS, which is box sizing, border box. This is going to help you to style the boxes like inputs better, because this is going to calculate the extra borders and the space around this input. After that, we're going to target the body section. And I'm going to change the background color to something like light gray, which is F2, F2, F2. As you can see, the color is changed. So the CSS file is working. And after that, we're going to change the font family to something called Helvetica. And if this font is not available, I'm going to use sans serif instead. Okay. So we have just installed the body section. Now we're going to start with the container. This div with a class of container, which is going to be in all sections. So if you see the final version, this is the container we have. So for the container, because it has a class of container, we can target that one using dot container. We open a set of curly braces. First thing first, we're going to change its background color to white. Okay. And then we're going to set a maximum width of 600 pixels. As you can see, it's smaller now, but it's not in the center. So what I want to do here is to create a margin. So I just say margin 100 pixels, top and bottom, and left and right to be auto. So this is going to have an equal margin to the left and right. And if you remove the zoom level now, because it has 200% zoom. So if you remove it, you can see the box is this size. And then we're going to have some padding, which is a space inside and around the elements inside this container, which is going to be 20 pixels. And let's add some box shadow. So let's add some shadow fact. So 0 and 0 for X and Y, but 10 pixels for blurriness. So you can see we get the blurriness in all direction. And let's change the color of the shadow to be an RGBA, which is the red, green, blue, and alpha. And here we set the red to be 0, green 0, blue 0, which stands for black. And for the alpha, I'm going to set it to be 0.2, which is 20% transparency. As you can see, the shadow. And now we're going to change the border radius and add some border around the corners of 10 pixels. Okay, looks fine. In the mobile size, we have some margin too. That is nice. And that's it for the container. Next things we want to style is this H1 tag, which is saying tip calculator. So I'm going to go outside this container. I'm going to target the H1 tag here. And then let's add the margin top of 0. Remove the margin at the top, connect it to the wall, and we bring it to the center using text align center. That's it. That's it for the H1. The next things we want to style is the input, these two inputs here. So we're going to target these two inputs by just saying input. So let's add some padding of 10 pixels. Then we're going to have a border of 1 pixels, solid, which is going to be a line. And then the color would be CCC, which is a kind of gray color. After that, let's add some border radius, and we set it to be 4 pixels. So make it rounded in the corner, and then let's add some margin of 10 pixels up and down, and 0 for left and right. And then I want it to be in the all direction, all the screen. So I'm gonna set the width to be 100%. Okay, as you can see, we have two beautiful inputs. You can change the numbers. Okay, and then the next things we want to style the button is this button. We're going to target the button simply by just saying button. So let's change its background color. We just say background, and the color I want to use is 4CAS50. And then let's change the color of the text to be white. We also want to add some padding of 10 pixels. Let's remove the border. So we set the border to be none. And let's make the cursor to be pointers. So when we hover over it, we see a pointing hand in the mouse effect. And then we're going to have some margin, top and bottom 10 pixels and 0 for left and right. And we set the width to be 100%, like this. So I have added everything now. So we can just make the text bigger. For example, you can just change the font size to be 18 pixels. And then we can just make it uppercase. For example, just say text transform to be uppercase. Okay, that's it for the button. the other things I want to add to the button is when I hover over it, I want to see the color to be different. So I'm going to add a pseudo effect of hover pseudo effect. So we just say hover. And for the hover effect, I want to change its background color this time to 45049, 458049, this color. So, and if you want it to be smooth, you can just add a transition for the background color. So you just copy this. And then we just added 0.3 seconds with ease effect. You can see a little bit smoother. Okay, 0.2 would be enough. And the last things we want to style is this total, the total amount. And we're going to target that because the total is inside an span and the ID of total. We can target that one using the ID of total. We just want to change the font size to be 24 pixels and font weight to be bold. And finally, we set some margin top of 10 pixels. Okay, you cannot see it yet. We need to add some values here. For example, I just say 1000. We see the value here. That's bold. Okay. So I'm going to delete this one because late in the next section, based on the input, we're going to calculate the total amount using JavaScript. So we're going to, first thing first, we want to get the value of these two inputs. And then when we click on the button, we're going to calculate the total amount and show it inside this span, all using JavaScript. So see you in the next section for the JavaScript part of the project. All right, in the last section, we have completed the CSS part of the project. In this section, we're going to work on the JavaScript and add functionality to the project and just make it work with the inputs and show it inside the total, like the one in the final version. For example, here, if you choose $1,000 bill with 20% tip, the total is going to be 1,200. So the first things we need to do is to create a JavaScript file. So I'm going to open the Explorer section using Ctrl-Shift-E. And here I'm going to write down index.js to create a JavaScript file. Before using the JavaScript file, we need to add a link to this file inside the HTML code. It should be inside the body section and at the end of the body section because all the contents need to be loaded first, and then we're going to manipulate it using JavaScript. So I'm going to add a script tag. I just write down SC and I'm going to click on the second auto suggestion, the one with the src, and the src, which is the source address, is index.js because both files are at the same directory. So now let's close the Explorer section. The first things we need to do is to add an event listener to this button with the ID of calculate. So here I'm going to bring in the button. I'm just going to call it btn element, and we're going to target that one inside the document because we want to target all the browser, and then we're going to use a method called get element by ID. I'm going to pass the ID, which is calculate. Now we have this element. We can just add the event listener to it. So we're just going to target this btn element we have, and we add an add event listener to it. And the event we want to listen is click. So when we click on it, we want to trigger a function, and we can just create the function here, or we can just call the function. For example, we're going to call the function calculate total, and then I'm going to create the function here. So I'm going to create a function. I'm going to call it calculate total. So for now, we just console log. For example, we just console log click. So let's open the console using F12. We go to console, let's clear the console. And now, if I click on calculate, this is going to console log clicked. So this is working. After testing the function to be working, instead of just console logging, we're going to get the value of these elements like bill amount, tip percentage. First, we need to bring these elements. So they are inside an input. The first input is this input for the bill. It has an ID of bill. So I'm going to go to the JavaScript, and then I'm going to create a constant. And first, I want to call it bill input. And this is going to be equal to similar document that get element by ID, but the ID is bill or bill. So we can copy this one and make it for the tip too. So just say tip, and the ID is tip. So we have access to these two inputs now. We can just get their value. So I'm just going to say const bill value. this is going to be equal to this bill input, and we target its value. So now if I console log bill value, and if I open the console again using F12, I just change the value here. For example, I just say 2000 something. If I click on calculate, we can get the value of this bill here. So whatever value we have, for example, 32, calculate, we get 32 because we are console logging the value of the bill. Let's do the same things for the tip. So I'm going to change this bill using Ctrl D to tip. So we get the value of the tip as well. Now we can calculate the total. We just say total value is going to be equal to this formula. We're just going to multiply this bill value to 1 plus tip value divided by 100. So whatever the tip value is, we divide it by 100 and we add 1 to it, and then we multiply it to bill value. So now if we console log total value, for example, we have a $100 bill with 20% tip, the total is going to be 120. So let's test it. So if we calculate, as you can see, the total value is 120. If the percentage is 10, this is going to be 110. But as you can see, we are getting some weird numbers. This is a JavaScript problem, but we can fix this one as well because this is the base on the binary values. So now, instead of console logging, I'm going to bring the input as well, this total at the top. I'm going to bring the total. So I'm going to copy this one. I want to change this to total span, and then this is going to be total. So now we have access to this element. So instead of just console logging, we can change the total span inner text to be equal to this total value. Okay. So now if we changed, for example, we just say 100 and we just say 20%, the total is 120. If it's 10, this is going to be 110, but some values here. So we can fix this one. We just add a method called toFixed. Okay, toFixed, and then we just fix it to 2 digits maximum. So I'm going to say again 110. This is going to show it like this, 110 and 0, for example, cents. If you do it, for example, 2.5%, this is going to be $102.50. All right, so that was it for our project. I hope you enjoyed and learned many things. We have learned how to bring the elements, how to add an event listener to it, and how to calculate the value based on the inputs, and how to print the value inside the output, which is our total span. So see you in the next project.
Welcome to another project. In this project, we're going to create a loading bar. As you can see from the final version of the project, we have a header here, and also we have a percentage, loading percentage number, and also we have a loading bar. If you refresh the page, we see the numbers is incrementing from 0 to 100. This project is going to be useful as a preloader for any websites, and you can use it in your own project. We're going to learn how to increment these numbers and change the bar's width using JavaScript. So see you in the next section for the HTML part of the project. All right, let's start our project. First, we open the Visual Studio Code. We close the Get Started tab, and here in the File menu, we click on Open Folder. I would like to create the project in my desktop, but you can create it anywhere you like in your computer. So we click on Desktop here, and here we click on the New Folder button to create a new folder. We name the project Loading Bar, and we press Enter. Now we choose the Select folder here, and we close the Get Started tab again. Now we can create our HTML file. So on the left side in the Explorer section, we right-click and we click on New File. We name the file index.html, and we press Enter. Now on the right side, we have our index.html file, which is completely empty, but we can use an exclamation mark to make an HTML5 boilerplate. So we write an exclamation mark and we click on the first auto suggestion. In order to see the browser inside the Visual Studio Code, we can use the Live Preview extension that we have installed. So we right click and we click on Live Preview, Show Preview tab. Now here on the right side, you can see the browser, which is completely empty, but with the title document. Let's change the title to our project's name, which is loading bar. And inside the body tag, let's add a container that covers all the code. A div with the class of container. And we press enter to accept the auto suggestion. So we get the div with the class of container. Inside the container, let's add a heading tag, just h1, and we just write loading. After that, we have a div with the class of counter. So we just put the number here. So we press enter and we just add 0% for the text, which is hard coded now, but later we are going to change this one dynamically using JavaScript. After that, we have two bars or line breaks. We use HR tag to make a long break. We set the class of the first one, loading bar, back, because we want this to be behind the main bar. And we have another HR tag with the class of loading bar front. So later in JavaScript, we position these line breaks to absolute, so they will be on top of each other. And we set the color of the back loading bar to a lighter color so we can see an empty line and the filling line. Yeah, that was it for the HTML part of our project. In the next section, we're going to start styling the project using CSS. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have finished with the HTML part. In this section, we're going to start styling our project using CSS. So first, we create a CSS file. So on the left side in the Explorer section, we right-click and we click on New File. We name the file style.css and we press Enter. Before starting to style our project using this file, we need to add a link to this file within the HTML code. So we go back to the index.html and just after the title tag, let's first close this so we can see it better. So just after the title tag, we add a link tag. We just write link and we click on the third auto suggestion, the one with the CSS. As you can see, now we have a link tag with the relationship between the HTML file and the external style sheet, which is the style.css. The href attribute defines the destination of the link. And as both files, the index.html and the style.css are located at the same directory, so we just need to write here a style.css. All right, so now we can use our CSS file. We go to the style.css and we start styling the body section. So we just write body, we open a set of curly braces. First, we remove the space around the body section, the default margin. So we just write down margin 0. Then we change the display to flex to be able to bring the items to the center horizontally. So we write justify content center to bring them to the center horizontally, and we can bring them to the center vertically. Just first we have to set the height to be 100% of the viewport height. So it's 100% of the screen size, and we use align item center to bring them to the center vertically. We change the background color to be black, and we change the color of the text to be light gray. And we change the font family. We change the font of the heading and the 0% using font family property. And the font I would like to use is cursive, but you can use any font you like in your project. So we just choose the first auto suggestion. Now we get this beautiful font. Let's next install the main container, which is here, which covers everything. And it has the class of container. So we just need to use the CSS selector dot container. And we open a set of curly brackets or curly braces. Just first we bring the numbers to the middle using text align center. And let's increase the width of the loading bars to, for example, 300 pixels. And that was it for the container part. Then we have, let's style this div with the class of counter. So just under this, we write dot counter and we open a set of curly braces. First, we change the font size. To change the size of the number, we just set it to be 40 pixels. I think that's big enough. And next, we're going to style the next HR tag, which has the class of loading bar back. These both they have a similar styling, but the difference is we want the color of the bar in the back to be lighter than the bar in the front. So in the style CSS, just under this, we target the loading bar back first. First, we change the position to be absolute. So we bring both lines on top of each other. So we just say absolute. And we want this to be absolute in relationship with the container. So in the container, we should change the position to relative. Otherwise, the positioning will be relative to the body, which is the main parent. Then we have, let's change the height to be 8 pixels. Let's change the background color to be light gray. And let's give it some width, just say 100%. Now we can see it clearly. Let's add some border to the bar, just a little bit of border. So we use border radius 5 pixels. And let's increase the width a little bit more, just make it 400 pixels so we can clearly see the bar. And let's remove the border, the black border, just in border none. So it looks much better. And yeah, that's it for the loading bar back. For the loading bar front, it will be the same styling, but with a different color. So we just copy this using Alt-Shift arrow down. First, we have to highlight it and then use Alt-Shift arrow down. And we just change this back to front, and we change the color to be, for example, let's see what color we have here. Just any colors you like. Yeah, just choose the orange red. And this width, if you change it, if you, for example, check the 10%, you can see the bar has 10% orange red color, and the behind bar still is 100%, which has the color of light gray. So later in JavaScript, we're going to use some methods to change the width and the number dynamically when we refresh the page. So let's change this width to 0%, and we're going to change it inside the JavaScript. So in the next section, we're going to add functionality to our project using JavaScript. So see you in the next section. All right. In the last section, we have finished styling our project using CSS. In this section, we are going to add some functionality to the project using JavaScript. First, we need to create the JavaScript file. So we open the Explorer section using Ctrl-Shift-E, or you can open the Explorer from here, Ctrl-Shift-E. So we right-click and we click on New File, and we name the file index.js. Before using JavaScript in our project, we need to add a link to the JavaScript file within the HTML code. So we go back to the index.html file, and just at the end of the body section, we add a script tag. We just write script, or we just write SC, and we click on the second auto suggestion, the one with the src. As both files, I mean the index.html and index.js, are located at the same directory, for the src section, which is the destination of the link, we just need to write index.js. Now we can use JavaScript in our project. So let's close this Explorer section by just dragging this line to the left. And we go to the index.js file. The elements we need to manipulate is using JavaScript is this percentage number and also this bar, but the front bar. So in the index.html, we have to target this counter class and also this loading bar front class. In order to return an element with a class, we can use the query selector method. So in index.js, we just add a constant. We just name the element counter element. We want to target this. So we equal this to document.querySelector, just query selector. We use Alt-C to turn on the board wrap so we can see all the code. And inside the set of parentheses, we need to specify the selector because it's a class. Because it's a class, we just need to name with a dot at the beginning. So we just write dot counter. The next element we need to return to our JavaScript file is the bar, but the front bar. So the class is loading bar front. So we copy this name. We go back to the index.js and we create a constant. We call it bar element. We just write document.querySelector, and inside a set of parentheses and a double quote, we just write dot and we paste the class name. All right. Now we can manipulate them. For example, as you can see here, we can just say counter element dot, for example, inner text, and we just can set it to, for example, 20% instead of 0%. So in order to do so, we just make a function to update it every like a 1%, 2%, 3%, and the bar as well. So we make a function here. So first we create a variable and we call it index, IDX, and we set it to 0. So we start from 0 and we call a function. We just call the function num, update num, and we create a function just under it. So we just say function update num, and oh, sorry, I just made a mistake here. Update num. And here we just manipulate our counter elements, just change the inner text to, I set it to, as you remember, we did it 20% like this, but I want it to be dynamic, so we keep the percentage, but we add an index at the beginning. So now it's 0% because the IDX is 0. If we change the IDX to 10, we see here that the percentage is 10, or 100, we have 100%. So we return this to 0. And next things we want to manipulate is the bar element. We just write bar element. The things we want to change is the width of the bar. So we need to tap to the style, and then we use the width and we equal this. We can do the same things here as well. For example, we check 10% and we see the 10% red bar, or 20 or 50. So we make this dynamic as well. So we delete this, and outside we just say IDX plus this. And if you change this IDX to 20, for example, we see 20% here and 20% width of bar. Let's return this to 0, and we need to loop this until 100. So we use set timeout method. First, we need to increment the IDX 1 each time the function is called, and we check if the IDX is less than 101, which means until 100. We use set timeout method to call this update num function again, but we just say every 20 milliseconds, so you can see it. So if you refresh our browser again, we can see that the bar is changing at the same time with the counter value. That was it for our project. That was a very short project. I hope you enjoyed and learned new things. So see you in the next project. Welcome back to another project. In this project, we are going to create blurred background pop-up. As you can see from the final version of the project, we have our main website, which is very simple. It has a background image with a title and also a call to action button, which saying click to join. When we click on this button, a pop-up window appears from the top with a transition, and also we have a blurred background in the back. The pop-up window has an input for email and also a join button and also a close icon at the top right. When we click on the close icon, the pop-up window disappears, and also our main website returns to normal and without any filter or blurriness. We can try it again. In the next section, we're going to start with the HTML part of our project. So see you in the next section. All right, let's start our project. First, we open the Visual Studio Code, and here we close the Get Started tab. In the File menu, we click on the Open folder. I would like to create the project as usual in my desktop, but you can create it anywhere you like in your computer. So we click here on the desktop, and we click here on the New Folder button to create a new folder. We name the folder, for example, Background Image Scroll Effect, which is the name of our project. We press Enter, and here we click on the Select Folder button to select the folder. We close the Get Started tab again, and on the left side in the Explorer section, we right-click and we click on the New File to create an HTML file. We name the file index.html, and we press Enter. Now on the right side, we have our index.html file, which is completely empty, but we can use an exclamation point to create an HTML5 boilerplate. So we write an exclamation point and we click on the first auto suggestion. Now we have our HTML5 boilerplate. In order to see the browser inside the Visual Studio Code, we can use the Live Preview extension. We just need to right-click here and we click on the Live Preview Show Preview. Now we have the browser on the right side, which is completely empty, but with the title document. Let's close this Explorer section by dragging this line to the left side. And we have now more space on the right side. Let's change this title to our project's name, which is Background Image Scroll Effect. You can see the background image scroll effect in the tab of the browser as the title. And inside the body section, we create a div with a class of background image. We just write BG image, and we added ID of BG image as well, background image. This is just an empty div that we're going to use later CSS to change the background image of this empty div. But for now, we just leave it like this, and then we have the main container that our website's text and titles goes there. So we just write down .container, and inside this container we have a h1 tag. We just say welcome to our website. After this h1 tag, we're going to have a paragraph that inside it we have just some Lauren picks some texts, and we're just going to copy this paragraph a few times to have more text. So when we are scrolling, we can see the scroll effect. This is just a simple website that we're going to use. This is not important. The important part is this background image that we're going to add the zoom and opacity effect using JavaScript to it. In the next section, we're going to start styling our project and add the background image using CSS. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have finished with the HTML part of our project. In this section, we're going to start styling our project using CSS. First, we create a CSS file. Here, we open the Explorer section using Ctrl-Shift-E. And on the left side, in the Explorer section, we right-click and we click on the new file. We name the file style.css. Before using CSS in our project, we must add a link to the CSS file within the HTML code. So we switch to index.html, and just after the title tag, we add a link tag. We just write link and we click on the third auto suggestion, the one with the CSS. Now we have a link tag with the relationship between the HTML file and the external style sheet, and the href attribute here defines the destination of the link, and as both files are located at the same directory, we just need to have solid CSS for the href or the URL. Now we can use CSS in our project. We save this file using Ctrl-S. We close this Explorer section by dragging this line to the left to have more space on the right side. And we go to solid CSS and we start from styling the body section of the project. So we just write body and we open a set of curly braces. First, we remove the default margin, the space around the body section, and we just write margin 0. And we change the font family to sans serif. That was it for the body section. Next, we're going to style the background image div, the empty div. We're going to add some image to it. So we just target it by .bg image. First, we set the height and width. We just say width 100% and height 100% of the viewport height, which means 100% of the screen size. You can see now the div at the top. It's completely empty, but we add a background image to it. In order to have the background image, I would like to use the website called Unsplash. So we go to desktop, we click on Google Chrome, and here in the search bar, we search Unsplash. In the search result, in the first one, we have unsplash.com. We click on the Unsplash beautiful free images and pictures. And in the search bar, we search for example, nature. All right, and here we can choose one of them. I just choose this image of ocean. So we right click here and we click on copy image address, and we go back to Visual Studio Code, and here we add a background property and we use URL function to add the external image. So we add a double quote here and we paste the link. Now we can see the image on the right side. But we want this image to be fixed at the top, and when we are going down, yeah, that's fine for now. And then later using, let's first change the background position to be center. So we see the center of the image, and we change the background attachment to fixed. So as you can see, the background became fixed, and when you're moving down, they don't move. We just go to the. So this is all right for our project. The only things we need to do is just when we're scrolling down, we zoom out the image and also change the opacity. All right. So let's install this h1 tag and also the paragraphs here before going to the JavaScript part. So the div that contains this one, it has the class of container. So we target that, and we change the padding to be 100 pixels to push everything inside. We just check this one in the browser. Yeah, here it's fine for this size, but let's add some media query. So we just say media query if the max width is 500 pixels. I mean, when we have a screen smaller than 500 pixels, we want this dot container as only like a 10 pixel padding. All right, now it looks fine. When we increase the size, you see that the image like this. That's actually not important on our website. The design, this picture is important that we're going to style later. And let's change the size of this heading. So we target H1 and we just say, we change the font size and we set it to be 50 pixels. We can see in the browser. And as you can see, the image has some repeated effects on the top. We can fix this one by just adding the background size to, for example, 160%. And if you check the browser now it's actually in the zoom mode. And when we are scrolling down, we want to zoom out the image. So we're going to have a zooming effect later using JavaScript. Yeah. And let's also increase, the paragraph looks fine to me. Just change the color of the paragraph. We set it to be gray. All right. So that was it for the CSS part of our project. In the next section, we're going to add functionality to our project using JavaScript. We're going to add zooming and opacity effect when we are scrolling down the project. So see you in the next section for the JavaScript part of our project. All right, in the last section, we have finished with the CSS part of our project. We added a background image, and also we styled our main website. In this section, we're going to add functionality to our project using JavaScript. First, we need to create a JavaScript file, and here we open the Explorer section using Ctrl-Shift-E. On the left side, in the Explorer section, we right-click and we click on the new file to create a JavaScript file. We name the file index.js. Before using JavaScript in our project, we must add a link to the JavaScript file within the HTML code. So we switch to index.html, and just at the end of the body section, we add a script tag. We just write SC and we click on the second auto suggestion, the one with the src. As both files, I mean the index.html and the index.js are located at the same directory, we just need to have index.js for the URL. Now we can use JavaScript in our project. First, we save the file using Ctrl-S. We close this Explorer section by dragging the line to the left, and we go to index.js and we start coding our JavaScript. The first element we need to bring is just this background image, which is here, a div with a class of background image and an ID of background image. We can use getElementById method to return an element with the ID attribute. So inside the JavaScript file, we just add a constant and we call it background image element, and we equal it to document.getElementById. And the ID was background image. We can use Alt-Z to turn on the word wrap so we can see all the codes. And we want to add event listener to the window. So when we're scrolling, we can track the scroll. So we just write here window.addEventListener. The event we want to add is a scroll, And we want this, when this event happens, a callback function triggers, and we want to call a function and update the size and also the opacity of the image. So we call a function, we just make a function, we call it update image, and we create the function here. We just call it update image. So in this object image, we're going to target this element, which is this background image, and we're going to change the, first we change the opacity. So we're going to change the style. So we just write dot style and we change the opacity. The opacity, we want to start when it's full, we are in the top, we want to have just 1, the opacity would be 1, and we want to decrease it by when we are scrolling. We can calculate the scroll by just using window dot page y offset. All right, and then we want this number to be divided by a big number like 800. So this number will be smaller than 1, and we want to minus 1, use 1 minus this number. So now when we're scrolling down, you see the opacity of the background image is changing. We can console log this to see the number. So we console log 2 things, the windows.offset and also 1 minus windows.offset divided by 800. So we open the console here using this hamburger icon and open DevTools pane, and we go to console section and we scroll down. As we scroll down, you see that the Windows Y offset is 2 something, and then the opacity starts from 99% and it's going down when you're scrolling down. And finally, when we reach to the bottom, you see that the opacity is going to 0 and also getting the minus. And this opacity page offset is 837. So we can choose different numbers so we don't get minus. So we can change this one to 900. It depends on the zoom level and the screen size of your, but it doesn't matter. Even the opacity becomes negative. All right. Now we added the opacity. Let's change the background size, and we start from this 160% background size. So we just target the background image element dot style dot background size, and we change the background size from 160% and we decrease it by this window dot page y offset. And also this one is a percentage, so we should add a percentage at the end. So when we are going down, you see that this one is getting smaller, but this number is very big. So we divide it by, for example, 12. So now we see that the zoom level is okay. Let's test it inside the real browser, the Google Chrome. As you can see, when you're going down, the zoom level is decreasing, and also we're having more opacity at the top. In different zoom level, you can see it as well. Yeah, that was it for our project. I hope you enjoyed and learned many things. We have used CSS to style our background image and fix it at the top. And also we used JavaScript to change the opacity and the background size of the background image when we are scrolling down. So see you in the next project. Welcome back to another project. In this project, we are going to create a mouse event project. As you can see from the final version of the project, when we move the mouse around the screen, we see a different numbers in a mouse X position and Y position. When we go to the top left, we see the numbers is going toward 0. And if we go to the right down, we see that the numbers is getting bigger. This is actually the position of the mouse, the left and horizontal and the vertical position. This website is going to be useful for someone who wants to design and do the CSS for his website. You can get these numbers and check how many pixels they are far from the here, from the top, from the left. In this project, we're going to learn how to use Add Event Listener to get these numbers and how we track the mouse position in the browser. In the next section, we're going to start with the HTML part of the project. So see you in the next section. All right, let's start our project. First, we open the Visual Studio Code. Here we close the Get Started tab, and in the File menu, we click on the Open folder. I would like to create the project in my desktop, but you can create it anywhere you like in your computer. So here we click on the desktop. Here we click on the New Folder button to create a new folder. We name the folder Mouse Event, which is the name of our project. We press Enter, and here we click on the Select Folder button. We close the Get Started tab again, and here on the left, we create an HTML file. So we right-click, and we click on New File. We name the file index.html, and we press Enter. Here on the right side, now we can see our index.html file, which is completely empty. But we can use an exclamation mark to create an HTML5 boilerplate. So we write an exclamation mark, and we choose the first auto suggestion. We can turn on the bold wrap by using Alt-C to see all the code. In order to see the browser inside the Visual Studio Code, we need to use the Live Preview extension, which we have installed in the introduction section. So we right-click here, and we click on Live Preview, Show Preview. Now we can see the browser on the right side with the title document. We can change the title here, and we set it to be, for example, Mouse Event, which is the name of our project. We can close this Explorer section for now, so we have more space for the index.html. All right. In the body section, we add an empty container. It means a div with a class of container. So we just write dot container, and we press Enter to accept the auto suggestion. As you can see, now we have a div with a class of container, and inside this div, we create another div with a class of mouse event. And inside this div, we added number as a hard-coded, which is the mouse position. But later, using JavaScript, we can dynamically get the mouse position and change this number automatically. So, and then we have the h4 tag, which just saying mouse X position, and we add a parenthesis saying pixels, which means in pixels. And also we should copy this to have the Y position as well. So we copy this using Alt Shift arrow down, and we change this X to Y. So now we have these numbers and also everything in a hard-coded version, but later using JavaScript, we're going to add functionality to the project and change these numbers systematically and based on the position of the mouse. That was it for the HTML part of our project. In the next section, we're going to start styling our project and bring these numbers to the middle and in a box. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have finished with the HTML part of our project. We just hard-coded the mouse position, X and Y. In this section, we're going to start styling the project using CSS. First, we need to create a CSS file. So we open the Explorer section on the left side using Ctrl-Shift-E, and we right-click here, and we click on New File. We name the file style.css, and we press Enter. Before styling the project using CSS, we need to add a link to the CSS file within the HTML code. So we go back to the index.html file, and just under the title section, and at the end of the head tag, we just add a link tag. We just write link, and we choose the third auto suggestion, the one with the CSS. Now, as you can see, now we have a link tag with the relationship between the HTML file and the external style sheet. And the href attribute here defines the destination of the link or the URL, as we have the index.html and the style.css at the same directory. We just need to write style.css for the URL. All right, now we can start styling our project. Let's save this file and we go to style.css, and let's close this for now. We open this a little bit. We start from the body section. We just write body. We open a set of curly braces, and first we remove the default margin. As you can see, there is a small gap here. So we remove this space using margin 0, as you can see here. Then we use display flex to be able to bring these items to the center horizontally first using justify content center. And then we use height 100% of the viewport height. So we write 100 VH to be able to bring the items to the center vertically, because we set the height of the body to the height of the screen size. So we just write align items centers to bring the items in the center vertically. Let's change the background color to be dark blue, and let's change the color to be brighter to see them. So let's change the color to be white. Let's change the font of the text using font family property. We just need to write here font family cursive. Now we have a beautiful fonts. And next we need to add a box for each of these elements. The elements we have here is, as you can see in the index.html, this class with the mouse event class. So we're going to target this div with the class of mouse event. So we're targeting both of them with this class. So in the solid CSS here, we just write dot mouse dash event. We open a set of curly braces, and we add a border to see, just say border. We change the border to solid, so you can see a border. We change the height of the border to be 1 pixels, and change the color to be light gray. All right. Let's add some margin. So we add some space between the two elements. So we just say margin, let's say 20 pixels, or even more. We can do 40 pixels. All right. Let's bring these elements next to each other when we have a bigger size screen. So we target the parent of mouse elements, which is container. Here we just say dot container, and we change the display to flex. But we want these elements to be on the top of each other when we have a smaller screen. And also we want this width to be always big. So we change the mean width to be, for example, 150 pixels. Oh, I changed the mean height. So we just change this to width. All right. Now we always have we have the same size here. Let's change this change it to 180. So yeah, that's fine. But we want these elements to be on top of each other when we have a smaller screen. So we add a media query here. So we just write an ampersand sign. So we just check the media query. We remove this screen and change it to max width to be 500 pixels. And for the screen smaller than 500 pixels, we change the container, its flex direction to column. So when we have a smaller screen, these are going on top of each other. All right, that looks fine. So let's bring this mouse X position to the top and this 20 to the middle. So the mouse event, let's add some text. Oh, we don't need text align center actually. If we add here, we can add text align center to bring them in the middle. And also let's bring this to the top. So we can target that using mouse events, and we're targeting that H4. So we just write H4 here, and we set the position to be absolute, but we want it to be absolute relative to this box, which is this container mouse event. So we set the position of this to be relative, and let's add some height too to this. So say min height to be 100 pixels, for example. All right. So we set the position absolute for this, and we can bring it to the top using top minus, let's try 30 pixels. It's not enough, 50 pixels. So that looks fine, but the size of the font is too big. So we just change the font size to be 12 pixels, or just say 14, yeah. And we bring them to the middle too by using left 50%, but we are bringing the edge of them to the center. In order to bring all of them to the center, we can use transform translate x minus 50%. And also, we don't want these lines to be on the top of each other. We can turn off the word wrap using white space, no wrap. So they're always next to each other. And also, we want the font weight to be a little bit smaller. So we just set the font weight to be 100. And let's change the color to be light gray. 2, so it's going to be a little bit dimmer. All right, let's bring this 20 to the center as well. So here we just add justify content center and align item center, but we have to change the display to flex. All right, so we need, for bringing them to the middle, we can use display flex, and justify content and align item centers, bring them exactly in the middle. And let's change the size to be a little bit bigger. So we just say 20 pixels or just say 30 pixels. Yeah, that looks fine. Now for the styling. In the next section, we're going to change this number based on the position of the mouse in the screen dynamically. So in the next section, we're going to add the functionality using JavaScript. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have finished styling our project using CSS. In this section, we're going to start adding functionality to our project using JavaScript. We're going to dynamically change these numbers based on the mouse X and Y positions. First, we need to create a JavaScript file. So here, we open the Explorer section using Ctrl-Shift-E. And on the left side in the Explorer section, we right-click and we click on New File. We name the file index.js and we press Enter. Before adding functionality to the project using JavaScript, we need to link the JavaScript file to the HTML file. So we go back to the index.html, and just at the end of the body tag, we just write SC and we click on the second auto-suggestion, the one with the src. Now we have a script tag and we can link the HTML file to the index.js file. src, similar to href, defines the destination of the link. And as both files, I mean the index.js and index.html files, are located at the same directory, we just need to write index.js for the URL. Now we can use the JavaScript in our project. The first thing we need to bring to the JavaScript, and the first element we need to target, is this one, the div with the class of container. Because it has a class, we can return it using query selector method. So inside the JavaScript, we create a constant and we call it container element. We equal this to, let's close this section so we have more space to see the code. We just write document.querySelector, and inside a set of parentheses, we just write .container because the div has a class, so we just need to have dot here. Let's use Alt-C to turn on the word wrap so we can see the codes clearly. Then we need to add an event listener to the window so we can get all the information of the mouse. So inside the window, we add an event listener. So we just write .add event listener. Add event listener has two parameters. The first one is the event, and the second one is a function that will be triggered when the event happens. And the event we want to target is the mouse move. So whenever we move the mouse, these events will be triggered, will trigger a function. So we write a function after a comma. We use an arrow function. First, we can see the event. We just write event here, and we console log the event. So when we let's open the console using the open the DevTools pane here from the hamburger button. So we open the DevTools, and inside the console, we can see that the mouse event is showing. Now, if we move the mouse inside the browser, you can see that they are showing a new position for the mouse. When we get close to the top, we get the lower amount in client X and client Y, as you can see. And we go to this way, we get the higher numbers. The things we want to get is client X and client Y. So we close this console. We don't need it anymore. We delete the log. And we need to change this container inside the container. So we just say container elements and we dot inner HTML because we want to change the HTML inside the container. We set it equal to a backtick so we can have a variable inside. So we copy this all divs and we bring them here. Now we have here all the HTML inside, but we want to change this 20 to the X position. So we added variable. So we write $, a set of curly braces, and inside this, we just say event.client X. So when we move our mouse now inside the browser, we can get the mouse X position inside this box. So let's do the same things for the Y position as well. So we we write a $sign and open a set of curly braces, and we just get the event. But this time we get the client Y. So before entering inside the browser, we just get the 20, which we are here. We have here. And when we enter, we can see the X position. For example, here we have 10 and 11 pixels from the X and Y position. It calculates from here. So we have 0 and 0 here, and the maximum is this side. And if you open the browser too, we just open the browser inside the Google Chrome. We can see now we have a bigger screen, and we are getting a bigger X and Y position here. Yeah, that was it for our project. I hope you enjoyed and learned new things. That was a small project, but you could learn some important things like add event listener and using the event mouse move, and how to have the inner HTML and change it dynamically. Yeah, that was it for the project, and I hope you enjoyed and learned many things. I'll see you in the next project.
Welcome back to another project. In this project, we're going to create a dice roll simulator. As you can see from the final version of the project, we have a dice at the middle, and we have a button saying roll dice. If you click on this button, this is going to create an animation first, and then create a random dice and show it here in the middle. And also we have added this roll dice inside this list, the history list. So let's do it again. This time we got 5, and we have added to the list as well. So as you can see, we have just styled this one using CSS with a modern design. And also we have used JavaScript to add an event listener to this button, which is going to create and simulate a dice roll by creating a random number. And also we're going to save these numbers inside an array and show it here in the history of the roll dice. So in the next section, we're going to firstly start with the HTML part of the project. And then we're going to work on the CSS. And after that, we're going to work and add functionality to this project using JavaScript. So see you in the next section. All right, let's start our project. In this section, we're going to work on the HTML part of the project. So I'm going to create the project in my desktop. So I'm going to create a folder here. So I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to call this folder the name of our project, which is Dice Roll Simulator. And once you create this folder, you can just right click and click on Open with Code. This is going to open it inside the Visual Studio Code. So now the Visual Studio Code is having this Dice Roll Simulator folder as a default folder. Now we can create a new file here by clicking on this icon, and we call that file index.html. And now we have the HTML file, but it is completely empty. Let me close this. But now we can use an exclamation mark to have an HTML boilerplate. As you can see from the Emmet abbreviation, we get this suggestion by just writing down an exclamation mark. And then when you click on the first auto suggestion, you get the HTML5 boilerplate. If you have installed the live server extension in your Visual Studio Code, you have this button, Go Live. So you can click on Go Live, and this is going to open the website inside the default browser, which in our case is Google Chrome. As you can see, we have the document here as our title, and then we can just change this title to the name of the project, which is Dice Simulator. So now if you check the browser, the title is going to be Dice Roll Simulator. So now let's bring the website to the right side, and then the Visual Studio Code on the left side, so you can see the changes in real time. Because we are using the live server extension, anything we write here, we're going to see in real time on the right side. So inside the body section, we're going to have an h1 tag saying Dice Roll Simulator. So after just a few seconds and auto saving the project, you can see the Dice Roll Simulator heading inside the website. And after this h1 tag, we're going to have a div with the class of dice and also with the ID of dice. So for adding the class, you just need to have dot, and for the ID, you just need to write down a pound sign, and then you get the auto suggestion from Emmet abbreviation, a div with the class of dice and an ID of dice. If you press enter, you get that div. Now inside this div, I'm going to add this icon, which is the dice face 1. So in order to find this, they have some Unicode. If you search on Google, let me search for you. So we just say, for example, dice Unicode, dice Unicode. There are plenty of websites showing you the Unicode characters of this. You can just go, for example, this compare.com. As you can see, we have, for example, Unicode for the 5. So for the HTML entity, the code is this. So just if you copy this code, for example, you just put it inside this div, this is going to show the 5 dice. So you don't need to just get the icon. You just need to have this kind of HTML unities. And if you want, for example, this is for die face 5, you can just copy this and search for die face 1, for example, and then you just click here and then get the code from here. Okay, so let's continue. So let's remove the zoom level. So the icon is here, but we cannot see it yet. But later, using CSS, we're going to increase the size of these things and make them more beautiful. Then we have a button. The button has an ID of role button. And inside the button, we're going to say roll dice. So you can see the button here. And after the button, we're going to have the history, like here. We have the history. I'm going to just create a UL unordered list with the ID of role-history. So we're going to use these ID or classes to later using CSS or JavaScript to manipulate the website and style it. So we have the UL with the ID of role history, and then we have an li here. I just want to hard code some li. For example, the first one, we just want to say role 1, and then we just have an span. This span is going to have that, for example, this code here, and then we can just have another one, for example, role 2, and we just, for example, get the 5 one. So we have 1 and 5. This is just hard coded because we want to style this one using CSS in the next section. We need some data here to style it, but later we're going to create this one using JavaScript. So if we roll more dice, and then we can just see the history here, for example, like the one here. So you see each time you see a new history data and add it here. So that was it for the HTML part of the project. In the next section, we're going to work on the CSS and make the website as beautiful as the final version. As you can see here, we have a hover effect for the button, and we have this title, and also we have this style, like a box shadow effect for these role histories. So see you in the next section for the CSS part of the project. All right, in the last section, we have completed the HTML part of the project. In this section, we're going to style the project like the one in the final version using CSS. The first thing we need to do is to install and create a new CSS file inside our Explorer section. So I have to open the Explorer section using Ctrl+Shift+E, and here inside the Explorer section, inside our folder, which is called Dice Lore Simulator, we just create a new file and we call it a style.css. And before using this file, we need to add a link to this file within the HTML code. So we need to come back to the index.html, and then just after the title tag inside the head section, we need to add a link to the CSS file. As you can see from getting this suggestion, you just can write down link and then click on the third auto suggestion, the one with the CSS. Let me turn off my GitHub Copilot. All right. So now we have a link, which is a relationship between the HTML file and the style.css. And here, the style.css, the address of this file. And as both files are located at the same directory, we just need to have a style.css here. Now we can start styling our project here. Now I want to start with the body section, so which is covering everything. I want to change the font family to Open Sans. It should be capital. So Open Sans is like this. And if the Open Sans is not available, we're going to say use this sans serif instead. So this is a backup font. After that, I want to bring everything to the center using text align center like this. And then let's remove the default margin of the page. And we set it to be 0 so we can style it better. So we have completed the body section. Let's move on and go to this H1 tag saying dice roll simulator. So we just target that one using H1 and open a set of curly braces. And here we just change the font size first to change the size of the font as we set it to be 3 rem, which is 3 times of the base sizing. And mostly its default sizing is 16 pixels, but it depends on how you set your browser. If I remove the zoom level, which is 200% now, this is the size that we have created by creating 3 rem. And then I want to add some margin at the top of 2 rem. So we bring it a little bit down from the top. And after the H1 tag, I want to target this dice here, this div with the class of dice, which is having this dice here. So let's target that one. Because this is a class, we can just say dot dice. And let's just change the font size to be 7 rem. So make it bigger. Then let's add some margin of 5 pixels here. So you add some space around this dice. I'm going to add the animation later. As you can see from the final version, when we change the dice, some animation happens. But if we don't have the ability to change the dice, we cannot see the animation. So I'm going to, after creating the JavaScript, I'm going to come back and create that animation. I'm going to teach you how to create a cool animation like this. So let's move on and let's go to the next section, which is the button. So we target the button, we just say button. So the button, we want to have the background color for that. The background color I want to add is this code 47A5C4, which is kind of bluish color. And then let's change the color of the text to be white. You can just simply write down white, or hashtag FFF would be similar. And then let's change the font size to be 1.5 rem. And then let's add some padding. So padding in the top and bottom, I just write down 1 rem. And for the left and right, we just write down 2 rem like this. And then we can just remove the border here, because I don't want this black color around it. Instead, I want to add some, so just remove the border for now. We add some border radius. We make it rounded in the corners by just adding a border radius. We set it to be 1 rem. like this, and set the cursor to be pointer. So when we hover over it, we see a pointing hand. And yeah, that was it for this, creating this. Let's add some transition effect and hovering effect for it. So when we hover over the button, we just add a pseudo class hover. We just change the background color to be different, which is 2E8BAS. And then we can add some transitions. So when we hover over it, we don't see it suddenly. So we can add a transition on background color with 0.3 seconds and ease effect. So you can see now the changing is a little bit slower. So after that, we're going to target this UL here. This UL with the idea of role history, we can just target the UL. Let's remove these dots. So we just have to target the list style to be 1.5 rem. So this is the list style should be none. So you remove that dot, and then we remove the padding. We just say padding 0. So if they come in the center, when you remove the list style, you need to set the padding to 0, and then we set some margin of 2 rem. So we add some space around it, and we set the maximum width of that to be 600 pixels, and we set the margin of left and right to be auto, so we bring them exactly in the center. Okay, so now this one is less necessary. We can just set this one to 2 rem for top and bottom. Okay, now we just target the li, the list, each list. So we target the li. We set the font size first to 1.5 rem, so make it bigger. We add some padding of 0.5 rem, margin of 0.5 rem, padding the space inside, and margin is the space outside the element. And then we have some background color, F2, 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 which is kind of gray color. We add some border radius, we make it rounded in the corner, and then we set this one to 0.5 rem. We also want to add some box shadow so we can see it better. The box shadow is going to have a 0 for the x-axis, 2 pixels for the y, offset, 2 pixels for the blurriness, and then we can have some RGBA color, which is a red, green, and blue color. For the red, I just set it to be 0, green 0, blue 0, so this is going to give us a black color. For the alpha, which is the transparency, I just set it to be 0.3% transparent. As you can see, it's a beautiful now box shadow. And then we wanted to set the display to flex. So I want the rule 1 to be on the left side, and this icon on the right side. So I set the display to flex. And then I want to set the justify content to be a space between. So add a space between the two elements. And finally, we can use align items center to bring them to the center vertically like this inside the container. And then finally, I want to make this icon, this dice symbol to be bigger. So we can target that one, this span here. So we just target that one, we just say li span. And we set the font size to be 3 rem. And then we just set some margin on the right side of 1 rem. Okay, it looks fine. Let's make it bigger. So as you can see, it has some maximum width of 600. So it never gets bigger than that. The button looks good, and also this dice looks fine. All right, so that was it for the CSS part of the project. I hope you enjoyed and learned many things. In the next section, we're going to work on the functionality, and we make it like the final version. So each time we click on the roll dice, we get the new roll dice randomly and then add it inside our list here. So see in the next section for the JavaScript part of the project. All right, in the last section, we have completed the CSS part of the project. We have styled the project. Now it's time to add functionality to the project using JavaScript. The first thing we need to do is to create a JavaScript file inside our Visual Studio Code. So here I'm going to open the Explorer section using Ctrl-Shift-E. And here we can click on this icon to create a new file. I'm going to call the file index.js. Similar to the one we did for the styled CSS, we have to add a link to this file within the HTML code, but the link should be at the end of the body section, as we need the file, the HTML, to be loaded first, and then we need to add the functionality to it. So we need to add a script tag here. We just write down SC, and we can click on the second auto suggestion, the one with the SRC, and the address for this script tag would be index.js, as both files are located at the same directory. So let's close this and let's start adding some functionality. The first things I want to do is to add the animation. So in the final version, when we click on this roll dice, we have an animation. So we want to add this one. First, we want to add an event listener to this button, which is going to trigger an animation. So let's bring this one to the right side and this one to the left side. So now what we want to do, you go to index.html. So what we want to add events listener to this button with the ID of roll button. So when we click on it, something happens. So first thing first, we want to bring this button to the JavaScript. So we want to create a constant called button element, and this is going to be equal to document. Let me stop the Copilot. So we just target the document because we want to target all the browser, and then we can use get element by ID method to target the ID that we have here, which is the role button. You can copy this and then paste it inside here. Now we have access to the button. Let's add the event listener to it. So we just say button element dot add event listener, and the event we want to add is click, because when we want to click, we want to trigger something. So what we want to do, we want to create a function here. So this function is going to be triggered once we click on it. For example, if I console log something here, for example, click, and now if you open the console using F12, let's bring this one down. So now if I click on the button, you see the clicked is logged inside the console. But instead of clicking, I want to add an animation to this element, to this dice element here. So first we need to add the animation inside the CSS. So if you remember inside the dice, we didn't add any animation, but we have to create an animation here, and we need to name an animation. So I'm going to create an animation class. We just call it role-animation. And this one is going to have an animation name, which is going to be role. And now we create this animation with keyframe. So we add a keyframe. This keyframe is going to be the name of that we have created here, role. And it starts from 0 to 100%. For the 0%, we're going to have a transform, which is going to have some change inside the, in the x-axis, in the y-axis, but we want to rotate it in y-axis. So we just say rotate y. First, we start with 0 degree, and for this rotate x, we start from 0 degree too. Then when we reach to the 100%, we want to have the transform, but this time, instead of 0 degree, we want to have 720 degree in both sides. Y-axis and x-axis, we're going to have these two. So we have this animation now. We want to add it to the dice now. So to the dice, we want to have some animation duration for 1 second, but we want this one to be infinite. So we want to just say animation fill mode to be forwards, which is going to be infinite. But in JavaScript, we want to remove this animation after a few seconds. So I'm going to show you how to do it. So now we have this animation inside the CSS. Let's add it using JavaScript. So inside the JavaScript, we have to add that animation. This is very simple. We just need to bring this dice element inside the HTML. We know that the dice element, it's a div with the ID of dice. So we can bring it here at the top. We create a constant, call it dice element, and this is going to be equal to, similar to the above, like a document.get element by ID, and the ID is called dice. So now we have this element. We just can add that animation to it by using .ClassList.add. This is going to add that class list, which was role animation, role.animation. So basically, we have added this role animation class to this element now. So if you now press this button, we see the animation, okay? But this is only working one time. So we want to add this, and after a few 1 second, we want to remove that. So we can just add a set timeout here, which is going to trigger this function after 1 second, which is 1000 milliseconds. And this function is going to, we just copy this one, and instead of add, we want to remove it. So just say remove. After 1 second, we're going to remove that. So if I click, it's going to remove it, and then we can just click again, click again, click again. As you can see, now we have the animation in our dice, but we want to just randomly change this dice. So we're going to call a function after removing this called roll dice. And we need to create this function here at the top. So we create a function called roll dice. So this is how we do it. We create a random number between 1 and 6 each time. And then we're going to, based on this number, we're going to show different dice face. So this is just a 5. For example, if the next number is 4, we're going to show the die face 4. So first we create a random number. So we create a constant, we call it roll result, which is going to be, we just create a random number first. This is going to create a random number between 1 and 0, but we can multiply this one to 6, so which is going to be from 0 and 6. But we don't want the numbers like 0, 0.2 or 0.3 or 1.5. We want a rounded number. So we can just cover this one inside a parenthesis and then just use a method called math.floor. So this is going to create a number between 0 and 5, actually. So this is going to create because floor is going to bring it to the bottom. Now we just need to add 1 to it to create a number between 1 and 6. This is the one way. The other way was we use math.cl. So this is going to create 1 to 6. So math.floor is going to round it to the lower number, and then we just need to add 1 to it to create a random number between 1 and 6. So we can console log now the roll result. So let's see. If we click on this, we're going to see a number, and now we got 2. Next time we get 3, 4, 5. It's going to be always between 1 and 6. Okay. So we are creating this number now. Now we want to, based on this number, change the dice face. So I'm going to create another constant called dice face, which is going to call a function called get dice face, and we want to pass this number, rolled result. So let's create this function. we create a function here called getDiceFace, which is going to get this number, and based on this number is going to change and return that dice face. So we need to create a switch here. I will show you how to use the switch. So the switch is going to get an input, and based on the input, we're going to have an output. So here we have the switch. In case the number is 1, this is going to return the 1, which is here. If you remember, we need to have the Unicode. So for the phase 1, let's search here. So die phase 5, let's search for die phase 1. So the Unicode for this one is this for HTML. I'm going to return this. Okay. And in case of 2, we're going to return 2. So I'm going to paste the, so let's search for the die phase 2. Okay. So we just need to keep going, create this until 6. So for in case we have 3, we're going to return the dice 3. So let's search for dice 3. I'm going to use my Ctrl V, dice 3. So let's continue. For the case 4, we're going to return. Okay, 4 is this one. So 2 more left. Case 5, we're going to return dice phase 5. And finally, for the case 6, we're going to return the 6th one. So I'm going to just search for the 6. Okay, so this is the 6. And for the default, you need to add a default if you want to use a switch. So any other cases, we're going to return just an empty string. Okay, so this is how the way the switch works. So based on the input, we're going to return an output. So it can be 1 to 6, and we return different faces here. So now we have this one. Now we have the dice face. So if I console log dice face here, so each time we roll a dice, we return a dice face instead of number now, as you can see. Okay, so we got this dice face. Now we want to change this dice element text content to dice face. So we just say dice element dot text content. We want to change it to this dice face. So now if I change this one, we see this number. Okay, but we want to see I think we need to, instead of this one, we use inner HTML. So let's check. Okay, now we see the die face. So instead of text content, you use inner HTML. So each time we see a different dice. Okay, so we have done this part, but we haven't completed this history yet because the history is always the same. So we need to change the history and save each dice roll. So I'm going to create a variable here called history list. This is going to be an empty array, and we're going to update this empty array each time we click on this one, and we're going to add the information we have. So each time we change the inner HTML of this one, we're going to update the history list. So we just say history list. We're going to add the new one by just saying dot push, and we add this roll result. Okay, which can be 1, 2, 3, or anything like that. And then we can just create a function called update roll history. Okay, now let's create this function. So we're going to create a function called update history. So the function name is update history, update roll history. We put it here. So update history is going to, first thing first, make this one completely empty. So we're going to have this roll history first. So this roll history, we need to bring it inside the JavaScript, which includes all the lists. So here at the top, I'm going to bring that one using a constant, and we call that one roll history element. And this is going to be equal to document.getElement by ID. And the ID for this one is roll-history. So first thing first, we're going to empty that one. So here inside this function, we're going to say roll history element dot inner HTML is going to be empty first. So each time we click, we're going to empty this one first. Okay, and then we're going to fill it with everything we have inside the history list, which is going to save here each time. Okay, so we create a for loop. We just create a for loop. We create a variable called I here, which is going to start from 0, and this is going to continue until this history list length. For example, it can be 1, it can be 2, 3, and etc. And then we're going to increase this I 1 each time for this loop. And for this loop, we're going to create the list item. So we're going to create this list item here in each loop. So we're going to say list item, which is going to be equal to, we can create it using a method called create element. So we just target the document, and then we just say create element. And the element we want to create is li, which is the list. Now we have created, we want to change the inner HTML of it. So we just say list item dot inner HTML, and this is going to be dynamic. So we need to add a backtick. Backtick is located on the tab key. It's not the single quote actually. Okay, it's backtick. So we're going to say roll. We want to say roll 1, roll 2, but roll 1 and roll 2 is going to be based on this I. Okay, because I starts from 0, we need to add 1 to it. So we just create a variable. We just say I plus 1 because I starts from 0. Now we want to start from 1, and after that we're going to have a span. And inside this span, we're going to have that this face, which we can get from getting from this get dice face. So we're going to create another variable. We just say get, we call this get dice face function, and we're going to pass this, we have the number here, history list. We have saved all the numbers inside the history list by just passing the row result. So we're going to just say history list, but we want the number I. For example, the first one, second one, the third one, we pass this I, and then we get the face and then show it inside this span. So we're going to close this span now. So add a closing tag here. Now we have created the list item. So we need to add it to the role history. So we just made the role history empty. Now we can just add this element to it by just using append child. So append child is going to add this element. So we add this element to role history elements, which is this element here. We have this element here. We have appended these childs to these elements. So now we've done it using JavaScript. So if I click now, we see that now we have 2. If I click again, we can see the next one is added to the list. Now the third one. We can keep going, see each one, and then the number is updated here as well using the roll number. And the other thing is when we refresh the page, first we see these 2. We can just delete these 2 now, or we just say comment it using control /. So now we don't see any list, but when we click on the roll dice, we see the first one, second one, and third one. So what we do here, I'm going to explain again. We just created an empty array called history list. Each time we create a random number, we're going to add that number to this variable inside its array by using .push, and then we're going to create the element, li element here based on that number and add it as a child to the unordered list item. So that was it for the JavaScript part of the project. I hope you enjoyed and learned many things. In these projects, we have worked on some difficult tasks like updating the history, creating an animation, and how to add and use the append child to add some element to another element. So I hope you enjoyed and learned many things. See you in the next project.